Now that the stubborn ones were gone, it was finally time to talk about ideals and the future. Lien stood before the crowd, the salty wind cutting across the ruined coastline. He looked out at the sea and spoke calmly, as if stating something that was always meant to happen. This ocean was turned into a dumping ground by pirates and a rotten world government. Innocent people were squeezed into misery, and the strong treated the weak like livestock. He raised his hand, pointing toward the horizon. But I arrived in time. I saved those who couldn't save themselves. I'm about to return to my own realm, but before I leave, I'll remove every unstable factor that could drag this sea back into chaos. His gaze swept across the leaders in attendance. Today, in front of everyone, Kaido and Big Mom have surrendered. Whitebeard has also chosen to turn back. His voice hardened, yet there are still countless pirates scattered across the world. So we're launching a full-scale purge. Every navy, every soldier from every nation will be mobilized. We will wipe out all evil forces on the sea. Sengoku stepped forward at once, shoulders straight, voice firm. Holy Lord, the entire navy is ready. 300 million men awaiting orders. Good. Lien didn't waste a breath. From this moment, we form a unified world military government. He pointed directly at Sengoku. Sengoku will be marshal. Then he named them one by one, like he was assigning pieces on a board. Shanks, Enel, Zephyr, Garp, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, Hawkeye Mihawk, Dragon, Suru, Magellan, Fujitora. All of you will serve as generals. His tone left no room for debate. I don't care if you were Navy, Revolutionary Army, or soldiers from other nations. From today onward, you follow orders. Anyone who disobeys has only one ending. A wave of voices answered, tight and obedient. Yes, when even Kaido and Big Mom could be crushed like insects, who dared to resist? Lian's presence alone was pressure. His was law. The order went out. Warships poured out of military ports like an iron tide. Across the seas, the hunt began. Lien remained stationed at naval headquarters, while 13 top powerhouses led the purge in different directions. To end it fast, Lien deployed his shadow forces. Thousands of Black Shadow soldiers moved like a silent knife through the world. Night bats filled the sky, acting as scouts in transport, locating targets, and dropping troops straight into battle zones. Naval forces and allied troops follow behind like a closing net. Pirate crews were erased. Flags sank. Captains were dragged out and executed. Bodies were thrown into the sea, left as food for sea kings. Within weeks, fear did what decades of war never could. Pirate groups disbanded overnight. Survivors ran in every direction. Many hid their names, pretended to be deaf and mute, and forced themselves into quiet civilian lives. The cleanup lasted 35 days. Pirates killed, over 200,000. Ships destroyed, over 30 of all sizes. Devil fruits seized, 8. Berries seized, billions. Gold seized, tons. When it ended, the ocean felt different. Calm wasn't just a word anymore. It was real. People stopped sleeping with fear in their throats. Trade routes reopened. Industries recovered. Towns rebuilt. Living standards rose so fast it shocked even the old veterans. In the East Blue, Kokoyashi Village changed overnight. Their oranges had always been sweet, but now they were selling beyond anything they'd imagined. With the sea stable, merchants carried their fruit farther and farther. You could even buy Kokoyashi oranges at naval headquarters now. Garp walked through the newly bustling streets of HQ, hands in his pockets, expression relaxed in a way he'd never been during his entire career. A few Marines jogged up to him. Vice Admiral Garp? No, General Garp. Out for a walk. Garp nodded. You're looking too free. Don't you train anymore? One of the sailors scratched his head, almost embarrassed. Honestly, sir, pirates are basically extinct. I'm thinking about retiring. Going home. Starting a small business. Garp paused. In his whole life, he'd never imagined hearing those words. But it was true. Pirates had become rarer than mythical beasts. Hundreds of warships could patrol all day and not find a single one. Garp patted the Marine's shoulder. Do it right, kid. You helped bring peace to the sea. That matters. As he kept walking, he passed a stall selling goods from across the world. The merchant recognized him instantly and practically bowed. Garp stopped, curious. You're from the East, Blue? I'm not, the man admitted quickly. But now that there are no pirates, reselling goods is the most profitable business on the planet. He lifted a basket with pride. Try this. Kokoyasi Village oranges. And this is coconut from Skypiea. Garp took an orange and tasted it slowly. The flavor hit like memory. The merchant smiled, voice full of gratitude. General, thanks to you and the Navy, we could do business safely. Before, every trip was a gamble. Every voyage felt like walking into a grave. Garp chatted briefly, then moved on, eyes thoughtful. In only a few days, the sea had started to bloom. He couldn't even imagine what it would look like a few years from now. Up on Skypiea, Zephyr sat with his son, teaching him with a calm he'd never been allowed before. His wife brought 2 glasses of coconut water and smiled softly. Our child doesn't need to be like you. The sea is stable now. He just needs to live safely. Zephyr accepted the drink, staring out into the sky. What gods and generations of Navy couldn't do in hundreds of years, he did in 1 month. On the beach of Sky Island, Shanks sat with Ben Beckman, both of them quiet, both of them thinking. Beckman finally spoke. So what now? Shanks didn't look worried. You're not weaker than me. Don't rush. The Holy Lord will use you. Beckman really had been overlooked. He was powerful, nearly at Shanks' level, and he knew it. Back at HQ, Sengoku delivered the full report and waited for the next command like a soldier who'd already accepted who stood above him. Lian's instructions came clean and direct. There are still criminals hiding in cities. Bring Bullet here. Eliminate the remaining rot. Transfer Shiryu of the Rain to Naval Headquarters. Yes, Sengoku answered immediately. Then Lian asked the real question. I'm leaving in a few days. What do you plan to do? Sengoku didn't hesitate. If possible, we want to follow you. This world doesn't need such a massive navy anymore. And staying here, we'd only rot. Lian nodded once. Then come with me. He opened a portal into the Shadow Realm and took Sengoku through. They emerged on an island beneath a bright sky. The air was clean, heavy with oxygen, and the sea was a deep, endless blue. Sengoku breathed in, eyes narrowing with surprise. Is this the kingdom of God? Lian shook his head. No, this is a new world, similar to yours in structure, but larger. Vast oceans, endless islands, for supercontinents. He looked Sengoku in the eyes. This is the new home I prepared for you. Then he explained it like he was introducing a battlefield and a sanctuary at the same time. The oxygen here is extremely high. Even the insects are monstrous. Caterpillars can grow 7 or 8 meters long. Most species here are giants. He pointed toward the distant landmass. 2 of the supercontinents are safe. No threat to your survival. A stable place to build, raise families, live well. Then he pointed toward the darker horizon. The other 2 are for warriors. A paradise for the strong. Giant beasts, brutal creatures, magical monsters. Enough danger to keep your blades sharp forever. Sengoku's mouth lifted into the first real smile he'd shown in a long time. It was perfect, a place where people could choose peace without being forced into weakness. Lian nodded. If you're satisfied, spread the word. Anyone who wants to come can come. This land is hundreds of times larger than your world. His voice softened slightly, but it carried the same certainty. Anyone who comes here can live a prosperous life. Holy Lord, how are you? Are you satisfied? A colossal dragon head pushed through the depths of the starry sky. It had already shrunk itself countless times, but to everyone below, it was still unimaginably huge, blotting out the heavens like a moving continent. The star-casting Dragon King. Thor lowered his chin until it almost touched the earth. Mountain peaks cracked under the pressure. Yet even then, his eyes still floated thousands of meters above the ground, deep and cold like distant stars. His horns disappeared into the night sky. Each scale on his dark blue body looked as large as an island, reflecting faint starlight. And if you stared carefully, you could see complex, mysterious magic patterns etched into every scale, pulsing like a living heartbeat. Any weak creature wouldn't even need to be attacked. Just standing too close to that aura would be enough to crush them. Thor extended a massive claw, gentle as a breeze compared to his size, and lightly touched Sengoku's arm in a polite greeting. Lien spoke calmly, as if this was all normal. Don't be afraid. This is Thor, the Starcasting Dragon King, one of my followers. The land under our feet, he built it in a single day. He even tried to restore your old living environment as much as possible so you'd feel at home. Sengoku swallowed hard. His throat felt dry. Thank you. Facing a star-sky dragon like this was like staring straight into an abyss. Your body understood fear before your mind could react. Thor heard Sengoku's words and laughed. To Thor, it was just a warm chuckle. To Sengoku, it was a disaster. His ears rang violently, his skull buzzed, and stars flashed in front of his eyes like he was about to pass out. Lien lifted a hand at once. Thor, that's enough. The dragon's laughter stopped instantly. Lien continued, firm but not rude. Go do your work. When they've fully moved here, you can visit as a guest, but you cannot interfere in their internal affairs. Thor lowered his head slightly in acknowledgement, then withdrew into the starry sky, vanishing like a drifting constellation. When the pressure finally lifted, Sengoku fell to one knee in front of Lien. His tone turned more formal than ever. Holy Lord, I request permission to follow you. Before, Sengoku understood Lien was terrifyingly strong, but now he'd seen it clearly. A being like Thor was merely a follower. So what did that make the man standing in front of him? Right then, the system's voice rang in Lian's mind. Detected, you have obtained a new follower. Ding, you have received all the follower's abilities. Buddha form, armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki. Lien barely reacted. His body already carried power close to a star-forged beast. His spirit was solid enough to crush most wills with a glance. For him, the three types of haki were almost decorative. As for the human fruit, mythical Zoan, great Buddha form, it could unleash shockwaves, yes. But the true value was refinement, the calm wisdom of a Buddha, the steadiness of a divine mind, and the ability to fuse overwhelming strength with perfect technique. For Sengoku, it was the foundation of his legend. For Lien, it was simply one more method of attack. After handling matters on the island, Sengoku returned to naval headquarters and immediately began executing Lian's orders. Clear out the pirates still hiding inside the cities, and bring Barrett to Lien. Sengoku walked into the command room and gave his order. Call Zephyr, Garp, and Shanks. Tell them the Holy Lord has something important to announce. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lien tested the new power for fun. His body expanded, rising like a giant golden statue among the mountains. A golden sheen wrapped him from head to toe, shining with a strange, sacred presence. He looked at himself and almost laughed. Then he lifted his palm and pressed it forward. Boom! A shock wave tore through the forest ahead, flattening trees like grass. Not long after, Zephyr, Garp, and Shanks gathered. Sengoku spoke first, face serious. I called you here because the Holy Lord has issued an important command. All three straightened without thinking, listening like soldiers facing a king. The Holy Lord has ordered a full purge of Impelled Down. All remaining pirates are to be executed, and Barrett is to be brought to him alive. Shanks nodded casually. That's straightforward. Sengoku's expression didn't soften. Straightforward doesn't mean easy. We can't afford even the smallest mistake. The four of us will lead a large force and conduct a blanket search. No one slips through. We will not fail the Holy Lord's trust. Garp was quiet, watching Sengoku with a strange heaviness in his eyes. Something about him felt different, too decisive, too absolute. When the meeting ended, Sengoku stopped Garp and waited until Shanks and Zephyr had left. Only then did he speak in a low voice. Garp, I know you have doubts. Like Zephyr, I have already surrendered completely. I am a Holy Lord's follower. He paused, letting the words sink in. But you, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, Shanks, you haven't truly surrendered. Your subordinates, yes, but not followers. If this continues, you'll remain on the outer edge forever. You'll never enter the core. Sengoku looked directly at him. Think about Luffy and Ace. Think carefully. Garp didn't answer. His face was grim. In the old world, he believed Luffy and Ace could climb to the top. Even without being nobles, they could live freely, proudly, and strong. But under Lien, that top suddenly looked small, and Garp understood something painful. The closer you stood to Lien, the more opportunities existed to grow beyond what this sea had ever allowed. Without another word, he followed Sengoku out toward the military port. Warships were already lined up. Soldiers stood in formation, waiting for the command to depart. Shanks watched the massive mobilization and clicked his tongue. This guy really likes doing things loudly. Zephyr smiled faintly. With pirates nearly gone, the Navy has become too idle. Sengoku sees these soldiers as precious. This is how he keeps them sharp. At the same time, Impel Down's warden, Magellan, received word and immediately began preparations. Impel Down was a massive tower-like prison sunk into the sea, its foundation anchored to the ocean floor. Built in the calm belt, it was surrounded by sea kings. No one could swim in or out. The outer defenses were guarded by naval warships, and the internal structure was designed for one purpose: breaking criminals. Deep inside were torture chambers and interrogation cells reinforced with sea stone, ensuring devil fruit users couldn't escape even if they wanted to die trying. For years, the Navy had trapped pirates here instead of killing them, partly to keep their devil fruits from returning to the world. But today, the rules were changing. Zephyr stood on the deck, staring at the distant prison, his fists slowly tightening. The sea had been cleansed. Now the cage would be too.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
The naval fleet arrives. Magellan, the summer commander of Impel Down, has been waiting for a long time. This time Warring States personally led the team, firstly because he wanted to show off in front of Lien and prove his loyalty. The second is to completely eradicate the world of pirates. The last remaining pirates can also be regarded as bringing an end to their naval careers. Marshal, everything is well in the city. Do we need to formulate a battle plan? Magellan asked. Warring States shook his head and clenched his fists. Today we have absolute strength and can overwhelm everything. Today we will be reckless once and teach these pirates a bloody lesson. Yes, the Warring States period issued an order. When all navies are ready, Magellan, the summer commander of Impel Down City, will lead the way and go to the depths of Impel Down City together. If you encounter pirates, do not hesitate at all and kill them directly. But everyone must also pay attention to your own safety. Pirates are very dangerous, and don't let go of any place. You must search carefully and kill all the pirates. Yes, the task is guaranteed to be completed. The Navy's emotions were high. This might be the last time they, as a Navy, would clear out pirates. From now on, their descendants can only see the pirates' experiences and know what pirates look like in the records and books. Although only 4 people, including Warring States, Kapu, Zifa, and Shanks came this time, all 4 of them have been strengthened by Lien, and their strength had greatly improved. They were far beyond what the great pirates in this world could compete with. Zifa possesses the infinitely powerful Ox Talisman. After the blessing, his own strength has increased 100 times. He can attack the Cyclops with the Pig Talisman from a distance. He is even more proficient in the use of his own armed color domineering. Zifa's armed color domineering on the sea also belongs to that kind. The existence of the top 5, combined in 2, the cow charm plus the arm domineering, Zifa's melee combat, in this world, only Kaido, the strongest creature, may be able to take a few punches. Ordinary big pirates with 3 to 5 billion. May with one punch, Zifa was beaten into a pulp. Sengoku has acquired the demonic energy of the Earth Demon, plus his own rare phantom beast devil fruit, human fruit, and giant Buddha form. He can also change the surrounding terrain, like the combined fruit ability user Barrett, turning the land and rocks into after transforming his armor into the form of a giant Buddha. Warring states attach the surrounding land and rocks to his body. The dark brown earth and rocks completely covered the body of the golden Buddha, but his size skyrocketed again. He transformed into a rock 500 meters high. The giant is really like a mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. In this state, Sengoku's defense is greatly improved, and his huge body also brings him destructive power. If he wants to attack Sengoku's body, the rock attached to the outside of his body must be broken first. Needless to say, Shanks possesses the power of fire and can release extremely high-temperature flames. Except that it cannot be elementalized. It is the same as the natural-type burning fruit. Lien gave Garp the 10 rings of the stolen magic weapon. Although these 10 rings are not as good as the magic energy, they can make people immortal and maintain their peak condition. The 10 rings are also very suitable for Garp. He is good at fist attacks. 10 rings can increase the power of his fists. Magellan was not strengthened by Lien, but as a natural fruit ability user, his strength is naturally not weak. If it were not for the side effects of the poisonous fruit, he would never have been sent to Impel Down City to serve as the Summer Chief. The prepared warring states and others led tens of thousands of Marines and began a crazy bloodbath to push forward the city. The first underground floor is the Red Lotus Hell. The crimes of prisoners imprisoned on this level are not that serious. The imprisoned prisoners are not strong and generally cannot defeat the Blue Gorilla. There's a large area like a forest outside the cell. The tree inside is called Sword Tree. The leaves on the tree are as sharp as blades, and the grass is needle grass that can pierce the human body like needles. The prisoners will run back and forth because of the poisonous spiders and the guards, and they will eventually bleed from being cut by these leaves and grass. So miserable, but no one would sympathize with them. The Navy's sudden visit surprised the pirates, but then the Navy began to attack without any explanation. All the pirates began to flee for their lives, but the Impel City's scope was limited and no one could escape from here. Zifa wiped the blood from his hands. He had just taken out the heart of a pirate. He wanted to see if these guys' hearts were black. How many times is this level up? Shanks asked. Magellan. This is the 4th level, the Scorching Hell. My office is here. The temperature here is extremely high, but to you, Shanks, this is nothing. Zifa said. I remember that the reward for the prisoners held here are at least 5,000 million belly or more. Yes, teacher Zifa. The bounty for the prisoners held here is between 5,000 million belly and -million belly. The big pirates with a bounty of over -million will be given special care and imprisoned in the even more cruel 5th floor. Sengoku. No matter how much the bounty on these guys is, let's continue the attack now. Garp took a breath, and they fought all the way from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. Although the pirates on the first 3 floors were not strong, there were still a lot of them, and there were some that were better able to hide, so it took a lot of effort. Fortunately, the remaining 3 floors have fewer people than the 1st floor. After several hours of high-intensity fighting, some of the strong navy brought by the Warring States period were exhausted, while the remaining small number of elites could continue to fight. The Warring States period ordered the exhausted soldiers to rest where they were, and if they still had the strength to fight, they would continue to move forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they could select a group of the best among the best and train them as the backbone of the Navy. The pirates on the 4th level are a piece of cake for a strong man like Sengoku Zifa. The ones with some strength are not on the 5th or 6th level. These days, if you don't have any strength, you will be looked down upon even if you are a pirate. The number of pirates has decreased a lot, and the killing speed has also accelerated a lot. Shanks has been using his fire ability continuously. Countless pirates have been burned to ashes by his flames. He is training and developing in a planned way. If nothing else, the growth limit of this demonic energy is much higher than his own. Potential. Garp has no demonic enhancement, and the only thing he has is the 10 rings. Among the four, his strength is at the bottom, and there is a big gap between him and a few others. He used all his strength to shoot out the 10 rings from his arm, and instantly shot of the body of a pirate runs through it. Although the future of the 10 rings is not small, the upper limit of this thing is here, and there is no way to improve it. The previous owner of the 10 rings has held the 10 rings for thousands of years, but his strength still has not improved much. Every time Zifa attacks, he will beat the pirate into a puddle of flesh. It's not that he can't master this kind of power, but he hates the pirate now. Although his wife and children have been resurrected, and he has made up for the regrets in his life, but thinking about it from another perspective, there are many people like him who have had their relatives killed by pirates and experienced the pain of separation between yin and yang in this world. I have experienced it, so I can empathize with it. Every time I punch, it is not to kill for the sake of killing, but to avenge those who have lost their loved ones but have no ability to revenge. The feet stepped on the bloody ground. The clothes of countless navy were stained red with blood, and the blood of the enemy was covered all over their bodies. Warring states, count the casualties. Marshal, no soldiers were killed, but 766 were slightly injured and 110 were seriously injured. Send the injured soldiers back to the warship and give them to military doctors for treatment. The others will rest for 10 minutes, and then we will go to the next level. As we advance deeper into the 5th floor of the city, a wave of coldness hit the face, instantly freezing everyone's body. They shivered involuntarily, the water dripped into ice, and the cold wind was biting. The extremely low temperature made many soldiers wrap up their clothes tightly and tremble, making it impossible to fight at all. Shanks lit several bonfires to keep the soldiers warm and avoid frostbite. Garp, let these Marines return to the top. The temperature here is extremely low. If they endure it for a long time, they will soon get frostbite. Magellan, yes, Marshal, the prisoners here are big pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Even with their strength, they cannot withstand this severe cold for a long time. Most of them were frozen to death, and the rest were not. They were also eaten by military wolves, so not many people could survive here. Zifa has been an instructor for so many years and clearly knows the limits of these navies. It's normal that the soldiers can't stand the cold. Pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions will freeze to death, let alone these ordinary navy. The Warring States period asked the soldiers to retreat temporarily, leaving only 5 of them. On the 5th floor of Impel City, even people with excellent physical fitness cannot survive here for a long time. The cold here is different from ordinary ice and snow. The cold here is deep into the skin and reaches the bone marrow. The temperature is at least below 0. At 60 or 70 degrees, the cold air inhaled in the lungs accelerated the loss of body heat. Several people searched here for a long time, but except for a few sets of white human bones, no trace of living people was found. Shanks, this is not the way to go. If there are just 5 of us, we won't be able to search the 5th floor in less than 10 days and a half. Magellan, there are a lot of military wolves here, but they are very wild. Otherwise, we can let them lead the way. Shanks, can't we just catch a few of them and tame them? Zifa said, it's easy to catch a few of them, but can you tame them? Shanks, haha, pretend I didn't say that. Warring States, give it a try. There is no other way at the moment. Training wolves can be like training military dogs. Zifa, this is the only way. Otherwise, there are so many pirates hiding, and we really have no way to find them slowly. Naval Headquarters. In the Kingzadu office, the 3 generals secretly held a small meeting. Akainu, Aoji, why did you call us here? It turns out that Akiji summoned Akainu and Kizuru to discuss the mysterious Li Yin with them. They are relatively unfamiliar with Li Yin. They have not spoken a few words since they first met, and they do not understand Li Yin's temperament. Teacher Zifa is the first to follow Li Yin in the Navy, but the 3 of them and the relationship between Zifa and Zifa is not very good. Trying to get information from Zifa is not feasible. Qingji shook his head. I have nothing important to do. I just want to ask what you think of the mysterious Li Yin and the situation on the sea. Kizura looked lazy. Now that the pirates in the sea have been cleaned up, We no longer have to work overtime. How great! Even Akainu and Akiji are accustomed to Kizaru's laziness. Akainu, you want to say where should we go from now on? Aoki nodded. There are no pirates here anymore, and the Navy has become very useless. If you stay here as an empty shell naval admiral, it is better to follow the real, strong ones. Shinji narrowed his eyes and asked Akainu in a low voice, "Have you carefully looked at teacher Zifa's strength?" Akainu shook his head. Ever since they graduated under Zifa, they have been almost inseparable from Zifa. So Akainu only knew that Zifa had become stronger, but by how much, he really didn't observe carefully. Shinji said, "Although the three of us have also improved, the direction of improvement is different from Teacher Zifa. Teacher Zifa is still a pure physical expert, and his strength has increased by at least dozens of times." "You mean we can also improve our physical fitness like Teacher Zifa?" Kizaru showed a lewd smile. "I think it's very good now. You just like to mess around. I'd better live in peace and contentment." Akainu ignored the eating ape waiting to die. This guy was not on the same page as the two of them at all. Shinji nodded. "It's just that we won't be given the chance." Akainu was confused. "Why?" "Ching Pheasant. We haven't made it clear that we want to follow him. So why does he give us power? So I think we should take the initiative." Akainu pondered for a while. "My thoughts are the same as yours. We can't wait any longer. Didn't you notice? Today, Marshal Sengoku went with General Zifa, General Garp, General Shanks, and Dash Marines. Push forward the city, and we don't know what they're going to do at all. Even if we know, we're not qualified to participate. If we wait, I am afraid that the position of general will belong to others." Of course, Akiji knew what Sengoku and the others were doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Kizaru Akainu to come to the meeting. It's not just the three of them who know the news. In the home of Ishiao, Hawkeye, Mihawk, and Long, the three of them got together. Because of Ishiao's personality, Long wanted to win over him. Mihawk saw that Ishiao was good at swordsmanship and was very pleased with him. The three of them had a good relationship in private. Ishiao's eyes were healed by the healing power released by Li Yan. He witnessed with his own eyes that the world had become better under Li Yan's rule. Whether it was democracy or dictatorship, at least all the people supported Li Yan. No matter young people even built a temple specifically for Li Yan and worshipped him as the savior. Looking at the two people who came to his house together, they smiled with a little doubt on their faces. "What do you two want today?" "Long. Today, warring states took my father, Zifa, Shanks, and Dash Navy troops to impel down city." Hawkeye Mihawk asked, "Is there any problem?" Long shook his head. "This should be the task assigned to them by the Holy Lord." He smiled. "Oh, since someone has already done it, it has nothing to do with us. Wait a moment, I will make a pot of tea." Long smiled and asked him to sit down. He felt that it was a bit difficult to talk to him. "What I mean, don't you understand yet? Hawkeye Mihawk knows nothing about this kind of power struggle and has no intention of learning." "Understand what?" Now everyone is starting to join together, hoping to squeeze into the core layer and gain the power to become stronger or even become a god. Ishiao shook his head and said, "Excessive pursuit of power will only make you lose yourself." Long, I don't agree with Ishiao's point of view. Look at Mr. Li Yan. Is he strong? Is he lost? Don't forget that there will be no more pirates or revolutions in this world from now on. Military, this world is controlled by the coalition government, and the world is stable and peaceful. Eagle Eye, think about it. You will have no pirates to practice in the future. No one will challenge you anymore. Business is developing rapidly now. Many islands have been contracted by the government to individuals for management. In the future, you may destroy a few trees at will. They are all other people's private property. The government will classify you as a dangerous person and arrest you and lock you up for several years. Hawkeye Mihawk and Ishiao are not stupid. They are also well aware of the changes in the sea. According to Long, all this is very possible. For Ishiao, such a world is what he dreams of seeing. But for Hawkeye Mihawk, if he can't continue to become stronger and practice swordsmanship, it's better to kill him. Long was also very tired. When he saw that the Navy was trying to form a gang, He quickly found 2 teammates for himself. Unexpectedly, these 2 guys were really unreliable. If he couldn't stand the iron fist that his father loved, he would have been there long ago. Here comes a father-son duo. The Warring States people saw that the captured military wolves were in trouble. Bawangs could only make them submit, but could not convey the order. Zifa asked Warring States, "Do you think it is still necessary to push forward the city?" Warring States was stunned. "What do you mean?" "Zifa, go to the 6th floor first. After solving the problem, completely destroy the Impel City and let it become the burial place of these pirates." Sengoku and Garp thought the same thing. Now that the sea has become stable and peaceful, the Impel City has lost its former role. It is better to be buried in the sea with these pirates. The 6th level of Infinite Hell. Those in prison here are all great people. Once they enter here, they are almost sentenced to death. No one has a chance to escape. No pirate can be imprisoned in this level. They are not legendary figures, such as Golden Lion Shurji, Lonely Red Redfield, descendant of the devil Douglas Barrett, etc. So far, only Golden Lion Shurji has escaped from here, but he also lost my legs. Since the prisoners on this floor have done many evil things and committed some extremely cruel incidents that were covered up by the government and even deliberately concealed in newspapers, many of the pirates' deeds here kept secret, but Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp are not. You know, there are no good people here. They're all scum among scum. Jia. Look who's coming. In an instant, countless eyes focused on the 5 Sengoku people. Sengoku, Zifa, Garp, and Magellan were all known to the pirates here, but not many people knew about Shanks. Jia. It turns out to be the Navy Marshal Warring States. Do you dare to let me out? I will skin you. Then countless dirty words appeared, cordially greeting the Dash-Age generation of Zifa's ancestors during the Warring States period. Zung's face turned dark, and he was obviously very angry. After being a naval marshal for so many years, no one dared to scold him in person. Today, he was scolded by several deadly guys. Garp's expression is not much better than that of Sengoku. He didn't like these guys in the first place, but now he is so arrogant after being imprisoned in Impel Down City. Only Magellan was okay. He had long been accustomed to the abuses of various pirates and didn't take it seriously at all. Zifa said in a deep voice, "Magellan, are you feeding these guys too much? If I were you, I would make them feel that shit smells good." Warring States roared angrily, "Shut up. Today is the day you bunch of rubbish will die." Zifa rushed in and smashed a pirate's head with one punch, causing red and white objects to fly everywhere. Zifa said with a sullen face, "Come on, you trash. Keep scolding." The current group of pirates is no match for a few people. Zifa alone can easily kill all the pirates inside. Seeing Zifa's ruthless attack, some people panicked. You actually dare to kill people? Aren't you afraid that the devil fruits in us will reappear in the sea? Then what can I do? Among you trash today, except for Barrett, who the Holy Lord has named to meet, the rest of the trash will die. Warring States suppressed his anger and planned to find Barrett first, saving a moment and accidentally killing him. He had no way to explain to Lien. Warring States shouted to the prison, "Douglas Barrett, be alive. Someone wants to see you." In a dark corner, Barrett kept watching the Sengoku people who suddenly appeared. To his surprise, it was an old acquaintance, the red-haired Shanks who was on Roger's ship. "Shanks, I didn't expect that after 10 years of seeing you, you would already be in the Navy. Judging from your appearance, you must have become an admiral." The majestic voice sounded, and when the redhead heard it, he knew it was that monster, the one who could tie Rayleigh at the age of 15. The monster who always strives to surpass Roger. Shanks nodded. Seeing old acquaintances here who had been separated for more than 10 years, he also felt that things were different, and people were different. "Yes, I am indeed an admiral now, but I am still the god of fire in the kingdom of God. Let me tell you a secret. I have gained power that surpasses Captain Roger. I am now much stronger than Roger at his peak." Barrett rushed out of the corner in an instant and hit the prison stone railing with a bang. His eyes were as wide as copper bells. He stared at Shanks and roared, "You lied to me. How can you surpass Roger?" Shanks ignored him and didn't need to explain anything to him. With his current strength, he could easily torture him. When the Warring States period saw that Barrett had been found, he stopped talking nonsense and went on a killing spree. These pirates were like chickens and dogs, with no strength to resist at all. Zifa grabbed a person's shoulder and squeezed it hard. The shoulder blade shattered with a click and then kicked him away with a strong kick. With a bang, he was directly embedded into the wall of the Impel City prison. The 10 rings became more and more flexible in Garp's hands. Every time he punched, some pirates would be killed or injured. Sengoku also transformed into the form of a golden Buddha and fought with dozens of pirates. The pirates not only attacked Sengoku, they also attacked each other. There was no tacit understanding at all. At this critical moment of life and death, these guys still couldn't unite. From this we can see how bad these guys are. Sengoku aimed at several pirates and slammed down his huge fists. But what surprised Sengoku was that among the pirates he attacked, someone stepped forward and raised his arms to catch his punch. Sengoku removed his fist, revealing the person standing below. It's him, Red Earl Redfield. The current Red Earl is no longer young. He once competed with Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard for the throne of Pirate King. By himself, he gained the same title as Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates. Warring States, it's really troublesome. The remnants of the old era should be prepared to die. Redfield knew clearly that he was definitely no match for Warring States. He looked at Warring States, Zifa and Garp, 3 strong men of the same era. The 3 of them were still in high spirits, showing no sign of the passage of time, and their strength was even worse. I don't know why they have become so terrifying. These ferocious pirates in front of them are like glass, shattering at the touch of it. Just now, I tried my best to barely receive Sengoku's punch, but my internal organs were severely damaged. I just forced myself to take a breath and suppress it. Warring States, can you spare my life? I am old and no longer a threat to the sea. Red Earl Redfield, with his proud head underneath, looked like he was begging for mercy during the Warring States period. In that chaotic era, you would have thought you heard it wrong. But the passage of time can not only make people age, but also smooth out anyone's edges and corners. Warring State sighed and said, I'm just following orders. Red Earl Redfield, seeing that begging for mercy was in vain, prepared to fight the Warring States period. Although he had no chance of winning, he was once a famous pirate on the sea. If he could not live in an ignoble way, he would die spectacularly. Barrett watched as Sungwa and the others were chopping melons and vegetables, killing a group of extremely vicious pirates. For a moment, he didn't know what the purpose of Sungwa's actions was. Could it be that there are too many pirates imprisoned in Impel Down City? Or what order was issued by the world government? As for what Sengoku said about someone wanting to see him, Barrett was not interested at all. What he was interested in was why the red-haired man's strength had improved so much. I think back then, when Roger was in the pirates, only Roger could defeat him. Even Rayleigh, known as the right arm of the Pirate King, could tie with him. But Barrett was only 15 years old at that time. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, Shanks' power far exceeded his. This made Barrett very interested in Shanks. After finishing dealing with the miscellaneous soldiers around him, Warring States began to concentrate on dealing with the Red Earl. Although the Red Earl is aging and his strength is no longer at its peak, his hegemony of knowledge and color is among the best in the sea. The Red Earl was born with a strong sense of hegemony and can easily read people's hearts and memories. But to do this, the premise of one point is that the person being read is either weaker than him or voluntary. However, it is obvious that these 2 points are not met in the Warring States period. Boom! Sengoku's punches hit him. The Red Earl relied on his excellent reflexes to dodge. However, he was already injured by the punch that Sengoku received hard. If this continues, his injuries may become more and more serious. He gritted his teeth secretly and cursed in his heart. You guy, you don't respect martial ethics and bully old comrades. Apart from cursing in his heart, he has no other way to vent. Warring States was amazed at the Red Earl's excellent reflexes. If the Red Earl was at his peak, he would really have to put a lot of effort into defeating the opponent. As Zephycarp went deeper, many familiar faces appeared, such as San Juan Wolf and Basschote, nicknamed Big Barrel. These two would become Blackbeard's crew in the future, but unfortunately, they did not wait for Blackbeard today, but for Zephyr and Garp. The red-haired Shanks met one of the few female pirates here. She is a user with fruit abilities, and her fruit is a very rare phantom bee species, the dog fruit, in the form of a nine-tailed fox. This female pirate, named Katrin Daime Thief, she also joined the Blackbeard Pirates as the captain of the 6th ship in the future. She was also very unlucky. She will also be buried here today. Sengoku and Red Earl were fighting fiercely, but Sengoku was always attacking hard, while Red Earl was desperately dodging. The Red Earl was already out of breath, but there was nothing he could do. As long as Warring States punched him, he would not even have a chance to stand up. He charged up a blow and hit it towards Sungwa's chest. Suddenly, an earth wall blocked him. He waved his fist and hit the earth wall hard, breaking through the earth wall. Sungwa's huge fists followed one after another, and Red the Count spurted out a mouthful of blood mixed with some of his internal organs. The huge force caused him to fly backwards and hit the wall hard. Ahem! He raised his head with difficulty and looked around. There were broken limbs, broken flesh, and mud everywhere. The screams of pirates filled the gloomy cell. He had experienced the fear he had never felt before for the first time today. Not only is he afraid, he is also unwilling. Tap, step. Warring States walked slowly, intending to quickly understand the remnants of this old era. The Red Earl smiled miserably. He had brought a lot of disasters to the sea. He also spent most of his time in the city. Today, he was like a bereaved dog. He was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Warring States asked coldly, "Do you have any last words?" The Red Earl thought for a while and shook his head. He had no children and no worries in his life. His only belief may be the pursuit of freedom and the desire to become the Pirate King. Warring States mocked. For people like you, what's the point of becoming the Pirate King? You still have nothing, no family, no friends. Now that you're dead, you won't have a tombstone, and there will be no one to pay your respects. About you in the sea, everything will be wiped clean, and you will be like the air, as if you never existed. Warring States raised his fist and smashed it down hard, smashing it into a thin meat pie. Zephyr was also playing, torturing the wolf of San Juan. He punched the wolf like a rainstorm and the wind, beating it into a human shape. The originally huge wolf was now unsteady. Its eyes were dull, and the fierce attacks with his brain was beaten into a fool's errand, and his whole body was covered with deformities caused by fractures. His chest was deeply dented, and it was obvious that various internal organs had been broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes were round, and he leaned back and fell to the ground, twitched violently for a few times, and then lost his breath. Garp joked, "Haha, Zephyr is the only guy who died by your hands, and his body is still intact." Zephyr smiled slightly, making no secret of his disgust for pirates. These guys, even if they die without a whole body, it's an advantage for them. Damn Navy, you're looking for death. Basschote was angry, Big Wine Barrel. Although he was wearing prison uniform and looked very embarrassed, he was now like an angry beast. He knew that as long as he defeated Garp in front of him, he would have hope of escaping. Ha ha! Garp's classic laughter reappears. Basschote, just let me finish you off. Strike with an iron fist. Garp jumped up, and the 10 rings on his arms flashed with blue light. Garp used all his strength to hit Basschote's body. Seeing Garp's posture, Basschote did not dare to be careless at all, and quickly waved his black fist to fight back. Boom! Basschote flew out in response, and hit the stone wall of the impelled-down city prison with a bang sound. The arms he and Garp were fisting with were gone, and they were shaken to pieces by Garp's huge force. The broken pieces, the huge lacerated wound on the shoulder, blood constantly gushing out. Falling from a wall, Basschote used his remaining arm to wipe the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth, stood up and roared, "Asshole, I'm going to kill you! Kill you!" Saying that, He rushed towards Garp. Garp grinned and praised. Courage is commendable, but it ends here. In an instant, the 10 rings on his arm shot out and hit Bacchus-Chote's body. A huge hole appeared in his chest, which was the huge wound left by the 10 rings. Bacchus-Chote fell to the ground. His eyes were blank, his pupils were dilated, and he looked like he would not survive. Several of the most powerful pirates were dead, and the rest were easier to deal with. After a while, only the Sengoku and Barrett were left on the 6th floor of the impelled-down city. At the naval headquarters, Lien was in the office, hugging Wanda and talking to each other. Although Wanda's heart and Lian's palm were only a chest apart, Lien still felt far away, not because of anything else, but simply because of his big heart. Wanda slapped Lian's dishonest hand away and said, "I've been out for 2 months. When are we going back? Pietro is alone at home. Aren't you afraid that he will demolish the house?" Lien laughed and said, "It's okay. I have a hostage in my hands. At worst, I'll let his sister sleep to pay off the debt." Wanda punched Lien angrily and said, "Rogue." Lien was no longer joking and said seriously, "Come on, wait for the Warring States people to come back and discuss immigration. This time we will take at least tens of millions of people. If we want to experience the style of the pirate world in the future, there will be a place." Dong dong, knock on the door sounded. "Come in. Report, the 3 generals Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu want to see you." After listening to the guard's report, Li Yin was a little confused. Why did the 3 of them come together? "Okay, let them come in." Wanda got up from Li Yan's lap, stood next to Li Yin, acted as a secretary, arranged Li Yan's desk, and filled Li Yan's glass with water. The door was pushed open, led by Akiji, followed closely by Kizaru Akainu. The 3 of them entered one after another. After entering, the 3 of them stood at the door in a polite manner, like elementary school students who had made a mistake. Li Yin pointed to the sofa opposite. "Come here, what do you want from me?" Taking a deep breath, Qingji spoke first. "After discussion, the 3 of us asked you to allow us to follow you. We will become your right-hand man and the sharp blade in your hand." Li Yin nodded. "I'm very happy that you think so, and I welcome you all." Hearing what Li Yin said, the 3 of them finally let go of their worries. This meant that it was not too late for them to arrive, and there was still a chance. When the 3 of them were secretly happy, there was a knock on Li Yan's door again. Qingji secretly muttered, "Warring States and the others are back so soon?" "Dong dong. Come in. Report, Mr. Xiaolong. My hawk needs to see you." "What day is today? Why are you here?" "Okay, let the 3 of them come in." With a smile, Long and Mihawk pushed aside cautiously and walked in. When they saw the 3 Navy generals, Long's eyes narrowed. He was so dark that he was a step too late and was taken advantage of. When Akainu saw that the visitors were not from the Warring States period, he began to guess the dragon's purpose. Could it be the same as his own purpose? "Li Yin, what's going on with you 3? "Long, we hope that we can always follow the footsteps of the Holy Lord, return to the kingdom of God with you, and serve you. Even if it means working as a cow or a horse, the 3 of us are very willing." Qing Pheasant cursed secretly. "Flatterer, your Mengqi family are all straight men. How come you're such a flatterer? Aren't you a cotton ball from the gutter?" Li Yin smiled. Okay, since they all came for the same purpose and are loyal to me, then I can't just watch the fun." "Pa!" Li Yin snapped his fingers, and several shadowy soldiers emerged from the ground. Under Li Yan's order, they took out wine glasses and the best Lao Bygone, and poured a full glass for each of the 6 people. Li Yin picked up the wine on the table and said, "Since everyone is willing to join the kingdom of God, let's drink this cup together." After speaking, Li Yin took the lead and drank the wine in one gulp. "We are willing to follow the Holy Lord forever and obey your will." After saying that, the 6 of them drank the drinks in one gulp. "Hey, we detected that you have a new follower, Kizaru Porcelino, Akainu Sakaski, Aoji Kazan, Fujidora Ishiao, Monkey D. Dragon, Jorikol Mihawk. Ding, you get all the abilities of the follower. Armed Color Hockey, Information Color Hockey, Overlord Color Hockey, Navy 6 Styles, Dragon Claw Fist, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship, sparkling fruit ability, frozen fruit ability, lava fruit ability, multiple fruit ability, wind fruit ability, etc. Fruits arranged for dragons. Hey, it has been detected that the new abilities overlap with some abilities, and they're being merged and strengthened. Dip, merge successful. The strengthening abilities are as follows. Fire Demon Origin and Lava Fruit are strengthened into Hell Lava. Demon Origin of Wind and Wind Fruit are strengthened into Source of Hurricane. Freezing Power and Frozen Fruit are enhanced to Extreme Winter. Moon Demon Origin and Heavy Fruit are strengthened into Gravity Control. Armed Color Dominance is strengthened into Ultimate Armed Color. Seeing and Hearing Color Domineering is strengthened into Listening to All Things, foreseeing the future. Overlord Color and Domineering Spirit strengthened into Kingly Spirit. This time the strengthening was quite intensive. There were 6 people in total, each with different abilities and attributes. The one that satisfied Li Yin the most was Hawkeye Mihawk. His appearance finally allowed Li Yin to master a weapon proficiently. From now on, we can also wield swords and guns. The strongest ability after this enhancement is this, Foreseeing the Future. Foresee the future. In battle, you can predict the opponent's actions for the next 90 seconds. You can also launch it against your own side to observe the status of your own friendly forces 90 seconds later. Although the time is short, not everyone has the ability to predict the future. Other, Hell Lava, Source of Hurricane, and Extreme Winter are all enhancements and improvements of corresponding abilities. The strengthening of the 3-color domineering power really surprised Li Yin. Ultimate Armed Color. You can use super high-level armed colors at will and have extremely strong defense. The armed color changes from black to silver. When the body is attacked, it will automatically turn on, and it can also be turned off freely. Listen to All Things is similar to the heart network function of Enelu, but it is more advanced. This ability can hear the sounds of nature, the inner voices of birds, trees, flowers, and insects. King's Chi, the enhanced form of Overlord-colored domineering energy, can intimidate any thinking animal, can make any thinking animal fearful, and can even command these animals to drive for itself. Looking at the 6 new followers in front of me, I am a little fat. If I don't add some fertilizer to the leeks, I'm afraid this will be the last one. You have done a good job. Starting today, you will be a member of the Kingdom of God. Isn't it too cruel to send Enel, Shanks, and Zifa to the gods before? To send them away like this? Li Yan's eyes rolled, and he had an idea. The Kingdom of God has just started, and everything is not on track yet. Don't worry, wait a few days, and after the immigration is completed, I will announce your appointment. Yes, Lord. Today, I will send you shadow soldiers each. As your personal assistants, you can freely control them. This is a benefit to you. In addition, each person can choose a weapon and decide how to design it when you go back. When I have time, I will ask the best craftsmen of the dwarves to forge it for you. Thank you, Holy Lord. The 6 of them were very happy when they left Li Yan's office. Not only did they get immortal shadow soldiers, they also got the weapons promised by the Holy Lord. Hawkeye Mihawk was a little excited. Although he owned Black Blade Knight, the weapon given by the gods should be considered an artifact. If you can have a divine sword, your strength will increase a lot. It seems that Long is right. Following the gods is the correct way to become stronger. Shanks wiped the blood on his sword and looked at the mess on the ground, like a hell-like scene, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I met the Holy Lord early. Otherwise, I really don't know if there are any of my stumps here. Warring states, Barrett, come with me. Barrett glanced at Shanks, who couldn't beat him. Then he turned to look at Zephyr and Garp. These two were no match, not to mention the Golden Buddha in front of him. Well, the one who used poison seemed to be not my opponent, but beating him is useless. Barrett agreed honestly. His cellmate's body was not cold yet. You should be more honest. Zifa said, let's go up. Now that the solution is done, I will dive into the water and knock down the wall of the Impel City. This is the last graveyard of pirates. Soon the group returned to the surface fleet, where all the soldiers gathered. Garp lent his 10 rings to Zifa, and Zifa put the 10 rings on his right arm. He would dive into the seabed, smash the outer wall of the 6th floor of the Impel City, destroy its weighing structure, and advance in this way. The city will completely collapse in this vast sea, and the pirates on the 5th floor inside will not be able to escape no matter how powerful they are, and will only be buried in this cold sea water. Several people from the Warring States period stood on the bow of the ship, waiting for Zifa. They heard a huge explosion, and the entire Impel City began to shake. Waves also appeared on the sea. The hull of the ship was affected, and people were swaying on it. The walls of the Impel City, there were several huge cracks, and the wall began to fall into pieces. Countless bricks and tiles fell off and sank into the sea. With a bang, the entire Impalement City collapsed completely. Garp and the others were anxious at the bow of the ship, fearing that Zifa would not retreat in time and would be buried by the ruins of the Impel City. Zifa avoided the huge, falling ruins in the water. He threw his hands back and threw out the 10 rings on his arms. Under the strong reaction force, Zifa rushed out of the water and landed on the bow deck. Seeing that Zifa was fine, the people from the Warring States period began to return home. Shadow Kingdom. Starcasting Dragon King, Thor, is casting a brand new planet. This planet is different from other ordinary planets. This is an entertainment star built by Thor. He plans to hold various competitions here, and the winner will receive various rewards. This suggestion was also agreed by Li Yan. As for the contestants, aren't there people in the pirate world? Warring States led the team back to the naval headquarters. A group of them found Li Yan and reported to him. Holy Lord, all the pirates in Impel Down City have been eliminated, and we have brought Barrett back. Looking at the tall, muscular man with long blonde hair in front of him, Li Yan couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about it, I'm also 3 feet long, a 7-foot man, but here I actually feel like I am Wu Dalong. The shortest person in the whole room is Li Yan. The average height of the generals is 3 meters. Although Shanks is shorter, he is still nearly 2 meters tall. I really don't know how Oda planned to work in his hometown. Seeing that Barrett has many scars on his body and a tattoo on his left arm, he should be a serious social person. The reason why Li Yan likes Barrett is his talent. This guy is definitely a monster among monsters. Think about it, when Wang Lufei was 15 years old, he didn't even know how to be domineering, but Barrett was already able to compete with Rayleigh. If this guy hadn't committed suicide, and he only had to survive until he was 30 years old, then no one in this sea would be his opponent. Li Yan remembered that this guy escaped from prison when Blackbeard was making a big fuss. After he came out, he met Luffy, who had the aura of the protagonist. Because of the needs of the plot, he was defeated by the Straw Hats and many pirates. In the end, he was probably killed by the Navy. Li Yan asked slowly, "Do you know why I came to you?" Barrett saw that the Zifa Warring States people were very respectful to him, and he thought that Li Yan was a Tian Long or an official of the world government. As long as he kidnapped him, he might really be able to escape. "Barrett, I don't know. If you have anything to say, just tell me." Barrett lowered his stance as low as possible and involuntarily took a few steps closer to Li Yan. "Li Yan, it's nothing serious. I just want to ask if you're interested in doing something for me." Barrett, "Oh, you should know that I am a pirate, right?" Li Yan's eyes turned cold. It seems you still don't understand the situation in front of you." Li Yan teleported and appeared in front of Barrett. He was so fast that no one present could react. Li Yan slapped Barrett on the shoulder. The huge force instantly caused Barrett to kneel on his knees, cracking the ground. Severe pain came from his shoulder. Barrett gritted his teeth and tried to get up, but Li Yan's palm was like a mountain pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. Don't have any other unreasonable thoughts. If it weren't for your talent, you would have been a meal for the Neptunes by now. Then Li Yan kicked him in the chin. Barrett threw out a few teeth and was kicked to the ground by Li Yan. The Warring States people didn't respond at all. They stood aside and watched quietly. Li Yan took out the accessories from the red-haired waist and pointed at Barrett. "You have one last chance. Whether you live or die depends on your own choice." After saying this, he waved his hand and cut off one of Barrett's arms. He roared in pain like a wild animal. His other arm subconsciously covered the wound, but Li Yin didn't want to waste time. Shui Sha, he slashed twice in succession, cutting off Barrett's legs, and blood spurted out, turning the ground red. The severe pain made his eyes widen like bells, his mouth opened wide, and his face was distorted, but he couldn't make any sound from his throat. He tilted his head and passed out. Li Yin activated the power of the sheep talisman to pull his soul out of his body. Under the power of the sheep talisman, Barrett's soul cannot feel the pain of his body, but looking at his miserable state, even if he is vicious and arrogant, he can't help but feel scared. He looked at himself, lying motionless on the ground, and now floating in the air. Could he be dead? No, you haven't yet. If I cut off your neck with a knife, you'll be dead. Barrett was scared, and he chose to give in. Although he had a huge scar on his head, who was not afraid when facing death? Barrett's soul body said, I am willing to surrender to you. You seem to be in a dilemma. If it doesn't work, just forget it. Don't force it. No, I don't force it. I do it voluntarily. That's good. What I hate most is using violence to bully others. Li Yin activated his healing power to reattach Barrett's broken limbs. When Barrett's soul entered his body, he came back to life. Barrett knelt down and surrendered to Li Yin. When Sengoku saw this, he gave Garp a look, and Garp stepped forward. Shanks looked around, and seemed like I was the only one left. So he also stepped forward and knelt down on one knee to pledge allegiance to Li Yin. Hey, we detected that you have a new follower. You gained the full abilities of your followers. Fusion Fruit ability, Iron Fist, Armed Color Hockey, Seeing Color Hockey, Overlord Color Hockey, Navy 6 Styles, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship. Ding! It has been detected that some abilities overlap with existing abilities, and we are now starting to strengthen them. Ding! The enhancement is successful. Ultimate Arms, Listen to All Things, Foresight of the Future, and King Spirit have been strengthened by 1/10,000,000th. Ding! Navy 6 form was successfully strengthened. Advanced Physical Skills 6th form. Ding! Great Swordsman Sword Skill has been successfully strengthened. Supreme Sword Skill. Oh yes, this combination fruit has good abilities, but I don't like the fighting style. Now that everything that needs to be looted has been looted, it's time to retreat. In the conference room, Warring States asked, Holy Lord, how many people do you plan to bring? Li Yin, that depends. How many of you are there? Warring States said, let us calculate that the total number of Navy personnel is 300 million, and 90% of them are willing to leave with us. On average, each of them has 5 family members who are willing to immigrate. In other words, there are 270 million Navy personnel, and there are 350 million family members, and there are 620 million people here in the Navy who want to immigrate. Long. The Revolutionary Army has overthrown many brutal rulers before. It has won the hearts of the people and has high prestige among the people. We have 300 million people here who are willing to immigrate with us. Li Yin touched his chin. Are there so many? Warring States. Holy Lord, this is the number of people we digest internally. They are all our own people. The news has not been completely announced to the outside world. If it is announced to the outside world, are there any restrictions? Li Yin, let's start announcing the immigration news to the outside world tomorrow. There is no restriction at all. I warmly welcome anyone who is willing to leave, but the time is only 7 days. After explaining the immigration matter, Li Yin stopped interfering. This time he made a lot of money. Garp has made it clear that he will immigrate with the 3 Luffy brothers. You must know that these 3 guys are extremely talented and lucky. After taking them away, he will train them well. In the future, these top-notch, don't you already have fighting strength? Donghai Windmill Village, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo have been very happy recently, not because of anything else, but because the circus has come to the village. Bucky set up a huge, simple tent in an open space in Windmill Village as a performance hall, and the audience was packed with seats. Audiences from all over the East China Sea came to watch the fun. Now Bucky is doing well. After the sea became stable, he did not dare to continue to be a pirate, so he started a circus show. Due to the improvement of civilian living standards and the lack of corresponding entertainment activities, Bucky's performance was a great success. Now he has a large-scale circus, and he is making money every day. This is more money than when he was a pirate. Now Bucky seems to have seen his future. For example, in today's performance, every audience member 1,000 belly was charged, and there were 600 people gathered here. So that night, there was an income of 60. Bucky secretly planned to expand the scale, buy more lions and tigers, and also perform some dramas, such as the Justice Navy Destroyed Pirates. There's a market for these programs that everyone likes to see, such as a heroic young man fighting against evildoers and finally embracing a beautiful woman. Enjoying the wonderful life in the future, Bucky couldn't help but laugh proudly. Bucky came back to his senses and shouted, "It's your turn to play Kabaji. The audience can't wait." After taking a puff of his cigar, Bucky ordered his younger brother to go to the tavern in Windmill Village to buy a few barrels of wine and more meat. After the performance in the evening, he would have a banquet to reward everyone. At the Navy headquarters, Lien opened countless portals to various islands. These portals can send Navy soldiers back to their hometowns and bring relatives and friends who want to immigrate to the Navy headquarters for unified distribution, and then pass them through another huge portal, entering the new home in the Shadow Kingdom. Garp and Shanks returned to East China Sea Windmill Village together. Garp came to pick up his grandson Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, while Shanks came to pick up Maginot. "Makino, have you seen Luffy and the others?" Garp, who was dressed very casually, was chewing his favorite senbei. He hadn't seen Luffy for a long time, and he really missed him. Mr. Garp is back. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo are watching the show at the circus. "Oh, then I'll go find them." After Garp left, Maginot and Shanks were the only two people in the tavern. Garp came to the circus door. "Hello, sir. If you want to watch the show, it's 1,000 belly per person." "Well, you guys are really not cheap." "Sir, this is the best circus in the East China Sea. You will never regret it after seeing it." "Okay, give me a ticket." If he wasn't looking for his grandson, why wouldn't he come to see something like this? Walking in, Garp glanced around. Many of the people were villagers from Windmill Village and several nearby islands. It seemed that this circus was really popular. After searching for a long time, he found Luffy and Ace in the front row. "Sob, 3 people." Garp leaned over and asked, "Where did you 3 get the 3,000 Baileys?" Luffy was also very happy to see Garp. "Grandpa, Dayton's family brought us here. Now, their family has moved to the village, and they are no longer bandits." I took a closer look at the performance, and it was indeed pretty good. Not to mention the fact that Garp has lived for decades and has never seen any decent entertainment programs. After the performance, Garp took Luffy and the 3 of them back home. However, the red-haired man met an old acquaintance at the Maginot Tavern, Bucky, who came to hold a banquet. Bucky slapped 100,000 Baileys on the table. "You can have good wine and good food, but I'm not short of money." But when Shanks raised his head and the two looked at each other, Bucky was stunned. But when I saw the red hair wearing an apron around her waist, she looked like a bartender. Bucky couldn't help laughing. "Haha, Shanks, you told me you were going to be a bartender here. I'm the big boss now, so you can speak to me if you're useful. As a brother, I will not refuse easily." Bucky patted his chest. "Sure." Shanks grinned. "Looks like you're doing well." Bucky waved his hands proudly, pretending to be humble. "It's just so. "Oh, by the way, how did you escape the Navy's pursuit?" Shanks rolled his eyes and said, "I've always been here, and there's no Navy chasing me at all." After hearing this, Bucky couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome. In the hometown of a naval hero, that Navy dared to be so blind and act wild here. I'm not as lucky as you. I gave all my savings to Colonel Mouse, just to save my own life. Haha, you are really miserable. But who is this Colonel Rat? Doesn't he seem to be a good person? Bucky became angry instantly. It's true that he is either a good person or a scumbag in Navy. He is the one who took away all the treasures that I worked hard for. The episode in the East China Sea ended quickly. Late at night, Garp was followed by 3.5-year-old children. Shanks was carrying Maginot's suitcase in his hand. Several people came to the door of the portal and wanted to talk to Windmill Village. The villagers left without saying goodbye, thinking that they would never come back. Even Garp's eyes were red. So he picked up a small pebble on the ground and put it into his pocket. From now on, this will be the sustenance of his longing for his hometown. Makino's eyes were filled with tears. She really couldn't bear to part with this familiar land and familiar villagers. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were still children and did not understand the attachment of adults to their hometown. They also did not know that their destiny had been completely changed from the moment Lien appeared. This is true across the entire sea, with countless relatives and friends saying their sad farewells, and countless people making up their minds to leave their homes. Naval Headquarters. The Navy here is no longer out on missions, but is transporting necessary supplies for daily life and supplies for future construction to the new home through the portal. When these people came to their new home through the portal for the first time with trepidation, they were attracted by all the sights here. The tall and green towering trees reveal vitality, the warm and bright sunshine, and the chirping of orioles. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. The fresh air contains the unique fragrance of plants. Take a deep breath and feel comfortable. Breathing here is a high-level enjoyment. The ultra-high oxygen content here makes the muscles of the body more powerful. Countless people instantly feel that they are much younger. They step on the broad and solid land. The black land is extremely fertile. The scenes in front of them make everyone feel extremely at ease. Do you think we can really get thousands of acres of land per family? No. The marshal can still lie to you as an ordinary private. Look at how fertile the land here is. The trees here are at least 300 meters high. Good times will come for our brothers in the future. Countless sailors who planned to immigrate began to look forward to a bright future. Look at the sky. Hearing the shouts of teammates, everyone came back to their senses and looked up into the distance. There was a huge raptor hovering in the sky. Its steel-like claws were like a cage holding a prey tightly. Although it was very far away, the huge bird was still there. The appearance of the bird is still very real. Resembling an eagle or an ostrich, it hovers thousands of meters in the air. Its wingspan blocks the sun and leaves a huge shadow on the ground. Its huge body makes people scalp numb. This is the world's top predator, the silver-clawed giant. The eagle is a well-deserved behemoth. The sea kings in the pirate world may just be the sea fish that it feasts on. This world has many new species, which were created by the star-casting dragon king, Thor, based on some animals in the pirate world. In this endless deep sea, giant sea kings can only be regarded as shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and can no longer become the king of the deep sea. Countless giant beasts more terrifying than them live here. There is no threat from pirates here, but Lien doesn't want them to live a comfortable life. These giant beasts are both unlimited resources and deadly threats, but strong men cannot be born in the comfort zone. In this environment, a new generation of pirates will emerge in the world, will have greater achievements. The soldiers carefully moved the supplies to the designated location. Generals Zifa and Ching Pheasant were stationed here to maintain order and to resist alien beasts. The soldiers arrived safely, and their anxious hearts finally settled in their stomachs. Before they could take a breath, the alarm was sounded. Report 3 giant beetles found. Ching Pheasant, how many waves is this today? Is it still over? These beetles are huge. Each one is the size of an elephant. The hard carapace on their back can withstand human artillery fire and defend against a large number of attacks. They're very difficult guys to deal with. Zifa can tell at a glance that the carapace of this beetle can be made shield or armor, so he did not take action. Instead, he let the Aoki pheasant freeze them to death, retaining the completion of the carapace as much as possible, and left it to him to do research when Vegapunk arrived. Immigration is in full swing, and countless people are coming from all directions, not only for the opportunities in the New World, but also to follow the Lord God. Warring States looked at the last group of people in front of him and said with some excitement, "Holy Lord, the immigration will be completed soon." Lien nodded and expressed that he understood. Warring States left Lien and found he. After they left, The remaining Navy would take over the rights in their hands and continue to cultivate fresh blood for the Navy to maintain a deterrent to the sea. He was the most trusted person of warring states. She will serve as Commander-in-Chief of the Navy and the first President of the United World Government. He looked at warring states and sighed with emotion. Hey, Kapazifa and you, the three of you are leaving. It seems that I am the only one left in the old era. After decades of friendship, now they are separated. Even if they never see each other again, warring states can't bear the sadness. The three of them have persuaded he, hoping that he can leave with the three of them. Although he is a girl, she is a generation, but she also has her own ideals, not to mention that she has long been tired of fighting. Now, singing and dancing on the sea and people living and working in peace and contentment are what she dreams of, so she wants to stay and squeeze out the last bit of her value and dedicate herself selflessly to this world. Warring states felt sad. Take care, Crane, if we are destined. Zephycarp and the four of us will meet again in the next life. New World. This is the interior of the Shadow Kingdom. It was created by Star Dragon King Thor according to Li Yan's requirements, imitating the climate, environment, and other factors of the One Piece world. It can be said that this is an upgrade of the One Piece world. It also has a vast sea and a large amount of land. It has 4 supercontinents and countless islands. 2 of the 4 continents are stable rear areas without the threat of giant beasts, suitable for humans. The other 2 continents are paradises for the strong, with countless powerful beasts inside. This is the best shortcut for the strong to become stronger. As the last group of people entered, Lian slowly closed the portal between the 2 worlds. From now on, the 2 worlds will no longer have the slightest intersection. Warring states, reporting to the Holy Lord, the number of immigrants this time is 110 million, and other data are being calculated. Lian, from now on, you will still be solely responsible for the affairs here. I will not interfere more. Hey, I've done everything I should and shouldn't do. It's time to go home. He took out the teleportation gun that Rick was researching and shot a green beam at the open space in front of him. A teleportation door appeared in front of everyone. Li Yin entered first, followed by several people from the Warring States period, leaving the pirates completely. World. Back in the Marvel world, Li Yin and his team appeared on the living planet Yigo. Hey, it's been detected that you have returned to the Marvel Universe. Now, let's complete the mission. Hey, Mission 1 is to eliminate a certain number of Tianlong people, and the rewards will be distributed according to the number of people eliminated. Completed 350 people. Hey, Mission 2, destroy 10 pirate groups. Completed. Hey, Mission 3, kill 4 people with general-level combat power. Completed. Hey, Mission 4, kill 5 people with devil fruit abilities. Completed. Tell me, Mission 5 is to establish a force and achieve a personal bounty of 200 billion. Undone. Ding. The monitoring task completion rate is 80%. The overall evaluation is A. The evaluation is slightly lower, and the reward will be reduced accordingly. Ding. Start the reward settlement. Ding. The reward settlement is successful. You get the following rewards. Reward dash. Devil fruit of your choice. Limited to 3. Reward dash. 3 Pirate World Character Peak skill cards. Characters can be specified. That's it. Li Yin was a little unbelievable. Although the bounty mission has not been completed, I don't ask you to give me dash devil fruit trees. You can just give me dash devil fruits. Li Yin complained in his heart, but his body was honest and started to check the rewards. Pirate World Character Peak skill card. How to use. First select the character, which can be anyone in the pirate world. It cannot be modified after confirmation. Each card can be used 3 times. For example, if you choose Whitebeard, then no matter who uses this card, he will obtain all the abilities of Whitebeard at his peak, but this ability cannot continue to become stronger. It is at its peak when it debuts, and the ability is permanent and will not conflict with other abilities. Li Yin touched his chin. The strong men in the One Piece world are of no use to me. It seems that they can only be rewarded to subordinates. These 3 cards can create 9 strong men, which is not bad. Rick, welcome back to the Holy Lord. Lien waved his hand and asked Rick to come to him. He casually took out a devil fruit and handed it to him. This was one of the few he had collected in the pirate world. Lien introduced, "This is a natural xiao fruit. It is a specialty of my last trip around the world. Please study it for me and see if it can be produced artificially." Rick took the fruit and walked aside and began to work hard. Egg's incarnation, ability god, and Boros also came to Rick's laboratory. "Holy Lord, you are back." Lien, "Well, everything is fine lately." Ability god, reporting to the Holy Lord, "Everything is fine. We stay here very leisurely, if we don't treat it very well." Lien now controls a huge amount of power, almost at the top of the universe. His followers can be divided into two types: Boros, ability god, Apocalypse, Bados, Hela, Egg, Rick, star-casting Dragon King Thor, and Terra. These are summoned by Lian's system or conquered by other worlds. Of Black-armed Zifa, red-haired Shanks, Buddha of Warring States, Iron Fist Garp, Kazu, Akainu, Akiji, Dragon, Ishiao, Hawkeye, Mihawk, and Iroh, and Barrett are all from the world of pirates. Their combat prowess is also good, but it is still far behind compared with the power god Boros. However, this group of followers has a large number of people, and in Lian's eyes, they're just SOSO, so they can look past it. In addition, this trip to the pirate world also gained 270 million naval soldiers and a reserve of tens of millions of people. In the future, we will continue to provide followers for Lian. Haha, I am really far-sighted. Now, regardless of the top combat power, with the Navy brought by One Piece World, they can allow Lien to overtake Asgard in the Marvel world. What? You said that the Asgardians have strong physical fitness, but don't forget that in addition to generals, the Navy also has a large team of officers, such as lieutenant generals and major generals. These people, who cannot completely defeat the three warriors of Immortal Palace, must know that the immortals, the warriors of Gongsan, are friends with Thor, and Thor is the crown prince of Asgard. If you take a closer look, since these three guys can be called warriors, they should be considered relatively strong in Asgard. Yes, but their records are indeed not worthy of their titles. Lien sent warring states and others back to the Shadow Kingdom, where the people and Navy still needed them to lead the overall situation. In Rick's laboratory, after chatting with Egg, Ability God, and Boros, Lien opened the portal to the Earth and returned to his home in New York. As soon as Wanda entered the door, she laid down on the sofa and muttered, "It's more comfortable at home. By the way, where is Pietro? Isn't he at home?" Lien shook his head. "I don't know, I should go to S.H.I.E.L.D. again." Hela said, "I haven't been back to Asgard for a long time, and I want to go back and have a look." After saying that, she stared at Lien intently. The meaning was self-evident. That is, she needed Lien to accompany her. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's black face was full of worry, looking like a braised egg with a story written all over it. 3 days ago, in a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., the cosmic cube they had been studying suddenly activated, opening a portal to an unknown location, and a group of alien soldiers rushed out of it, killing several researchers. And these soldiers fled the scene with the cosmic cube. After 3 days of investigation, there was still no trace of this group of alien soldiers. Coulson, director, these guys have very advanced weapons. They may have changed their appearance and are hiding in a corner. Nick Fury nodded. This inference was the most reasonable, but how to find their hiding place? Find out what their purpose is in robbing the cosmic cube? How can we get the cosmic cube back from their hands? These 3 points are the most important. In a container at the dock in New York, Urso is sitting in the container, holding a small safe in his hand. This box can not only cover up people's eyes and ears, but also block any signal detection equipment to prevent the cosmic cube from being found. Urso is one of Thanos' subordinates. Although there is a certain gap in strength between him and the Black Knights, he is extremely loyal to Thanos. He will betray anyone without hesitation for Thanos. He is Thanos, the kind of fanatic believer with poisonous thoughts, but he is also one of Thanos' trusted subordinates. 3 days ago, he led a small team to attack S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret base and successfully snatched the cosmic cube. Now their purpose at the dock is to wait for the black market businessman Eric Leopard's vibranium, which is gone. Loki, Thanos' subordinate, found another way to activate the cosmic cube, but it required vibranium. So Urso found Eric and promised to make him the king of Wakanda. Because Loki's fate was changed, Li Yin thought that Avengers Dash would not happen again. But the purple potato demon Thanos seemed to have no moral ethics and actually sent a new subordinate. Now Odin and Master Gu are both still alive. Thanos doesn't intend to confront the two of them head-on. This action is just a simple test. Poor Urso, he still doesn't know that he is just a discarded child in other people's hands. At the dock, in a dilapidated container, Eric brought a lot of vibranium. This is almost all his belongings. According to the agreed price, I will give you vibranium, and you will help me ascend to the throne of Wakanda? Urso nodded. No problem. Your wish will come true soon when a master comes. Asgard. Thor and Loki stood at the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge, honestly waiting for the return of their eldest sister, the king. Since Hela came out, the relationship between the two brothers seems to have improved a lot. It doesn't seem to have improved a lot, but it has indeed improved a lot. In Loki's eyes, Thor used to be stupid and reckless, but now it seems that the stupid and reckless Thor is so cute, and there is no harm without comparison. Compared with Hela and Thor, Thor is really a good and considerate brother. And Hela is the senior sister who is checked in by the student union, and she is domineering and arrogant. In Thor's eyes, although his brother Loki is naughty, he is the best brother in the universe and his best brother. He is really lucky to have such a brother, but he is also unfortunate. A demon-like sister who often bullies and beats herself up when nothing happens. But fortunately, she lives on Earth, otherwise she would go crazy sooner or later. Coming, whispered Loki. The energy of the Rainbow Bridge flashed, and Li Yin and Hela appeared in front of Heimdall. Heimdall bowed and saluted. Welcome to the distinguished Mr. Li Yin, and welcome the princess back to Asgard. Hela nodded to him and followed Li Yin towards the Immortal Palace. Thor and Loki hid their depressed expressions and put on smiling faces, welcoming them from afar. Welcome home, Princess Hela, Loki said flatteringly. Hela chuckled. She truly loved these two younger brothers. How is it? Do you miss your sister? Thor and Loki nodded wildly. Li Yin, okay, don't embarrass these two fools. Thor and Loki were leading the way, and Li Yin was going to visit Odin. In the Immortal Palace, Odin was wearing armor and holding a spear in his hand, sitting high on the throne. His gaze passed through the Immortal Palace and stared at Li Yin, wondering in his heart how he should entrust his two foolish sons to his family. What about him? Thor and Loki slowly walked into the hall with Li Yin and Hela. In the main hall, in addition to Odin on the throne, there were many Immortal Palace officials standing on both sides. Obviously, this was a formation set up by Odin to welcome Li Yin. It was not grand, but it was also very formal. Li Yin did nothing to be picky about. Thor, father, I have brought the guests. Odin stood up to greet him, and Li Yin was also very polite. After all, he slept with So, and So. Odin was considered his own, right? So he should be polite when he should be polite. Hello, dear God King Odin. This is your first official visit. I brought you a few gifts to show my respect. Li Yin conjured 3 gift boxes, which contained 3 devil fruits. Although he was very powerful and had many good things in his hands, there were really not many that could be given as gifts. This was not because of anything else, but mainly I still couldn't bear part with it, but the gift was too bad. Firstly, it didn't look good, and I couldn't show him my face. Secondly, I would inevitably be looked down upon by others. After thinking about it, I could only choose an ordinary devil fruit. These 3 devil fruits have no natural type. They are all ordinary animal types. But as the saying goes, there are no rubbish devil fruits, only rubbish fruit ability users. As long as you boast well, your father-in-law will be defeated sooner or later. Li Yin. These are 3 extremely rare superpower fruits. As long as you eat the fruit, you will gain superpowers. These 3 superpower fruits correspond to 3 different forms: wolf, falcon, and tiger. After eating, it can greatly improve physical fitness and can transform into corresponding animals to fight, and there is no upper limit to its potential. Odin was surprised that Li Yin could give him something. In his mind, Li Yin didn't have to try to please him. On the contrary, he still wanted to fawn over Li Yin. Thank you. Asgard will remember your generosity. If you have any needs in Asgard, we will do our best to meet them. Li Yin, you're welcome. I'm just here to take a look around. After walking out of the Immortal Palace, Thor and Loki still led the way, accompanying Li Yin and Hela on a tour of Asgard. Li Yin, the environment in Asgard is really good. Living in this kind of environment, no wonder you ordinary people here can live longer. Thor, thank you for your praise. It is our glory that Asgard can get your recognition. Asgard tens of thousands of years ago was not what it is now. It was my grandfather and my father who continued to. It was only through the battles that Asgard was established. Hela smiled coldly and strongly disagreed with Thor's statement. Odin only knew how to promote his achievements and never said that wherever Asgard went, there were mountains of bones and rivers of blood. At that time, we were not considered righteous masters. You can't believe what he said. I can't believe it all. Hela was dissatisfied with Odin not only for sealing herself, but also for the fact that she was the stable heir to Asgard. Otherwise, she would not have worked so hard to conquer the world. But in the end, as the biggest contributor, she could do nothing. Even if he didn't get it, he was still sealed. Since ancient times, the emperor has really been a virtuous person. The rabbit dies, and the dog cooks, and the bird is hidden behind the bough. Pietro received a call from Wanda and knew that his sister was back. He hurried home and saw that his sister, who had disappeared for more than 2 months, had neither gained weight nor lost weight. He was relieved. Pietro, where did you go again? You disappeared for so long this time, which made me worry every day. Wanda knew Pietro was worried. After all, the brother and sister only had each other as a relative in this world. Wanda only acts like a sister when she feels that she has done something wrong. I just played for a little too long. I won't do it next time. I'm sorry for making you worry. When Pietro heard his sister's confession, he felt so relieved that his whole body was in a state of ecstasy. S.H.I.E.L.D. also knew about the return of Li Yin and others. Nick Fury felt that he had an idea instantly. Who was here? The Earth should be safe, right? Li Yin has no time to care about the safety of the Earth. He is drinking with Thor and Loki. While drinking, Thor told Li Yin his stories on the battlefield. Due to Thor's funny character, these stories are quite funny and dramatic, but that's right. After all, he has lived for more than 500 years and has experienced many things. The story could be written into several novels. When Thor talked about the Frost Giants, he seemed very excited. Without the troubles of the Frost Giants, he had been crowned king now. Without the troubles of the Frost Giants, he would not have been sealed by Odin and thrown to the earth. I am very disgusted and have been fantasizing about taking revenge one day. Li Yin really wants to ask, there's a guy sitting next to you. Why don't you hit him to death with a hammer? Loki didn't look very good after hearing Thor's words. He wasn't dissatisfied with Thor, but he was dissatisfied with being a frost giant. If he were Odin's biological child, he would definitely be stronger than Thor. Li Yin stretched out his palm and pointed at Loki. Loki's skin instantly turned into the dark blue skin unique to frost giants. This startled Thor. Loki, what are you doing? Li Yin, maybe you're the only one in your family who doesn't know that he is a frost giant, who knew Thor's IQ was so bad that he misunderstood Li Yin's words. He picked up the hammer, grabbed Loki's collar, lifted Loki up from his seat, and shouted, Say, who are you, bastard? What did you do to my brother Loki? If he has any shortcomings, I will have all the frost giants buried with him. Hela couldn't stand it anymore. Now, she only had 4 words in her heart. Unfortunate family. Hela, that's enough. Let him go. He is Loki. Loki broke free from Thor's hand. Although he knew that this guy cared about me, he didn't expect that I had such a status in his heart. But the hammer he held just now was really scary. Thor looked at Li Yin and Hela stupidly. Hela, I thought you knew. If you think about Odin and I and your physical fitness and strength, Loki is obviously not Odin's child. Thor looked at Loki with distressed eyes. It turned out that his brother was adopted. Did Thor not know what to say to Loki for a moment? Loki was already prepared. He knew that Thor would know sooner or later. Lien looked at his brother-in-law, the crazy demon Thor, and couldn't help but laugh. This guy has a low IQ, but he really values love. Indeed, after more than 1,000 years of getting along, even if he is not a relative, he will be better than a relative. Lien, okay, it's time for me to leave. Thank you for your warm hospitality today. Lien condensed two demonic powers in his hand. One was thunder and lightning, and the other was ocean. The thunder and lightning part was given to Thor, and the ocean part was given to Loki. After gaining power, the bodies of the two men changed. Thor's body flashed with thunder and lightning, while Loki's body undulated like water. Lien, I'll give each of you a small gift. If you have time, you can come to Earth to find me. Thor agreed immediately. He also had a little girlfriend on Earth. Just have time to go and take a look. Urso looked at the vibranium in his hand with blazing eyes. Now that all the materials are ready, it is time for the Chitauri army to come and completely destroy the world. And you will definitely be appreciated and rewarded by your master. Lien and Hela return home. Hey, Pietro is back. How are you doing? Nick Fury is still alive. Pietro, it's not bad, and then complained, it's just that the damn braised eggs have reduced my vacation, causing me to only have 5 days off every week. Lian's face darkened. What kind of stinking problem is this? Director, please take a rest. You are really tired these days. Nick Fury sighed. Hey, you said we have searched all over New York. Where is the Rubik's Cube? Nick Fury said anxiously. Coulson shook his head. Director, we don't have as high technology as those aliens. Otherwise, we wouldn't suffer such a big loss. Yesterday, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were investigating at the dock and found a few people who were very suspicious. When they were about to ask, the other party opened fire and killed 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but they were killed by other nearby gods. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surrounded and annihilated them. After a final check, they found out that this was just a group of ordinary Mexican drug dealers. They transported a ton of methamphetamine to meet people at the dock. This made Nick Fury very angry. A group of drug addicts just know how to smoke and wait. After handling this matter, he insisted on making those drug dealers pay the price. Urso and others were very lucky to witness the entire shooting process. Taking advantage of the chaos at the pier, Urso and others successfully escaped from the pier. Under the leadership of Eric the Leopard, they came to Eric's residence. Eric, when do you plan to take action? I advise you to act as soon as possible, just in case. Urso nodded. It wasn't that he was afraid of the people on Earth, but that he didn't want to and didn't dare to disobey Thanos' orders. 7 days later, we will take advantage of the darkness to climb to the top of a building and place the equipment there. After dawn, the great master Thanos will come, and this world will also usher in a new emperor. Through chatting with Pietro, Lien also learned that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cosmic cube was lost. Wanda asked doubtfully, Pietro, can you really be an agent with your cotton-waisted mouth? Like a forger, Pietro took out a bunch of documents from his arms and placed them in front of Wanda's eyes. He said proudly, Dear sister, whatever certificate you want, I can get it for you. Lien, so you are now working part-time to apply for fake certificates? What? These are all true, but we can use these things casually and no one will check them anyway. After chatting for a while, Lien opened the portal and came to the kingdom of shadows and the world of pirates alone. In the starry sky, he saw the star-casting Dragon King, Thor, working hard to cast new stars. The originally desolate Shadow Kingdom plane now had 4 or 5-star galaxies and 60 or 70 stars of various sizes. When star-casting Dragon King, Thor, saw Lien arriving, he put down what he was doing and flew towards Lien. Holy Lord, you are here. Lien, thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect you to build it so fast. Thor, Holy Lord, what I'm building now is the entertainment star. I plan to build an arena of gods on it, as well as various challenging terrains. Sounds good. You build it well. After the construction is completed, I will hold a competition. Come with me to the new pirate world. Soul shrank his figure to the thickness of Lian's arm and lay on Lian's shoulder. Looking at the new pirate world in front of him, Lian said, "This place will be called Poseidon from now on." Poseidon, warring states, is leading the Navy to build a new home, while Zephycarp and other powerful men are leading the team to guard the surroundings to prevent wild beasts from invading. Tens of millions of people here are busy and working hard to build new homes. I believe that it will not be long before this place becomes prosperous again. Lian looked at the flat, open space in the distance. In just a few days, they had opened up a large area of land and selected the location to build the town. Warring States period. Holy Lord, you are here. Lian nodded. Star-casting Dragon King, Thor. How is it? You should get used to it. Haha, it's so nice here. The people are so grateful to you. Even if you do nothing here, you won't go hungry. Food is everywhere. Star-casting Dragon King, Thor, was very happy when he heard that. After all, he built this place. After bidding farewell to the Warring States period, Lian flew to the sea. Looking at the sea tens of thousands of meters deep, Lian plunged directly into it. As soon as he touched the surface of the sea water directly avoided it, forming a vacuum area around Lian. As it continued to penetrate deeper, countless huge beasts appeared. These guys were just simple beasts without intelligence. They were either motionless or roaring on the bottom of the sea. Taking a fancy to 1,000-meter-long Neptune, Lian waved his hand and shot out a sword energy to kill it. He cut off a piece of the most delicious meat from the Neptune, and the rest was swallowed by the star-casting Dragon King Thor. Well, it tastes good. Lian was so disgusted. I can't accept it when you eat it raw. I'll ask red-haired Shanks, Chef Lucky Lu to process it for me. Now Lucky Lu is regarded as Lian's exclusive chef. Although Lian has never tasted Japu's food, he feels that in addition to being strong in combat, the chefs of the four emperors should also be among the best in the sea in terms of cooking skills. Lian, Shanks, have you seen Lucky Lu? Shanks, he's working on new dishes in the kitchen. Do you have anything to ask him about? Lian took out a huge piece of Neptune meat. Let him process a few fish steaks and make a few side dishes, and the rest will be yours. Shanks smiled. It looked like the meat of a giant sea king, and it should be the most delicious part. While waiting, Lian chatted with Ben Beckman of the Red-Haired Pirates. Now Ben Beckman is still following the red-haired adjutant, with the rank of Vice Admiral. The red-haired man appealed to the Warring States period many times to defend him. Although he had the strength of a general, he only had the rank of lieutenant general. The Warring States period believed that the position of general could only be appointed and removed by Lian, and no one else had the right to act, so the matter was delayed. Lian also knew Ben Beckman's strength, so he directly promoted his military rank to general without hesitation, and took out a reward he had received before, One Piece World Character Peak Skill Card. Are you sure to use Pirate World Character Peak Skill Card? Yes. Please select a person. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. Dip. The selection was successful. One Piece World Character Peak Skill Card. Remaining number of uses, 3/3. Putting aside everything else, Blackbeard, who possesses the Dark Fruit and the Shock Fruit, feels that he is one of the strongest men in the sea. Ben Beckman's acquisition of this ability can be regarded as a switch from a shotgun to a cannon. In the dark basement, Lian stared at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, silently counting down the time of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, the cooldown time for follower summoning is over. You can summon new followers. Nice! Although Lian is now powerful and has many followers, only 5 of the 21 followers are summoned by the system, and 2 of them are rewards for completing hidden achievements. Looking at the 3 random summons, the quality was surprisingly high. Lian sometimes thought that he was the European emperor. He was lucky enough to get into the goddess of luck and see her body. Thinking about my first 2 summonses, I prayed to all the gods and Buddhas, kowtowed, and offered incense. But this time, it was still this familiar basement, but the superstitions of the feudal society were gone here, man. You still have to believe in yourself. Why should I, the Emperor of Europe, bow to feudal superstition? Whether to use random summons. Yes. Hey, the random summon was successful, and I got a new follower method. Hey, you have obtained all the abilities of this follower. In Lian's memory, Lufa's original identity was the commander-in-chief of the armored army of the beloved planet Ares. He was extremely capable, and his strength, agility, magic, and endurance were at the top level of the Netherworld Legion. Lufa once led the Ares warriors to fight bloody battles to safeguard justice in the galaxy, capture Emperor Yin, and assist King Pier ascend to the position of ruler of Ares. Because Ares spread the news that Lufa was planning to rebel, King Peel was offended and persecuted. He and 24 guardsmen were severely sentenced to the 3 crimes of greed, obsession, and hatred. Born from the heart, he became a ghost demon who was neither human nor demonic. Lufa led his men to leave Ares with extremely unwilling hatred. Lufa fought back to Ares in order to make a comeback, take revenge on King Peel, and clear his grievances. That he launched a crazy plan to seize energy crystals, and before evacuating Ares, he seized the treasure of Ares, the Shura armor and the Jingdan Vajra, the highest technological crystal in the galaxy. Lufa pays homage to the Holy Lord, and Lufa will always obey your will. Looking at Lufa in front of him, Lian was a little depressed. This guy must be at the bottom of his entourage now. Get up, bring me the Shura armor and the Jingdan Vajra pestle. Yes. Lian took a small flip phone from Lufa and looked at it carefully. How does this work? Lufa, back to the Holy Lord. The Shura armor summoner is the only way to summon Shura armor. The normal state is transformed into the image of a mobile phone. The 4 buttons on the summoner are engraved with the symbols of the 4 elements: wind, fire, thunder, and darkness. A strong magnetic field will be generated during the fusion. The summoner must press the corresponding attribute keys in a certain order and then put on the gauntlet to complete the fusion. Li Yin nodded, turned on the summoner, pressed the attribute keys in sequence, and completed the summoning of the armor. Shura armor fusion. In an instant, the armor covered Li Yin. Although the Shura armor was not the ultimate armor, but just a king's armor, its power should not be underestimated. Among the armored warriors Xing Tian, it has considerable strength. Shura armor has 5 weapons: Shura Wind Claw, Heavenly Demon Blade, Shura Demon Dagger, Shura Purgatory Knife, Shura Purgatory Halberd, and also has the skills Shura 100 Breaks, Infinite Ray, Thunder and Lightning Strike, Shura Claw Slash, and Demon Dagger Ray. Purgatory Knife, Slash, Teleportation, Taishu Phantom, Transformation, Monitoring the Past, and the ability to go back to the past. The special move is the God and Demon Extermination Cleave. The original owner of the Shura armor, Emperor Yin, relied on the Shura armor to become the galactic war hegemon. Emperor Yin was the leader of the Flame Star. He was arrogant and a martial arts idiot. However, he summoned the Shura armor to lead the Flame Star Xing Tian Vajra, flying shadow thousands of armor legions. Even though Lufa set many traps, he still wiped out all Ares troops except Lufa. Lufa evaluated him as the most powerful person in the galaxy, but Yindi's strength came entirely from the Shura armor. There is no Shura armor. The Emperor Yin is not worth mentioning at all. Later on Earth, Emperor Yin summoned Shura armor and instantly killed Lufa's son and Mishio. In the form of Shura armor, Li Yin briefly moved his body in the basement, experienced the fun of being an armored warrior, and then released the summons. For him, the collection value of Shura armor is greater than the combat value of the armor. It is a piece of clothing, very good collection of toys. Lufa brought another treasure, the Jingdan Vajra pestle, and handed it to Li Yin. Jingdan Vajra can reconstruct the molecular structure of all living things or non-living things, and has the ability to control all things. He threw the Jingdan Vajra to Lufa again, opened the teleportation gate, and sent Lufa to the Ego Planet. Although Li Yin looked down upon Lufa's personal strength, Lufa was once a general of Ares and had rich experience in leading troops. Li Yin planned to leave the space fleet to Lufa to lead it in the future. Late night, Li Yin is putting his heart and soul into it. This is much more fun than fitting armor together. In New York City, a group of people sneaked towards the Baxter Building under the cover of darkness. Bottom of the Baxter Building. Urso, it's very nice here. Now we only need to climb to the top of the building and activate the cosmic cube to open the portal. Eric, then what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Several people took out their climbing tools and began to climb up outside the building. They were careful and did not dare to be careless. If they missed Thanos' big event, Urso would not be able to lose it even if he had 10 heads. In the small safe on Urso's back, a mysterious mechanical device will be the key to success or failure. This device is like a disc with a deep groove in the middle in which the cosmic cube is embedded. This device, the disc, can activate the power of the cosmic Rubik's Cube and open a giant portal. Soon, several people arrived at the top of the building. Urso stood on the top of the building and looked down. He said contemptuously, "This place will soon become a ruin." I seem to hear the wailing of the ants. Now that Urso's mission has been mostly completed, as long as the device in the safe is taken out and activated, a huge space portal will be formed over New York, and Thanos' Chitauri army will swarm in like locusts. Eric urged, "Let's start quickly, so as not to have a long night and a lot of dreams." Urso, "Us? No, there's no us here." Before Urso finished speaking and before Eric could react, 2 alien soldiers picked up their weapons and shot at Eric. A shot hit Eric on the shoulder, knocking him down. The shot was so powerful that it almost killed Eric. With a quick step, Urso came to Eric and kicked him on the head, knocking Eric unconscious. "Stupid Earthling, you will be the first to die in my hands, but you will never be the last." Urso picked up the weapon and shot Eric's head. Urso looked at the body of Eric, the leopard, with no emotion in his heart. This native who had helped them a lot was just one step ahead of others. It was really an honor for him to die by his own hands. Urso signaled his men to alert the surroundings. It was time to get down to business. He carefully opened the safe containing the cosmic cube, took out the mechanical device inside, placed it on the ground, and turned on the mechanical switch. He shouted, "Great Titan, please come." The cosmic cube is activated, and a sky-reaching blue light beam shoots into the sky from the cosmic cube, forming a huge energy vortex in the sky. Energy is constantly emitted from the cosmic cube and pours into the ability vortex. As the energy stabilizes, a space gate connecting unknown corners of the universe is formed. At 10 o'clock in the morning, countless people in New York witnessed all this, including Nick Fury. "We're in big trouble," he muttered. "Coulson, go and inform all the Avengers to assemble." Coulson is also very shocked now. Through the huge portal in the sky, he can clearly see the space fleet on the opposite side. For the Earth, which is still civilized on the surface, this is undoubtedly an unequal battle. Coulson immediately notified the American captain. The captain stood up and walked quickly to the window, opened the curtains, and looked at the huge transmission channel in the sky. He was speechless for a moment. This scene that only existed in science fiction movies actually appeared in the sky above New York. Pietro drowsily picked up his cell phone, disturbing his sweet dreams so early in the morning. "Hey, who is it?" Coulson's anxious voice came from the other side. "Pietro, come on, we're being invaded by aliens." Pietro sat up suddenly and looked at the calendar. Today is not April Fool's Day either. Are you kidding me? Are alien invasions so careless now? "Coulson, there's no time to explain. Just look at the sky in New York and you'll know it." Pietro stood up and opened the curtains. Exclaimed my FAQ. In the huge portal that came into view, what was clearly visible was the opponent's huge space fleet. Many of the spaceships were only one step away from the portal. The battleships were about to arrive. Pietro put down the phone. His first reaction was to run away. He got dressed while running and came to Lian's bedroom door. Before he could knock on the door, he broke in with a bang. Lian and the other 4 stood up suddenly and looked toward the door. When I saw it was Pietro who knocked on the door. A few people looked dumbfounded. Lian was sleeping soundly in the morning when he was startled. The level of shock was no less than that of sleeping in someone else's house, and their husband suddenly appeared and knocked on the door. "Lian, Pietro, if you don't give me a perfect explanation, I will make you lose your third leg. Pietro yelled, "Oh no, aliens are coming." Bados pointed at himself in confusion. "Are you talking about me?" Wanda also looked confused and asked, "What's going on?" "You must have been confused and had a nightmare, right?" Pietro said incoherently. "In the sky, aliens, the teleportation battleship is coming." "Hey, I can't explain clearly. Let's run." Leon also realized it. Someone must have used the cosmic cube to open the portal, allowing Thanos' Chitauri army to come over. Lien scolded, "You are so panicked. What if the Earth explodes? After 18 years, you will be nothing." Pietro also calmed down at this time. "Also, there is nothing to be afraid of aliens. There are 4 people in Leanne's room. 2 of them are aliens." Leanne put on some clothes, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and saw several alien warships appearing over New York. Haha, I really made myself guess right. Bell, bell. Pietro's phone rang. "Hey, Pietro, are you here?" The situation was urgent. This time Nick Fury called in person. "Pietro, not yet." "What's the matter?" Nick Fury, "Hurry up, the Avengers are waiting for you." Pietro really wants to scold me. I'm the only Avenger of the damn thing. But it's me. Pietro hung up the phone, looked at Lien, and asked in a low voice, "Am I still going?" Lien waved his hand. Go, go. I will send someone to help you later." "Wanda, since it's an alien invasion, why don't we help?" "Lien, let them struggle first. The Earth is protected by strong people. It is not my turn to clean up the mess in such a small scene." Shield, Captain America, Tony Stark, Banner, Hawkeye, Natasha, Coulson, and the newly arrived Pietro. This is all the power Nick Fury can muster now. This lineup has more Pietro than before. But Thor is missing, and the villain this time is not Loki. I wonder if Thor will come to join the battle. Everyone present looked grave. Although the military had dispatched a large number of troops and all kinds of missiles were ready, the advanced alien civilization was simply not something the humans could compete with now. Nick Fury glanced at everyone. To make a long story short, this alien invasion is very urgent and caught us off guard. But there is no way. The enemy has already reached our doorstep. We must not compromise and must fight to the end. Don't worry. We still have hidden methods, but we can't use them easily unless absolutely necessary. It's up to you, everyone. At this moment, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent ran in. Director, the enemy is coming." Nick Fury quickly ran to the window and saw the opponent dispatching countless Leviathan steel beasts. On the sides of these giant steel machines, countless Chitauri soldiers poured out. They jumped onto the block and began to kill civilians. Urso stood on the top of the building, dancing excitedly. Today, Urso will also go down in history. He will even be promoted by his master Thanos and become Thanos' confidant. Human soldiers are dispatched on the ground, and countless aircraft and tanks join in. However, the aliens' weapon defense is far superior to that of the Earth. It is like fighting with firecrackers and rockets. Nick Fury, Avengers, it's your turn. Tony Stark put on the steel suit, smashed the glass on the window, and flew out. He fired one cannon from his palm, harvesting the lives of the intruders. Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk and roared, rushing into the depths of the enemy. Begin to destroy the steel Leviathan beast. Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye also took to the streets with their own weapons to join the fight and protect civilians. Lien teleported Zifa, Hawkeye Myhawk, and Kazuru out of the Shadow Kingdom plane. "See the Holy Lord. Lien, I'll give you 3 tasks. Guard my house outside the door and kill any aliens who dare to approach." "Yes." Outside Leanne's house, Hawkeye Myhawk pulled out the black sword Yi, and with a slight wave, a sword energy shot out and cut the steel Leviathan beast a few kilometers away in half. Hawkeye Myhawk's action caught Tony Stark's attention. He turned around and looked towards the source of the sword energy. Tony was flying in the air when he saw 3 people standing in front of Leanne's house. These 3 guys were dressed in strange attire. They looked like they were the army of a certain country. They had the word justice embroidered on the back of their cloaks and coats. Tony complained, "Why are there so many people who want to be superheroes now? What should these guys be called? The Cloak of Justice. Jarvis. Mr. Stark, I want to remind you that among those 3 people, 2 are taller than normal. After testing, they are over 3 meters tall. What? Are there normal people 3 meters tall in this world? Tony observed and found that the 3 of them had been guarding outside Lian's house. When Chitauri soldiers approached, they would take action to kill them. They would not take the initiative to attack Chitauri soldiers in the distance. They would just act as if they were innocent. Guard. Tony Stark confirmed that there was no threat to them, and then turned around and left, going to support Captain America and the Widow's sister. Asgard. Odin sent for Thor and Loki. Children, the Earth is being invaded. Now, I am sending you 2 to represent Asgard to support. Thor was very enthusiastic when he heard that he could go to Earth and there would be a war, but Loki didn't have much interest in it. Loki, the Earth is no longer under our rule. Why should we care about their life and death? Odin, because we Asgard are still in charge of the 9 realms, and I am still the master of the 9 realms. We cannot stand idly by either emotionally or rationally. Odin continued, when the war is over, you 2 should not come back in a hurry, but go visit your sister Hela. There is an irreconcilable misunderstanding between me and her, but this should not affect the 3 of you siblings. Relationship. I hope you can help each other. When Loki heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said that I was adopted. Odin shook his head. No, child, you will always be a part of this family. You can't escape what you have to face. Rainbow Bridge. Thor said to Heimdall, send us to Earth. A colorful beam of light fell from the sky and appeared on the New York battlefield. The appearance of the Rainbow Bridge attracted the attention of the Avengers and the Chitauri army. Behind the huge portal over New York, inside a huge battleship, a purple-skinned giant wearing golden armor sat on a high suspended throne. He leaned against the throne, holding the handles on both sides of the throne with both hands, and leisurely looked at the screen in front of him, which showed every move of the Battle of New York. He is the leader of the invaders, the brutal titan in the universe. The appearance of the Rainbow Bridge made him straighten his back and touch his chin. This time the test had achieved its purpose. It seemed that now was not the time. A powerful and deep voice sounded. There is no need to continue to increase the number of troops. Let those soldiers try the strength of the Earth. Yes. Looking at Thor on the screen, he showed a cruel smile again. The universe is in turmoil, and the old and the new are alternating. Isn't this a good time to do it yourself? The appearance of Thor and Loki surprised Nick Fury. He knew Thor's strength. With Thor's help, the Earth's chances of winning would be much greater. Thor knocked away a Chitauri soldier with one hammer. He said to Loki, stop watching the fun and help quickly. With their addition to the Avengers, the speed of clearing Chitauri soldiers has accelerated a lot. At the door of Lian's house, Kizaru was wearing his favorite yellow striped suit and the Admiral's Cloak of Justice. He kicked his legs and shot out a golden beam of light, knocking out the Leviathan beast that wanted to get closer with one blow. The violent explosion attracted a large number of Chitauri soldiers to come here. Hawkeye Mihawk held a black knife and released several slashes at will. All the Chitauri soldiers who tried to get closer were cut in half. Now there is a safe zone for several miles around Lian's house, and there is not a single Chitauri soldier. Lian was sitting on the balcony at home, drinking milk and eating bread leisurely, watching the battle in New York in the distance. After observation, there are no longer any Chitauri soldiers entering the portal in the sky. Although we don't know what the other party's purpose is, without the continuous flow of Chitauri troops joining us, the pressure on everyone is instantly reduced a lot. These remaining soldiers, sooner or later, it will be cleaned up. Captain America and Natasha cooperated with each other on the ground. With his physical fitness beyond the limit, Captain America killed the enemy without hesitation. The vibranium shield was his best weapon. Hawkeye stood on the roof of the building, providing long-range support with arrows. With false hair, he plays the role of a shooter. The Hulk is so powerful that no Chitauri can fight against him. Anyone who meets the Hulk is beaten into a meat pie. The huge steel Leviathan beast, in the eyes of the Hulk, it is still vulnerable. Thor, the god of thunder, looked at the densely packed Chitauri soldiers around him and raised his hammer to summon thunder and lightning. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder, and Thor was also covered in lightning. Now Thor not only has his own power of thunder, but also has the power of lightning. With the origin of the thunder and lightning demon given by Li Yin, his strength increased at least 10 times. When he dropped the hammer, countless bolts of lightning instantly fell from high altitudes and accurately hit the Chitauri soldiers. This move electrocuted countless Chitauri soldiers into ashes. Tony Stark said excitedly, "Thor does it again." Urso stood on the top of the building, looking at the portal that no longer sent any soldiers. No matter how much he prayed or shouted, no soldiers or warships appeared. Of course, there was no way he would get the slightest response, as he had long been an abandoned son. Ba didn't even remember his name at all. Looking at the situation below, without the investment of troops, defeat was just a matter of time. He was desperate. Now he understood that he was just a humble pawn who could be easily discarded. Even though he tried his best to protect the commander in the chess game, he was still just a chess piece. At this moment, he turned black. He wanted to take revenge like Thanos. He didn't want to be a pawn. He didn't want to grovel. He knew that he could not take revenge on the powerful Titan, but the group of people below can. He made an almost crazy move. Under the gaze of Nick Fury and others, the sky-reaching light pillar suddenly disappeared. Without the energy supply from the cosmic Rubik's Cube, the portal instantly shrank until it disappeared. Yes, Urso closed the portal. The picture in front of Thanos disappeared instantly and turned into a dark screen. He had a dark face and felt more uncomfortable than eating fly shit. Someone dared to betray him. Bang! He slammed the armrest of the throne, stood up, and walked to the leader of the Chitauri. Thanos' cold voice sounded, "That traitor is you Chitauri, right?" The leader did not dare to hide it, and knelt on the ground in panic. He said tremblingly, "Yes, I didn't know he would betray you. If I knew." Thanos was not interested in listening to his explanation, so he took the spear of General Deathblade next to him, and with a pop sound, he directly pierced the head of the Chitauri leader. Urso closed the space door, and now all the Chitauri soldiers here have lost contact with the command center. Now he is the nominal supreme commander here, and all soldiers must obey his orders. Urso directed the soldiers to stop fighting and gather near the Baxter building, surrounding him in the middle. He wants to negotiate, at least before he takes revenge. He cannot die here. All the combatants also stopped fighting, and the situation at the scene was confusing. Li Yin, it's interesting that the plot has changed so much. Urso stands on top of the Baxter Tower and shouts, "I'm the highest commander here now, and I want to negotiate with you." Nick Fury stood in the distance. "What are you going to talk about?" "Urso, you are too weak. I want to negotiate with you, the strongest person." Nick Fury had no choice but to explain, "I'm the highest officer here. If you want to negotiate, just talk to me. I can make the decision." Urso hesitated for a moment. "We stop attacking, and you let us leave?" Urso's words made Nick Fury frown. The battle has been going on so far. Hundreds of thousands of civilians on his side have been injured and killed, and tens of thousands of soldiers have been killed. It seems that the other side is about to be completely wiped out. If the war ceases at this time, although his side will not, there were casualties again, but he was still a little unwilling to let the other party go so easily. Li Yin saw that the fighting was about to stop. What could he do? "I haven't seen enough yet." Li Yin, who was sitting on the table, directly activated the power of the sheep talisman to let his soul leave the body. Although he could leave the body without using the sheep talisman, it was still formal to use the sheep talisman. Li Yin's soul appeared behind Urso, suddenly got into Urso's body, began to control Urso's words and deeds, and browsed Urso's memories. It turned out that he was a poor, abandoned man. "Urso, since you can't make the decision, then find someone who can make the decision. It won't do you any harm to let us go. To show my sincerity, I will return the cosmic cube first." Urso put the cosmic cube into the previous safe and threw it from the top of the Baxter building. The Chitauri soldiers below picked it up and sent it to Nick Fury and others. "Tony Stark, Jarvis scans the surface to see if there are any dangerous bacteria or viruses. Jarvis, everything is normal. No abnormalities found. Nick Fury looked at the box on the ground and asked the agent on the side to carefully pick it up and send it to isolation. He felt that the other party did not really surrender. But the top executives of the United States believed it to be true. They all sat in the heavily defended underground offices with their big bellies. They breathed a long sigh of relief, and the solemnity and fear on their faces faded away, and they smiled. It's finally over. One congressman said, "This task of negotiating with aliens is still dangerous. There shouldn't be any danger anymore. The aliens are at the end of their game now, and they don't dare to act recklessly." The President of the United States thought for a while and said, "The task of negotiation can be left to our Secretary of State, but I must be present in person when accepting surrender. This will be a major event recorded in world history." Agree. High-level officials in the United States agreed to the President's proposal. Soon, several cars drove out of the White House. The U.S. Secretary of State was sitting on them, looking at the documents prepared by the Secretary. Most of these documents are about compensation issues, because they want to find an explanation for the tens of thousands of people and soldiers who died. Although they don't care about the lives of these people, they must do what they should do. Soon the convoy arrived at the scene of the confrontation between the two sides. Nick Fury stepped forward and said seriously, "Mr. Secretary, it'll be dangerous for you to go there now. I have a bad feeling." Haha, really? I really don't know. What is the use of S.H.I.E.L.D. that spends a lot of dollars every year? Aliens have invaded our doorstep, but your S.H.I.E.L.D. has no effect at all. Facing the Secretary of State's ruthless ridicule, Nick Fury remained calm. Over the years, he had become accustomed to it, and his thickness of skin had already exceeded the city wall. I have already said what I have said. As for whether you listen or not, I have no right to interfere. The Secretary of State smiled contemptuously and turned towards the Baxter Building, where the Chitauri were. He was scared to death in his heart, but after looking at the dozens of presidential bodyguard around him, he felt a little relieved. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes and ties, and walked away. Tony Stark looked at the arrogant U.S. Secretary of State and said disdainfully, "Don't wet your pants for a while." Urso, who was possessed by Li Yin, stood on the roof of the Baxter Building, looking at the U.S. Secretary of State who came to die. Li Yin smiled. "Now this war can continue. I'm not doing this for myself. It's a bad idea, but to train these Avengers. How can they stand alone without going through ups and downs?" After a while, the U.S. Secretary of State took the elevator to the top floor with many bodyguards. The Secretary of State of the United States said, "Hello, I am the Secretary of State of the United States, and I am here to take charge of your surrender negotiations." Li Yin sneered, "Accept our surrender. Why don't you have a camera? Can't you do a global live broadcast just because I don't have a face?" When the Secretary of State heard this, he was slightly startled. "You still want to show off when surrendering? Is surrender so ceremonial now?" But he smiled immediately. It seemed that the time had come for him to show his face. "Okay, please wait a moment. We will arrange it right away." Then he called the president and told Li Yan's request. Soon, both aerial photography helicopters and reporters were put in place. Urso, who was possessed by Li Yan, slowly stood up and walked to the side of the U.S. Secretary of State. He raised his hand to grab the U.S. Secretary of State by the neck, lifted him up high, then crushed his neck with force, and then dropped his body from the top of the Baxter Building. Everyone at the scene was instantly shocked beyond measure, and every one of them had their jaws dropped. This surrender ceremony, which was broadcast live on the entire internet, actually had huge twist. The aliens did not respect martial ethics, deceived the U.S. government, and killed the U.S. Secretary of State. All the people were angry. This group of arrogant people did not even know how to repent. A road leads to darkness. Nick Fury looked at the U.S. Secretary of State, who fell to the ground and was smashed to pieces. He was also furious. The negotiation broke down. No, this was simply the other side's conspiracy. Attack. Looking at the Avengers and U.S. troops rushing over below, Li Yin shouted, "Aliens will never be slaves unless they have food and shelter." He then released his control over Urso. After regaining consciousness, Urso looked confused and didn't know what was going on. When he heard the shouts of death under the Baxter building, he looked down, and then his eyes suddenly widened, and he yelled angrily, "Despicable and shameless! Earthlings with martial ethics, you're looking for death. Fight back with all your strength." Li Yan's soul returned to his body and grinned. "It's my turn to show off my Shura armor. Due to the heroic sacrifice of a U.S. Secretary of State, a war is about to break out. Even if Urso kneels down and begs for mercy, no one will believe him anymore. He is an alien liar with a bad character." The Avengers, the American Army, and the Chitauri Army, led by Urso, once again started a melee. This time, the firepower from Earth's side was even stronger. Urso's side was already at a disadvantage, and now it was completely unable to withstand it. While attacking, Urso angrily scolded humans for being untrustworthy and despicable. Even his subordinates couldn't stand his scolding, but he didn't dare to speak. Listening to his rants, the Avengers looked at each other in confusion. Is this alien seriously ill? The brain circuit is so strange, breaking the contract first, killing people last, and dares to scold the people on Earth for having no credibility. Nick Fury's black face was as gloomy as water. If it weren't for his black skin, he would be as dark-faced as Zhang Fei. But looking at his trembling body, you can tell that he is obviously very angry. The members of the House of Representatives on the ground floor of the White House were all silent now, sitting obediently on their chairs. They were originally secretly regretting that they did not get this opportunity to show their faces, but they watched the Secretary of State's neck being crushed, and he appeared from the top of the building like throwing it away like garbage. The body fell to the ground and fell into pieces. No matter how good the jigsaw player was, it would be impossible to recover. Some of them were secretly thankful. Some were gloating about the misfortune, and some felt it was a pity. Why didn't the president just go? That's right. Let you and the president wear the same pair of trousers. It's okay now. Even your mother may not be able to recognize the dead body without a complete body. The president's face was also very ugly. He and others were fooled so easily, and it was broadcast live all over the world. When he thought that his face had been thrown out of the earth into the universe and lost his name in history, he was the stupidest in the history of the world. He has secured the throne of the president. It is estimated that no one will have the strength to push him away. He feels even worse than eating fly excrement. He became angry and yelled at his secretary, "Give me a call from the military and tell them to beat me hard. Throw all kinds of missiles up at me and kill these turtles." The beautiful secretary was shocked. She is no longer your little baby, but she is actually being cruel to her. The fierce attack of the people on Earth made Urso panic. This was not the ending he wanted. He originally thought that he could escape from the Earth. Even being a scavenger in the universe would be better than dying on the Earth. Now, for the universe Rubik's Cube, no. I somehow killed the officials who came to negotiate, and now I am completely dead. Li Yan was at home and took out the Shura Armor Summoner. He planned to participate as Shura Armor. This would also be his new identity in the future. Azura Armor Fusion. He transformed into the Shura Armor again. Since the Shura Armor did not have the ability to fly, he transformed into another scene and appeared directly on the streets of New York. He took out the weapon of the Shura Armor, the Shura Purgatory Knife, and began to kill the Chitauri soldiers wantonly. The Avengers did not pay special attention to the sudden appearance of the mysterious man. In this situation, as long as the Chitauri soldiers were fighting, they were friendly. The power of Shura armor has been fully exerted in Li Yan. Now he has the advanced version of Overlord Color Dominance, King's Chi, which is consistent with the strongest Chi required by Shura armor, and is different from Lufa and Xingtian armor summons Ren Xiaodian. Li Yan's King's Chi has no distinction between good and evil. It is also good when it is said to be good, and it is also evil when it is said to be evil. Therefore, the strength of the armor will not decrease in any way with Li Yan's mood fluctuations. Li Yan was killing happily when he looked up, and Tony Stark flew not far away to talk to him. It was the first time that Tony saw someone other than himself possessing high-tech armor. and he couldn't help but be very curious. "Hey, brother, you look so handsome in this armor, and you even have a cape." "Li Yin, yours is not bad either." Because Li Yin changed his voice, Tony couldn't hear his voice. "Tony, what is the material of your armor? It looks very light. And why don't you add a flight system?" "Li Yin, no need. My armor has the ability to change scenery. You can understand it as teleportation anywhere you want." After speaking, Li Yin took Tony directly to the top floor of the Baxter building. "Now you know why I don't have to fly." Tony nodded in understanding. This ability to directly transfer space is not something Tony can access now. "Then what should you do if the enemy escapes?" Li Yin said very confidently. "No one can escape in my hands." Urso looked at the two people who suddenly appeared at the top of the building and quickly stepped forward to attack. Urso is an elite of the Chitauri, and his physical fitness is several times that of ordinary Earthlings. But to Li Yin, he is just an ant, not even an ant. The Shura Purgatory knife waved lightly, and with the blessing of his great swordsmanship, a sword energy hit Urso's arm. "Ah!" Accompanied by a scream, Urso's arm was cut off and blood spurted out. Urso fell to the ground, clutching his broken arm and letting out a piercing cry. Li Yin walked slowly to Urso's side and used the skill of Shura Armor, Shura Purgatory Slash. A purple sword energy passed through Urso's body. With Urso's scream, his body exploded, but the smoke dispersed. A card is floating in the air. Li Yin stepped forward curiously to check. Name, Urso. Species, Chitauri. Status, sealed. He held the card in his hand and put it on his waist. The card turned into a ray of light and entered his belt. It turns out that Shura armor, like other armors, can seal defeated enemies into cards, or it can completely kill enemies. Enemies sealed into cards can be resurrected by injecting energy into the cards. Tony Stark couldn't see Urso, who was sealed into a card. He was a little curious about what Li Yin was doing just now. "Hey, what were you doing just now?" "Nothing. Since the biggest villain here is dead, let's go support the others." "Here." Li Yin performed a transformation and came to the side of Thor, the god of thunder. Thor saw Li Yin's sudden appearance and greeted him. "Hi, I am Thor, the god of thunder. The guy with a pair of horns and a green cloak is my brother Loki. What is your name?" Li Yin replied lightly with 2 words. "Shura, Shura." Thor recited several times silently, but he didn't have the slightest impression. "Thor, nice to meet you." Li Yin nodded. "Your hammer is good. I will give you the knife. Can you lend me the hammer?" Thor smiled proudly and explained, "It's not that I won't lend it to you. My father has put magic on my weapon. Only those approved by the hammer can lift it." "Li Yin, how will you know if you don't try?" Seeing that the other party refused to give up, Thor handed the hammer to Li Yin. Li Yin held the handle of the hammer. "Well, so light." Thor opened his mouth wide and looked at Li Yin playing with his hammer in disbelief. Looking at the hammer in Li Yin's hand, he suddenly felt sour. Lemon was not as sour as Thor's heart. "You are no longer my little baby." Li Yin wields Thor's Meowth hammer and kills everyone. Thor is also very powerful with Li Yin's Shura infernal knife. Even though Thor usually uses the Meowth hammer, he also has 18 kinds of weapons. Proficient. In terms of weapon quality, the Shura armor is the king's armor made by Yinxing. Although the accompanying weapons are very powerful, they're still not as good as Thor's Meowth hammer. After all, the Meowth hammer is an artifact made by the dwarves, but for Li Yin, the Shura armor is just a piece of equipment for daily entertainment. He can also get the Emperor armor in the future. The remaining Chitauri were quickly cleared away, but most of the city was destroyed with ruins and ruins. This bustling city was greatly traumatized, and the reconstruction work was also a heavy burden. Throughout New York, tens of thousands of civilians were directly or indirectly injured due to alien invasion. The government sent a large number of soldiers to rescue the wounded, but it still took some time. Although the enemy was defeated, the pain left by the war on civilians was not so easy to dissipate. Nick Fury couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the severely damaged city in front of him. Hey, fortunately, there are Avengers on Earth. Otherwise, the whole of New York would have been razed to the ground. All the Avengers came together. The war had just ended. Everyone was exhausted physically and mentally, but they finally won, and the invaders paid the due price. Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, Pietro, Thor, Loki, Banner, Tony, and others all saw Li Yin transformed into Shura armor for the first time. Captain America stretched out his hand and greeted Li Yin. "Hello, I am Captain America. What do you call me? Just call me Shura. I hope to join the Avengers and defend the Earth with you." Nick Fury instantly became energetic. His team was getting bigger and bigger now. He was thinking about how to retain the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party actively wanted to join the Avengers. Nick Fury quickly expressed his position. "The Avengers welcome anyone to join, and the Shura Avengers welcome you." "Thanks." Nick Fury asked curiously, "Can you tell me your specific strength? This will also help everyone's teamwork in the future." Li Yin picked up Thor's hammer again, shook it in his hand, and said, "The hammer does not recognize me." Thor and Loki were stunned. Thor was surprised. How is this possible? The spell cast by Odin did not fail, which meant that the Shura in front of him was stronger than his father. "Li Yin, Shura is my code name. I am the summoner of Shura armor. Shura armor is one of the strongest armors in the entire galaxy. Shura armor is a set of king's armor. Above Shura, there is the even more powerful Emperor armor. Let's not mention the Emperor armor for the moment. As a king's armor, the Shura armor has extremely strong attack and defense power. It can monitor the past, go back to the past, teleport, and other powerful abilities. My power comes entirely from the Shura armor. This is me. Current strength. Loki, we have never heard of these two sets of armor. Was your armor made with the help of the dwarves?" Li Yin shook his head, not intending to tell the truth. After all, the identity of the summoner of Shura armor was a good armor. "I'm not very clear about the origin of the Shura armor. I am a summoner chosen by the armor. It is my mission to use the power of the armor to uphold justice." Nick Fury. "Okay, Shura, your strength is obvious to all. I hope you can work together with other Avengers in the future to contribute to protecting the Earth." After stating that he had joined the Avengers, Li Yin said goodbye to everyone. "I still have something to do, so I'll take the first step. When there is a crisis in the future, I will show up again." After Li Yin left, the other Avengers came to S.H.I.E.L.D. Today was the first time for these Avengers to work together, and some of them only got to know each other today. Everyone sat together to discuss the future safety of the Earth. Tony Stark, aliens came once. Who can guarantee that they won't come again? We should be well prepared to prevent such a thing from happening again. Tony pointed at Nick Fury and continued. Also, for this alien invasion, you, S.H.I.E.L.D., have an unshirkable responsibility. If you hadn't insisted on studying the Rubik's Cube, the Earth would not have been exposed to the eyes of aliens. Nick Fury had nothing to say or defend himself. Due to the asymmetry of information, they did not know that Thanos was behind Urso, and they also did not know that Thanos invaded the Earth solely to snatch the gems. The meeting fell into a brief silence. Coulson changed the subject. "It's really strange today. Urso had already planned to surrender before, so why did he kill the Secretary of State in the end?" Coulson wondered. Tony waved his hands and didn't care. He looked down upon those politicians in the United States. "If you die, you will die. There is nothing worth studying. I'm very interested in that Shura armor. If I can study it, I believe my steel suit can be even more powerful." Thor said, "That shouldn't be a product of the Earth." He lifted Thor's hammer without being recognized by Thor's hammer. "This shows that he has more power than my father Odin." Everyone was a little shocked. They didn't know how strong Odin was, but based on what Thor said, Odin's strength was at least dozens to hundreds of times stronger than Thor. It raised the suspicion that Thor was bragging. "It's only 10 times more powerful." Banner asked Thor, "You mean that could be alien equipment?" Thor shook his head and said nothing. He didn't know the origin of the other party. When he got to Li Yin, he planned to ask Li Yin. Using transformation to change scenery, Li Yin returned home and removed the Shura armor. Li Yin took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Today was quite interesting. After a while, Loki and Thor, led by Coulson, arrived at the door of Li Yin's house. but unexpectedly they were stopped by Kizaru and the others. "Brother, please take a detour. This road is blocked," Kizaru said lazily. Thor and Loki looked up at the 3-meter-tall Kizaru and Zifa. "Loki, hello. We are here to find our sister, Ms. Hela. Please inform us." "Oh, he is a relative of the Holy Lord. Please wait a moment." Kizaru came to the door and knocked loudly. Lien opened the door and saw Kizaru standing outside the door. "Huh? I forgot about you three. Now I will send you back." "Holy Lord," Ms. Hela's brother came to see her. When Lien heard this, wasn't Hela's brother Thor and Loki? "Let them in," led Thor and Loki into the house. "Hela, your two brothers are here to see you." After hearing this, Hela came down from upstairs and saw Thor Loki. "Hey, what a rare visitor." Thor and Loki were a little cautious, but they still had the courage to say hello to Hela. Loki's mouth was a little sweeter, and he spoke first. "Sister, are you all right coming in?" Hela nodded. "Not bad. Why did Odin send you two here?" No. I've always wanted to come to my eldest sister's house to visit, but I just haven't had the chance." Lien summoned a few shadow soldiers to bring drinks and tea. His brother-in-law was here, so he had to entertain him no matter what. "Why didn't you take action in the previous battle in New York?" Thor asked curiously. "I have no interest in taking action against these little fish and shrimps." "Why did your father ask you two brothers to come and support them?" "Yeah," Thor acknowledged with a nod. "A man who calls himself Shura Armor has just joined the Avengers. He is very powerful, but I have no impression of this man. Do you know his origins?" Li Yin nodded, and fooling Thor was equivalent to fooling the reunion. "You know a little bit. Shura Armor is between the ultimate armor and ordinary armor. The king's armor is very powerful and can even travel through time and return to the world. In the past, in short, among the many members of your Avengers now, they're definitely the ceiling of strength." Thor then asked, "Have you heard of the Emperor's armor?" Shura said that the Emperor's armor is much stronger than him. "Is this true?" Lien secretly said, "I told you. How could I not have heard it? The Emperor's armor is the first and ultimate armor. It has an armored beast, the Emperor of Light and the Dragon. At the same time, the Emperor's armor is also the supreme ruler of the bright world, the strongest armor in the bright universe, the incarnation of the way of heaven, and dominates everything." "You say he is it strong or not? Why haven't I heard of it?" Thor asked. "Without going too far, do you know that there's a supreme mage on the earth? Do you know that there are Inhumans on the moon? Do you know that there is a group of Eternals on the earth who have lived for 7,000 years? Thor shook his head, looking ignorant. "Lien, then you are still so confused. If you have nothing to do, use your muscles more and your brain less, otherwise your hair will fall easily." After a while, Pietro also returned home and looked at Thor and Loki sitting on the sofa. "Why are you here?" Pietro's impression of Thor was okay, but he didn't have a good impression of Loki. Thor smiled awkwardly. "We are here to visit relatives." Pietro glanced at Hela and understood. Pietro said to Lien, "By the way, Professor X needs your help, but he asked if you have time." Lien had just returned from the pirate world and had always kept a low profile. "So, Professor." "Lien, when did he ask?" "It's been several days." Pietro scratched his head in embarrassment. Lien was helpless. Pietro had such an unconventional character, but he was helpless. "Forget it. We just had a fight today and killed the U.S. Secretary of State. Professor X, let him wait." "Okay, I understand. I'll be there tomorrow if I have time." Lien said to Thor, "I just have something to trouble you about. I'm going to Dawi to build some weapons. You and Loki just happen to be free to take me there. Loki is so clever, but he doesn't like staying with Hela." "No problem. Let's leave now." Lien waved his hand to open the portal and brought Tor Loki to Nidave. The Dwarf King Ai Chue saw Thor and Loki, as well as Lien, who had been here once before, and quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Eitri, hi Thor, long time no see." Thor also laughed when he saw his old friend. "Ah, long time no see. How is Ai Chue recently?" Ai Chue nodded and asked, "Are you here to make weapons again this time?" "Yes." Ai Chue, "Did you bring the drawings?" "Let me take a look." Thor said to Lien, "Brother-in-law, what are your requirements this time? If you don't have the drawings, you can ask a dwarf to draw them for you. It's not that I want it, but that I want to forge some useful weapons for my men. Lian opened the portal to Poseidon, the plane of darkness, and called Zephycarp and other general-level subordinates over. AI Chui couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at the 13 strong men walking out of the portal. The aura of these people was very strong, and Thor's aura was not as powerful as these people. AI Chui secretly thought that being able to have so many powerful subordinates was extraordinary after seeing Thor's brother-in-law. But this guy used a lot of Ulu Kabelko to make a toy last time, which is still unforgivable. If it breaks, I have to hide the remaining Ulu Kabelko quickly. What's wrong with you? You don't look very good. Thor was confused. No, it's okay. I didn't sleep well last night. Warring states. Holy Lord, what are your orders for summoning us? Lian looked around. Warring states, Zifa, Garpkazu, Aoki, Akainu Shank, Sinel Bin Beckman Long, Ishiao, Maihawk, and Barrett were all here. Done. Lian, this is Nadawi, which has the best weapon forger. I promised you before that I will forge a new weapon for each of you. Today I am here to fulfill my promise. There will be a dedicated dwarf forger master soon. If you need weapons or armor, you can tell them, and they will use the best metals to forge them, ensuring that what is forged is the best of the best. Zifa, Shanks, and others looked at the spectacular scenery of Adawi and were very shocked. This was the first time they saw stars as melting pots. Lian remembered another important thing. For the 13 followers did not receive the abilities he bestowed upon them. It just so happened that everyone was here today, so let's finish it. The first is Dragon. He is a natural wind fruit user. Lian happens to have the wind demon origin that matches him very well. The combination of the two can take Dragon's abilities to a higher level. He can create or control hurricanes at will. You can use the powerful destructive power of the wind to attack, or you can compact the wind to form a defensive wind wall. You still have to slowly explore and develop many abilities by yourself. Then there is Ishiao. His ability is the superhuman fruit ability. He can control gravity and pull meteorites from the sky. Lian has the demonic origin of the moon demon curse blue in his hand, which can strengthen Ishiao's ability and give him control. Centripetal gravity and lunar gravity have been developed to the limit and can even control universal gravity. Now Ishiao can float in the air without the gravity of any planet, and can also make objects float without being affected by gravity, like a golden lion. Barrett is a superhuman person with the ability to combine fruits. His fruit ability is very powerful. He has the ability to arrange and combine all objects to merge them into one body. He can fuse the inorganic objects he touches with his own body. Not only can it be integrated with the body, but it can also combine inorganic materials and rearrange them to create new weapons. For example, submarines or weapons can be built from scrap metal and rubble. Barrett, who grew up on the battlefield, used this ability to create inexhaustible weapons. Lian plans to give Barrett the demonic origin of the Earth Demon to increase his ability to control the Earth. Coupled with the fusion fruit, Barrett's strength will definitely skyrocket. Imagine that Barrett can transform into a mountain at will. In terms of size, Lian estimates that even the flame giant Surtur may not be as tall as Barrett after his transformation. The most difficult thing for Lian is Hawkeye Maihawk. He is a simple swordsman. He does not need devil fruits or special powers. These abilities will not enhance Maihawk's strength, but will hinder his swordsmanship. However, Lian did not increase his swordsmanship ability and had to give him strength. This comfort was difficult to handle. Lian rolled his eyes and had an idea. If you can't give him power, then give him a real artifact. Lian wants to forge a divine sword for Hawkeye Maihawk, at least as high as Thor's hammer. As for the other followers, Lian plans to let the dwarves use vibranium as the main material and add other auxiliary metals to create a weapon or armor that they are satisfied with. Since Lian wasted a lot of dwarf Ulu Kabelko the last time he made armor and a sword, this time the Dwarf King refused to give in. If he wanted to use Ulu Kabelko, he could only get the same level of Ulu Kabelko. Metal in exchange. This makes Li Yin and Tuar feel embarrassed. Ulu Kabelko is one of the best metal materials in the universe. It is rare but hard to find. Now Li Yin and others are asked to come up with metals of the same quality. There's really no way. Li Yin glanced at Thor's hammer with evil intentions. Then he joked, "Thor, how about you lend me your hammer? I'll give you a new one later." Thor quickly hid the hammer behind his back. "Impossible. You can't even think of hitting me with a hammer." "Then what should I do? That guy is too stubborn," Li Yin said. Loki smiled evilly. "I know that there's a person whose weapons also use a lot of rare materials. If I can steal it, maybe the Dwarf King will agree." Thor hesitated. This is not good. Li Yin knew that Loki was a bad guy. "Tell me first, who is this lucky audience you are targeting?" Surtur, the fire giant. Surtur is an important character in Ragnarok, the ruler of Muspelheim, and possesses a huge fire sword, the Sword of Twilight. But now that Hela is by Lian's side, Ragnarok is already it's impossible to happen, and Surtur is now very weak without the blessing of the eternal fire. Even Thor can defeat him. Li Yin touched his chin. This guy is a waste of air. It's better for me to get to know him and use his weapons. Li Yin waved his hand to open the portal. Poor Loki wanted to follow, but was stopped by Li Yin. "You two wait for me here. I'll be right back." Li Yin went directly to Muspelheim, the hometown of the flame giant Surtur, and saw that the place was deserted, with smoke and dust floating wantonly in the air. Li Yin remembered that Surti seemed to be hiding underground. The huge spiritual power centered on Li Yin and spread outward. Soon Li Yin discovered clues about Surtur's existence. Azura armor fusion. After transforming into Shura armor and using the ability to change scenery, Li Yin appeared in an underground palace. The reason why he didn't bring Thor Loki with him was because he was afraid of revealing his secret. After Li Yin planned to steal Surtur's weapon, seal it into a card, and keep it for future use. Looking around, this is the place where Thor and Surtur fight at the beginning of Thor 3. Facing the sudden appearance of Li Yin, Surtur picked up his weapon and was on guard. "Who are you?" Li Yin looked at the guy in front of him who was holding a long sword with a pair of horns on his head, and his body was like red lava. "Are you Surtur? Who are you? What are you doing in Muspelheim?" Surtur asked in a deep voice. "Li Yin, since you are too lazy to talk nonsense, let's get straight to the point." Surtur felt something bad. The other party was obviously evil. Although he lost the eternal fire, his lava-like body still contained huge power, so he was not afraid of Li Yin, but now he was dormant, looking forward to the future. When the Twilight of Gods comes, he can destroy Asgard and take revenge on Odin, so he doesn't want any additional trouble. Surtur stood up with a body of more than 10 meters tall, looking down at Li Yin. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a large number of flame demons to surround Li Yin. "I'm giving you a chance. Leave now, and I will forgive your crime." Azura, Purgatory Sword. He took out his weapon and started to attack, slashing out sword energy one after another. The nearby flame demons were like bright fireworks, exploding with bang-bang. Surtur roared angrily. "You are looking for death." Wielding the flaming giant sword, Li Yin struck at Li Yin. Li Yin raised the Shura Purgatory knife with one hand to block. With a loud sound of metal collision, the powerful impact spread to all directions. The ground under Li Yin's feet was shaken with countless cracks. But Li Yin didn't move at all. Surtur's eyes widened. His angry attack was easily blocked by the other party. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not dare to show any contempt anymore. Surtur raised the flaming giant sword and poured his own energy into it. From the tip of the sword, blazing fire was sprayed out, mixed with hot lava. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased, and the ground was melted into fiery red magma by the heat wave. Li Yin jumped back and avoided Surtur's attack. Put away the Shura Purgatory knife and take out another weapon, the Shura Purgatory halberd. Experience the fear of lava. Surtur roared. "Uh-huh, I won't play with you anymore. I have business to do when I go back." Li Yin held the Shura Purgatory halberd in his hand and used the Shura armor's ultimate skill, the God and Demon Extermination Cleave. A beam of purple energy shot out from the Shura purgatory halberd and hit Surtur hard on the chest. The huge force caused Surtur to fly backwards and hit the wall violently, breaking the wall into pieces. He was seriously injured in an instant. Then Li Yin waved the Shura purgatory halberd again, and his special move, God and Demon Extermination Cleave, directly destroyed Surtur and turned it into a card. Pick up the card. Name: Surtur. Race: Fire Giant. Status: sealed. It seems that no matter who is sealed, the card will only display these 3 states. Picked up Surtur's weapon, the Sword of Twilight. Open the portal and return to Nidave. Surtur's weapon, the Sword of Twilight, is made of an unknown, mysterious metal, but there is no doubt that Surtur's sword is an artifact that can be compared with the Eternal Spear and Thor's hammer. When Thor saw Li Yin coming back, he came forward and said, "How's it going? Did you get the weapon?" Li Yin threw the Sword of Twilight on the ground, and AI Chui quickly ran over, picked it up from the ground, and examined it carefully. What a great sword! So beautifully forged. I really don't know whose masterpiece it is. Hey, wipe your drool. AI Chui smiled awkwardly. Dear guest, do you want to exchange this sword for URU Kabelko? No. I hope you can modify this sword and make it suitable for use by my subordinates. Okay, no problem at all. I will turn him into a new artifact. Li Yin is still very confident in AI Chui's skills. No 2 brushes can become Asgard's royal forging master. Dwarf King AI Chui heated the Sword of Twilight brought back by Li Yin in the stellar furnace. As the temperature of tens of thousands of degrees burned inside the star, the Sword of Twilight began to melt and turned into a metallic liquid smelted by an unknown metal. The fiery red molten iron flowed into the prepared mold, and AI Chui added a piece of molten URU Kabelko and the prepared vibranium into it. The casting material of this sword has surpassed Thor's hammer, but I don't know how to cast the sword. How powerful is it? After the sword embryo in the mold cools down slightly, AI Chui picks up the forging hammer and starts hammering ding, 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 ding. According to AI Chui's estimate, this weapon will take at least a day to be carefully hammered. Only then can the forging be completed. Warring states walked to Li Yin. Holy Lord, our equipment has been forged. Except for Barrett, the rest of us have chosen a piece of armor. Li Yin nodded. Everyone received the power he gave, and their attack power was greatly enhanced. It was a good choice to choose armor to increase their defense capabilities. Hawkeye Mihawk was left here to wait for the weapons to be released, and the rest were sent back by Li Yin. Warring states and others are very busy every day on Poseidon, and they need to deal with everything big and small. After some time, everyone has adapted to the new life. Then they can be much more leisurely. Mihawk said to Li Yin with a slight worry, "Holy Lord, I'm worried that I won't be able to control such a powerful weapon." Li Yin patted his shoulder, feeling so secretive that since I can pat your shoulder and don't have to raise my neck to talk to you, your worries are unnecessary. Don't worry, Mihawk. You are the greatest swordsman under my command. There is no weapon in the world that you can't control. If there is, let it disappear completely. This will be your first artifact, but it won't be your last sword. I still hope that your swordsmanship will surpass the great swordsman and reach a higher level in the future. Mihawk, I believe you can do it. Mihawk encouraged Hawkeye. Thinking about it, one day a person suddenly comes into contact with a power system that exceeds his own understanding. It will indeed shake his mentality a little, but it will also make him clearer about the way forward. Thor and Loki were both a little bit sour, and Li Yin's subordinates were really too happy. Such a precious weapon, such as an artifact, was given at will. As Li Yin's brother-in-law, he didn't receive such treatment. Surdel said, "You guys are so sour. I have lost my life. I have made the biggest sacrifice here, and I will not accept any refutation." Dong, dong, dong. The powerful knocking sound resounded throughout Nadawi. Looking at AI Chui, who was sweating profusely, Li Yin was also a little embarrassed. This was the second time he had troubled him to help forge weapons. Although it was the first time he gave it to I bought a lot of vibranium from the other party. But after all, we are also very particular people. Li Yin decided that if there's a chance next time, he will definitely give AI Chui some benefits to show his encouragement. In other words, I brought such precious materials to him for forging, and he should I'm also very happy. The knocking sound is getting more and more intense, and the sound is getting louder and louder. AI Chui is concentrating on it now and dare not be careless at all. The quality of the weapons forged will drop a lot if there is a slight mistake. That is a waste of these precious metals. AI Chui is never let this happen. Thor, almost successful, right? Eitri shouted. Thor, come and help me. Thor looked confused. Although we all use hammers, I don't have the ability to make iron. How to help? Invoke your strongest thunder and lightning attack and beat the sword with me. Just beat it 3 times. Okay, no problem. Lien watched Thor's body flash with lightning, raised Thor's hammer high, and struck it down hard. Well, it looks like he's a good wielder of a hammer. Boom! The violent noise made people's ears buzz, and all the sounds of blacksmithing in Nadawi were muffled. Then the second, then the third. In the last roar, a sword shining with crimson light was born. Hawkeye Mihawk quickly stepped forward and held the handle of the sword, carefully looking at this crimson artifact similar to Black Blade Knight. The blade, pointed towards the outside, is slightly curved and convex. The widest part of the blade is only 1 centimeter. The back of the blade curves with the blade. There are 2 blood grooves and 2 water ripple patterns on both sides. There are 3 concave teeth on the grip for better grip. The blade, it is extremely sharp. The crossbar of the handle and the blade form the shape of a cross. It is also inlaid with several purple gems the size of pigeon eggs. There are inscriptions flashing on the gems. Yes, these enchanted gems are extra gifts from AI Chui. This knife, the sword, is so powerful and beautiful that it is simply a work of art. AI Chui wiped his sweat and nodded with satisfaction, proud that he had forged another artifact. Hawkeye Mihawk held the handle of the knife with both hands, his eyes sharp, but the blade began to tremble violently, as if it had life. It recognized the weak Mihawk. Hawkeye exerted all his strength, and veins popped up in his arms. Now his eyes were wide open. Light, this sword was the strongest sword in his heart. Seeing that Mihawk would not let go, it began to inject powerful energy into Mihawk's body, trying to use the energy to burst Mihawk. Lien quickly stopped him when he saw this. He didn't want to lose a swordsman with unlimited potential. Lien reached out and grabbed the blade with all his strength. The sharp blade could not break Lian's skin, and the trembling blade became quiet. So spiritual. AI Chui. Of course, the material used to make the sword itself has strong magic power, and after a lot of enchantment, the quality of this sword now far exceeds Thor's hammer. Lien took the sword from Mihawk's hand and held it in his own hand. After feeling the energy contained in this artifact, Lien integrated the flame demonic energy into the sword to increase the fire control ability of the artifact. Lien flicked the sword with his fingers. Ding, makes a crisp sound. You'd better be honest, or I'll break you into pieces and remake you. In my eyes, there's no difference between you and a piece of paper. Give the sword back to Mihawk. Lien, give it a name. Mihawk thought for a while, as if asking about the sword's will. I own Black Blade Knight, and you are Black Blade Knight's brother. Call you Chion. Why? Facing the knight, they're like twin brothers. The dust has settled. Hawkeye Mihawk has obtained his ideal weapon. Lien has fulfilled all his promises to his subordinates, and now he can go home. Lien opened the portal and prepared to go home. Thor Loki followed closely behind him. You two aren't going back to Asgard? Lien was curious. Thor Loki smiled awkwardly. My father said, would it be convenient for us to stay at your house for a month? It's convenient, but you two are not afraid of your sister Hela anymore. It's okay. As long as you are here, she won't dare to make any waves, Loki said quickly. They were all real relatives, and Lien was too embarrassed to refuse forcefully, so he took the 2 guys back home. Lien summoned several shadow soldiers to clean up a room for 2 and Loki each, prepare some daily necessities, and told the former red-haired pirate chef on Poseidon, Rakru, to prepare a sumptuous dinner. At Xavier College, Professor Beast Hank, Professor, please take a rest. If something happens later, you'll have to take action. Professor X, hey, I wonder if Li Yin is willing to help. The reason why Professor X didn't go to Li Yin directly was entirely because of Tianchi. The old guy Apocalypse is very shrewd. He wants to become the king of mutants. In order to make the mutants stick to him, he specially warned these guys not to let them cause trouble to Li Yin again. You can just go to him directly for anything. He has indeed solved many mutant problems before, and his prestige among mutants has greatly increased. But this Apocalypse guy made a miscalculation. Li Yin sent him to Egu, and he did not show up to him. Plan to get him back. Magneto sighed. Hey, it would be great if Master Apocalypse was here. Early the next morning, Li Yin had just gotten up, and before he could have breakfast, Pietro called. Hey, I'm at Xavier College. Professor X said that Sheen's condition is very bad. I hope he can come over and help. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier that something happened to my wife? Using teleportation, he instantly appeared next to Professor X, hung up the phone with Pietro, and asked, What happened to my wife? Your wife? Huh, your wife? Oh, I'm sorry for spilling the beans. How is Sheen? Pietro stood aside and looked at Li Yin with contempt for a scumbag. If it weren't for the fear that my sister would become a widow, I would have beaten you to death. It's not because I can't beat you that I won't fight you. The main reason is because for my sister's sake. Thinking of Li Yin hugging her every day, holding her twinkling little hands, suddenly no longer smelled good. Professor. Looking at Sheen, who was lying unconscious on the bed, Li Yin stretched out his hand to touch her forehead. Her skin was as warm and tender as jade, and it was still as soft and silky. Although her eyes were closed tightly, she was still beautiful, and her proud breasts were stunning. Ahem, business matters. Use your own mental power to probe into Sheen's mind. Now Sheen's mental space is on the verge of collapse. Sheen's self-awareness has begun to blur, and her dark personality is growing. It won't be long before Sheen will completely turn black and transform into a black phoenix. Now Li Yin wants to suppress Sheen's dark personality. It is no longer possible. Once Sheen's dark personality is attacked by Li Yin, he will definitely rise up to resist. Sheen's mental space, which is already on the verge of collapse, may be shattered. But this does not trouble Li Yin. Li Yin activated the yin and yang balance power of the Tiger Talisman to transform Sheen into two individuals with different qualities of good and evil. In everyone's surprised eyes, another Sheen appeared. Professor X was surprised. What's going on? The appearance of this Sheen was basically similar to that of Sheen lying on the bed, but her eyes were scarlet, and the energy emitted from her body made everyone feel scared. She looked directly at Li Yin. It was obvious that the energy contained in Li Yin's body frightened her, and she did not dare to do so for a moment. The slightest movement. Li Yin woke up Sheen, who was lying on the bed. The weak Sheen Gray opened her eyes, looked at Li Yin, and then looked at other people in the room. The key is that she saw another self. Sheen was a little surprised. What's going on? I'll explain it to you later. He picked up Jean Grey, who was lying on the bed, opened the portal, and said to the Dark Phoenix beside him, Follow me. Come to the Kingdom of Shadows. I randomly found a planet that Thor had cast and put down the piano. Li Yin looked at Black Phoenix. Since the Tiger Talisman can separate good and evil personalities and powers, the fragments of the Phoenix Force are now in Jean's dark personality. It is precisely because the fragments have their own consciousness and are combined with Jean's dark personality that the Dark Phoenix is born. Who are you? The dark personality asked, but it was actually the fragment of the Phoenix power that asked. Li Yin shouted, Saul, come out and tell him who I am. Li Yin finished speaking. A huge dragon head appeared from the depths of the universe. The huge body of Star Dragon King, Thor, could not appear inside the planet, but his tip of the iceberg still made Black Phoenix feel unprecedented pressure. Jean Grey's body couldn't help but move towards Li Yin, leaned close to him. Even the bravest people did not dare to look directly at such a behemoth. Facing the star-casting Dragon King Thor, Black Phoenix did not dare to breathe. If she were stronger, she still had the power of Hussaw. If he were qualified to fight, Soul would not be his opponent if he were in his perfect body. But now she is just a fragment, and Soul has the ability to completely tear her into pieces. Holy Lord, Thor obeys your will. Thor also noticed the dark phoenix on the ground. He murmured, "The breath of the phoenix." Lien was also stunned. Logically speaking, this should be Thor's first meeting with Dark Phoenix. "Have you met?" Thor shook his head. "No, I once saw an ice phoenix in a place called Freljord. She is a demigod born in the biting ice wind. She can control the elemental power of ice and snow. That it was a long, long time ago. Dark Phoenix is a little at a loss now, hating why he didn't hide for a while and why he came out in such a hurry. Lien, you are the other side of Qin's personality. I don't want to kill you, but I can seal you permanently. I know your purpose of coming out is to find other fragments of you." Dark Phoenix, yes, I feel my other fragments, and they're also giving birth to their own will. Once the other fragments gather more fragments than me, I will not be able to resist the fate of being swallowed. This is easy to handle. How about you surrender to me, and I will help you find other fragments? But it doesn't matter if you don't surrender to me. I will still help you find other fragments. I will not care who of you absorbs who. It's gone. Dark Phoenix was helpless, wandering around the universe. As the most powerful existence in the past, when had he ever felt so helpless? Lien knows that the complete Phoenix power is the almighty universe level. She is the embodiment of the original life force and emotional power of the universe. She is immortal and changeable. She was born between the chaos of the universe and the beginning of all things. She is the only one in the almighty universe, the connection point of the spiritual soul of all things that exist or will exist. And now the Dark Phoenix is just one of her billions of fragments. This brings together all the fragments of the Phoenix Force to become the real Phoenix Force. Forced by circumstances, Dark Phoenix must either die heroically or recognize the reality, and she soon made a decision. Jean Grey's dark personality and the fragment of the Phoenix power made the right choice, which was to follow Lien, which at least increased the chance of finding other fragments. Witnessed by Soul and Jean's kind personalities, Black Phoenix knelt down on one knee and surrendered to Lien. "Hey, we detected a new follower. Jean Grey's dark personality, a fragment of the Phoenix Force. Hey, since the two followers are not perfect, you can't obtain any abilities of the followers. Hey, a new mission is born. Task dash, make the complete Jean surrender. Voluntary mission. Mission dash, collect Phoenix power fragments and help the Phoenix fragments condense into complete Phoenix power. Voluntary mission. Listening to the system prompts, 2 more missions suddenly appeared. I originally thought that I could also get a ray of Phoenix power, but I didn't expect that I would have to collect them all. Lien looked at Qin's dark personality. This is half of Qin's. Her surrender cannot allow me to gain Qin's power, AT this time. Lien had an idea. First, let Qin's dark personality and kind personality merge into one. In this case, it is the dark personality that dominates Qin's consciousness. Then her surrender means Qin's surrender. Then she will use the tiger charm to turn the darkness into one. Separate personality and kindness, so that you can still experience double happiness. Just as he said, he lifted the power of the tiger talisman, and the 2 Qins instantly merged into one, with Qin's dark personality dominating Qin's consciousness. Submit to me now. The dark personality was very obedient. She knelt down on one knee again and surrendered to Lien. Hey, mission 1 is to make the complete Qin surrender. Completed. Dip. Get all of Jean Grey's abilities. Hey, mission 1. The rewards are being settled. Hey, the reward settlement is successful. Get the reward X Jean Colossus. X Jean Colossus. It can give the user the ability of Colossus. This was SOSO reward, not bad, but it was not that great. After complaining, Lien activated the spell to separate Jean Grey's good and evil personalities again. He did not forget his double happiness. Now that Jean's crisis has been resolved, she opens the portal and returns to Xavier Academy. How's it going? Is Jean safe? Professor X couldn't wait to ask as soon as he saw Lien appear. Until he saw the 2 pianos coming out of the portal, he was still a little unbelievable. I separated the good and evil sides of Jean, so that I don't have to suppress Chin's dark personality, and I don't have to worry about Chin's good personality being harmed, Lian explained. Pietro looked at the two pianos with thoughtful eyes. He felt contempt in his heart. He didn't believe that Lian had only one way to do such a simple thing. In the final analysis, no one could refuse double happiness. Twinkle's little hand was held in Pietro's palm. Now Pietro was muttering in his heart, "It would be great if Twinkle could clone himself. We can also experience double happiness." Lian, Chin's dark personality is too dangerous. I can't let her threaten the safety of other students at Xavier College. So Chin will stay with me for the time being. After I find a solution, Chin can come back. Although Professor X and Magneto felt that Li Yan's intentions were impure, they had no choice but to risk the safety of other children. There are so many things going on recently, one after another, but fortunately, after finishing everything, I can lie in the arms of a beautiful woman and eat tofu. At night, Chin's kind personality lay in the guest room of Li Yan's house, turning over and over without feeling sleepy. She was wandering on the edge of life and death these days. Fortunately, Li Yan appeared and saved her, but she asked, "I know you is to protect me, but do we need to be so close?" "Oh, the distance between us is as thick as a piece of white paper. What else do you have to worry about? Good boy, go to bed quickly. A gentleman, will not touch you with my hands." Thinking of the beautiful woman next to him, Li Yan remembered a wise saying, "If you are poor, look at the appearance. If you are rich, use the towel." Also not sleepy is the dark personality of Chin lying beside him. Yes, Li Yan lied that there was only one guest room in the house and arranged both Chins here, while he was trying to prevent accidents. The pretense of happening, shamelessly squeezed in the middle. Although the kind personality has surrendered to Li Yan and his favorability has increased infinitely, the kind personality is still a little embarrassed. The dark personality has no worries, and now it is almost crawling on Li Yan. Li Yan closed his eyes and fell asleep, and none of the three people made any sound. Fortunately, the dark personality could talk to the Phoenix power, so it was not as boring as the good personality. "Can he really help you find the other fragments?" Jean's dark personality asked. "We can only believe in him. The two of us have become one, and there is no possibility of separation. So if you want to become stronger, try to help me." Chin, who has a dark personality, agreed and saw Li Yan's strength. She had already regarded Li Yan as her backer. In the dead of night, the gentleman's hands began to move around, caressing Chin's smooth back, plump figure, and slowly hugged Chin's slender waist. Chin felt the warmth of Li Yan's arms in the hazy state. But suddenly, she faced Li Yan's lips. She slowly began to blur. Her whole body felt hot, and after a while the bed began to shake, creak, creak. The dark personality on the side widened his eyes, carefully admiring Li Yan's strong muscles, and from time to time he stretched out his hand to touch and tease with his eyes. After the previous war, all parts of New York are now trying their best to recover and rebuild, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is even more busy. The previous death of a U.S. Secretary of State made this group of politicians see the important value of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence. Dangerous matters must be left to professionals. No matter how stupid people are, they don't dare to show off now. Nick Fury knew that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had come. He opened his mouth wide and bit down a piece of meat. His mouth was filled with satisfaction. Nick Fury, who was rich and wealthy, put the construction of a space battleship on the agenda. Thor and Loki have been living on Earth these days, tasting Earth's delicacies and experiencing human entertainment. They have a panoramic view of the prosperity of New York. After getting acquainted with Pietro, Pietro took the two brothers to the most luxurious nightclub in New York. The consumption level here is estimated to be the highest in New York. Various models, flight attendants, and young actors can also be met here. The consumption and entertainment here are the project made Thor and Loki blush. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they had never enjoyed it so much. But when they saw that Pietro was a regular visitor, he actually had a membership card. "Pietro, brothers, have fun. We have changed our appearance. No one can recognize us." "Thor, that's not good. I feel sorry for Jane Foster. Pietro nodded. Yes, I feel sorry for Twinkle too. After saying that, he hugged a beautiful woman and went to the private room. If Lien knew that Pietro was taking the two princes of Asgard to Envy Piao and Envy Chong, he would definitely say, "You are still a genius." If Odin knew about it, he would crush your third leg under his feet. Tony Stark planned to organize an Avengers gathering, and all the Avengers gave him 3 points and agreed to come. Tony specially came to invite Li Yin, hoping to see if he could bring Li Yin into the Avengers, but Li Yin was not interested and refused directly. Tony felt very sorry for this and expressed regret. In the blink of an eye, Thor and Loki spent a month of happy time on Earth. Today, the two brothers dragged their tired bodies and planned to return to Asgard. Before leaving, the three of Pietro had one last carnival. Thor and Loki asked him to swear that no one else would know about it. Pietro readily agreed. Don't worry, I'm also involved. If Twinkle knows, he won't let me go, Pietro said confidently. The three of them smiled knowingly and wished that the friendship between prostitutes would last forever. In fact, friendship between men is so simple. After receiving the assurance, Thor and Loki were picked up by the Rainbow Bridge and returned to Asgard in front of everyone. Rainbow Bridge. Thor and Loki looked at Heimdall feeling guilty. Thor thought to himself, this voyeur must not have noticed what he and Loki were doing. Heimdall looked at the two princes and kept avoiding them, not daring to look at them. He thought of some unsightly scenes. It was so dark that he was worthy of being the son of Odin. His fighting power was as strong as that of an animal. Heimdall reacted abnormally, and the clever Loki secretly thought that Odin must have known about what he and Thor had done on Earth. He was panicking, but he still had to go to see Odin. The two of them walked into the hall of the Immortal Palace tremblingly. Except for Odin on the throne, there was no one else in the hall. Odin sat on the throne without anger, with a stern expression, and his eyes were like knives staring at his two bastard sons. Now he was very angry. These two scum of Asgard not only destroyed his own, his face was lost, and Asgard's face would also be ruined. The Prince of Asgard did such a sloppy thing on Earth, and it made him angry just thinking about it. You two bastards, kneel down, Odin shouted angrily. Loki was so frightened that he knelt down quickly. I think I, the majestic lord of the 9 realms, have never experienced a dragon. Bah, my majestic king of the gods, actually cultivated 2 shameless lechers. This Asgard really has no successor. Thor and Loki didn't dare to quibble. Odin had given them enough face, and even their mother didn't know about it. The two of them quickly admitted their mistakes, conducted a deep self-examination and repented, and shifted the responsibility to their prostitute Pietro. Fortunately, Odin is soft-hearted in his old age, not to mention his own son. The most important thing is that he dotes on the two brothers very much. People. But Odin still decided that these 2 little bastards must be severely punished, otherwise there is no telling what ridiculous things they can do in the future. Now I will punish you 2 with 3 months of confinement each. During these 3 months, you will reflect on it. If you dare to be so ridiculous in the future, see how I punish you 2. Yes, father. Loki breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped back, looking at their backs. Odin's eyes were full of love. As a father, he was already proud of his son. These small mistakes were just episodes in the growth of a man. But the two have special identities, and sometimes they cannot make any mistakes. Avengers Dash has ended. Since the Mind Stone was not taken to Earth by Thanos men, Li Yin thinks Avengers Dash won't happen again, right? But he can't guarantee it. Who knows what changes will happen in this bullshit Marvel universe? With nothing to do, Li Yin went to EGE's place. Now EGE's place is also prosperous. Ability God, Boros, Apocalypse, and Rick are all here. Rick's previous research on devil fruits has only a few research results so far. That is, if a devil fruit is planted in a specially treated environment, it will take root, sprout, and bear the devil fruit again. If it develops in this direction, Li Yin estimates sooner or later the devil fruit tree will be researched by Rick. When I came here today, Li Yin wanted Rick to create a tracker for Phoenix Force fragments. Otherwise, Lien would have gone to find so many Phoenix Force fragments in countless multiverses. Holy Lord, you are here. Hello, Rick. What have you been studying lately? The devil fruit that you, Holy Lord, told me before, and the genetic medicine that Apocalypse entrusted me to help develop, as well as some research that I did when I had nothing to do. I didn't expect you to be so busy. Did Chansey make some kind of deal with you? Or did he threaten you? No, he has no ability to threaten me. We made a deal. I hope to get Apocalypse's super lifespan and rapid self-healing ability, while Apocalypse needs some strength enhancement. The two of us hit it off, and I extracted Apocalypse's the blood is being studied as soon as possible. Oh, Chansey is such a clever little guy. He actually knows how to ask you for help. Rick laughed and said, I'm the only one who can help him, so he can only find me. After telling Rick to research a Phoenix Force fragment tracker when he had time, Lien went to find Egg and Boros. Under the leadership of Ability God, they played the Vin card in the world of Super God Mechanic. These cards are all transcendent A-level characters, playing against each other according to the settings, and under the guidance of the Ability God, several people played with gusto. It can be seen that these guys are really bored. It's time to give these guys something to do. Seeing Lien approaching, several guys put down their cards and stood up to greet him. Holy Lord. Well, I see you're getting rusty from being here. Don't worry, I will find something for you to do soon. When a few people heard this, they immediately became energetic. Now they feel uncomfortable all over and feel that life is no fun at all. This group of usually lawless guys are now like salted fish with no dreams or pursuits. They just hope to find someone to practice their skills. After chatting for a while, Lien opened the portal and returned to New York. Now there are 5 women at home. Lien feels very happy every day. He does not dare to stop taking Labidi Di Huang pills and Shinbao tablets for a day. Even so, every day, I feel sore on my back and weak all over. I have no choice but to have too many women. It is also a worry. Chin's kind personality gets along well with the others. They talk and laugh every day, which adds a lot of fun to life. Lien is rich and generous, and the material life he provides for his wives is definitely the highest in New York. They have all kinds of bags. Lipstick and perfume are all bought home in piles. Luxury goods are piled up at home. Those who don't like it are simply thrown away. As a result, the sanitation workers near Lian's house have all bought cars and villas, but Sheen's dark personality is it's hard to get along with him, and he seems a little out of place. Now that the Marvel world is peaceful, Lien can't sit still anymore. After all, his followers are going crazy because of the stress. He decides to go to other worlds to do things in a few days and take them for fun. After packing his bags, Lien was ready to set sail again. Poseidon, who temporarily settled his wives in the Shadow Kingdom, coaxed them with delicious food and drinks. He went to EGE's place, taking Ability God, Apocalypse, and Boros with him. As for Lufa, he let him stay here to keep EGE's company. When he was ready, Lien took out his teleportation gun and fired a green light, forming a green vortex door. Lien walked into it first without hesitation. This was his absolute confidence in his own strength. The whole world could pose a threat to him, for there is not much left. Through the portal, the desolate land comes into view. The brown soil on the ground is very barren, and the endless Gobi Desert has no breath of life. Lien made a confused nasal sound. He really couldn't figure out where this place was and how it could be such a desolate and barren place. Hey, the monitoring host has left the original Marvel universe and is in another plane. Now, is monitoring this plane? Dip. Monitoring completed. Hey, it has been detected that the host is located in the adventures of Lolo Plane. Hey, now turn on the mission mode. The mission rewards will be settled after leaving. Hey, Mission 1. Get at least 50 mechanical life followers in this plane. Mandatory mission. Hey, Mission 2. Disguise yourself as the King of Machine War in this plane. Mandatory mission. Hey, Mission 3. Unify all the armed forces in this plane and establish a unified political power. Voluntary mission. Hey, Mission 4. Destroy the villain Blue Poison Beast. Mandatory mission. Hey, Mission 5. Collect Energy Amethyst. Voluntary mission. Oh, It turned out to be the world of Luo's adventures. Lian vaguely remembered that the protagonist Luo here was a young genius game master. He was best at playing a 3D computer game called Machine War King. This is a game with the background of robots fighting each other for supremacy. However, on a night of thunder and lightning, Lolo was no longer a bystander in this war. A strange bolt of lightning injected powerful energy into Lolo's computer and pulled him from the real world into the virtual world of Machine War King. Li Yin knew that in this world, there were two major races of machine warriors living on this continent. They were the motorcycle race and the beast race. This is a world completely ruled by mechanical life forms, and every robot is training hard with the goal of becoming an outstanding warrior. Li Yin pinched his chin, thinking about what was worth planning here. For Li Yin, who has a simple family tradition, if you don't pick it up while walking, you will throw it away. His family's simple family tradition cannot lose its prestige in his own hands. After thinking about it for a long time, I felt that except for some cars, some planes, and bulldozers that can be used for transportation, there seems to be nothing worthy of careful planning. Do I want to have a mass migration? Let's go. Find a place with people to understand the situation first. Li Yin and the others flew in the air, carefully searching for traces of civilization. Looking at the desolate ground, a figure suddenly appeared. Li Yin and the others quickly landed on the ground. When Li Yin saw the face of that person clearly, Lolo, huh? Who are you? Where is this? Li Yin didn't reply, but directly imprisoned Luo and then put him into a deep sleep. He wanted to pretend to be the king of machine war, but he couldn't let him mess up. After his mission was completed, he would send him back to his reality. World. Li Yin couldn't do it to kill an 11-year-old child who was not a threat. Li Yin remembered the place where Luo appeared. It won't be long before the Human Torch will pass by here. Instead of looking for it himself, it is better to wait and see, and he can study the mission carefully. The mission is still very simple, which gives me a lot of room to play. Missions dash and dash can be easily completed as long as you arrive in the City of Time. The only time-consuming task is the third task, which is to unify all the forces in the world. As for the fourth task, Li Yin estimates that the blue poison beast has a grudge against the system. It is also very simple to collect energy amethysts. Just go to the Fire Dragon Valley, where there are a lot of energy amethysts, waiting for Li Yin to develop it. After waiting for a while, a red sedan drove towards this direction at high speed. Li Yin smiled. According to the plot, the Thunderbolt was coming, and now it was time for Li Ji and Wang Yin to appear. From a distance, he saw the Black Iron Beast army chasing him behind the Thunderbolt. The fleeing Palihuo was stopped by Li Yin and 4 others. He transformed into a motorcycle rider and asked with some confusion, "Who are you? What's the matter?" Li Yin said it directly in a tone that left no room for doubt. Have all the motorcycle tribes degenerated into this? As a motorcycle warrior, you don't even recognize the Motorcycle King. The Human Torch was stunned when he heard the King of Machines, and his brain couldn't react for a moment. You don't know me, but I know you. You are the Thunderbolt and come from the City of Time. Your ultimate move is Thunder Half Moon Slash. The current City Lord should be your teacher. Li Yin told the whole story about the Thunderbolt fire. This made the Human Torch even more confused. He really didn't know these people. Could it be that the King of Machine War really appeared? Otherwise, how could you know yourself so well? Apocalypse and Polo were both curious about the mechanical life form of the Human Torch. Looking at the Human Torch's height of 8 or 9 meters, his strong body, and even his infinite life, they couldn't help but sigh. The well-informed ability god was not surprised by the Human Torch. He even hated these mechanical beings. He remembered that he was still an innocent boy doing bad things in the universe without any worries. Suddenly, very soon, the mechanic led a sneak attack without respecting martial ethics. He encountered the Waterloo of his life and was sealed. Alas! By the way, is he still in the amber of time and space? Li Yin clicked his tongue. I've already told you that I am your Machine War King, but you still don't believe me? Human Torch explained, it's not that I don't believe you, but the Machine War King only existed in the ancient wars. That was a long, long time ago. I have never seen the Machine War King, so it is normal to have doubts. Looking at the Human Torch in front of him, although he is weak now, he is brave and upright and loyal enough to be a friend. Whenever there is a battle, he will always rush to the front, and in times of crisis, the Human Torch will never leave his friends alone. Because of this, he gained the respect of the motorcycle race robots. And Li Yin feels that he, like Optimus Prime in Transformers, is a born leader. While a few people were talking, the army of black iron beasts chased after them. Haha, prepare to die. Human Torch. The Human Torch drew his weapon. After I stop, you run away first. Who needs you to cut off the queen? Li Yin directly ordered the three gods, Boros and Apocalypse, to take action and beat the dozens of black iron beasts that were chasing them in a half-crimps. In Human Torch's surprised eyes, Boros shot an energy beam from his palm, piercing the body of a black iron beast with one blow. In order to vent their anger, Ability God and Apocalypse directly went into battle to fight. In front of the black iron beast 7 or 8 meters tall, a few people were slightly insignificant, but the Ability God directly tore off the arm of a black iron beast and demolished the black iron beast to pieces in a few strokes, which almost shocked the Thunderbolt's jaw. Soon all 30 or so black iron beasts fell to the ground, sparks crackling on their bodies, and painful groans emanating from their mouths. Human Torch, you go deal with them. Human Torch was a little hesitant. Although he was a little moved, this could be regarded as stealing the fruits of other people's battles. Thunderbolt shook his head and said, King of Machine War, I'm afraid this is not good. How can I have the nerve to keep the results of the three brothers' battles to myself? Haha, it doesn't matter. They are not motorcycles and cannot absorb this fighting energy. Then the Human Torch nodded and killed these black iron beasts one by one. After absorbing their energy, the Human Torch was directly upgraded from the initial 2nd level to the 5th level. From the original 5 scum of war, he became a powerful one. Nice little shrimp. Thunderbolt knelt on his knees, facing Li Yin, and begged, King of Machine War, please come back to the City of Time with me. The motorcycle race now needs your leadership. Li Yin's goal here while waiting for the Thunderbolt to arrive is to go to the City of Time. Without the leadership of the Thunderbolt, he might not gain the trust of the motorcycle people even if he talks a lot. Okay, no problem. The motorcycle race will become stronger and stronger under my leadership. Sitting in the driver's cab of Thunderbolt, Li Yin felt the convenience of driverless driving. He leaned on the chair and inquired about the current situation of the City of Time, while feeling the ultimate pushback feeling brought by the supercar. Although Li Yin also owns many cars in the United States, compared with the Thunderbolt, those cars are rubbish. The level of Thunderbolt was upgraded, and he was in good condition now. He galloped all the way, and soon led Li Yin and others to appear outside the gate of the City of Time. Looking at the tall city wall in front of me, it is really shocking. The city gate alone is nearly 400 meters high. Thunderbolt, who is 8 or 9 meters tall, looks a little small standing under the city gate. The city wall is at least -meters long. It is as high as a mountain, blocking the front of the City of Time. The city wall is tall and thick, and a large number of city guard turrets are placed on it. The city wall is filled with dense motorcycle soldiers. They stick to it regardless of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, day or night. Post, guarding the safety of the City of Time. The entire city seems to be made of unknown blue, or not only is it very safe and solid, but it also looks very beautiful. From a distance, the entire city glows with a sapphire blue light. The guards at the city gate saw the Human Torch returning and quickly lowered the drawbridge to allow the Human Torch to enter the city. After entering the city gate, many biker soldiers were patrolling and standing guard on the wide streets. This is already a military fortress. At this time, a motorcycle came from the city, and Li Yin knew it was the funny Hot Wheels without looking at him. Thunderbolt, what about that? Are there many black iron beasts outside? Hot Wheels asked eagerly. The Human Torch nodded. There's an army of dark iron beasts everywhere outside. I almost died. Hot Wheels drooped his head. obviously very worried about the current situation. Hey, who are they? Did you bring the Human Torch back? Let's go see the City Lord first. I have something important to report. The King of Machine War invites you to come with me. Li Yin followed slowly. Hot Wheels next to him was shocked. The King of Machine War. Following the Human Torch, Li Yin and the four of them came to the main hall. The City Lord of the City of Time was a white motorcycle man. He did not survive 2 episodes in the animation, so he was a bit player without even a name in the animation. Thunderbolt. City Lord, I'm back. The Black Iron Beast army is pressing outside the city. Our City of Time is in danger, but I brought back the Machine War King this time. Before Human Torch finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. The Lord of the City of Time asked in surprise, "What did you say? You brought the King of Machine War back." Cough, cough. Li Yin rose into the air and floated to the height of Human Torch's shoulders. Yes, I am your Machine War King, Lord of the City of Time. How should we trust you? Li Yin, you don't have to believe me. If I stay, the City of Time will survive the current crisis. If I leave here, I will be trampled to the ground by the army of Black Iron Beasts. I'm not forcing you to believe me, but you have to take the initiative to believe it. Hey, are you the king of motorcycles of our motorcycle clan? Hot Wheels said. Li Yin smiled slightly. Of course, I'm here to save you. But if you don't cooperate, what can I do? You know that even the King of Hell can't save the damn ghost. The Lord of the City of Time hesitated for a moment and then agreed. He handed over the position of Lord of the City of Time to Li Yin. Now all biker warriors and biker civilians in the City of Time must obey Li Yin's orders. In this way, Li Yin, the king of pseudo-machine warfare, successfully became a full-time official, and even tasks 1 and 2 have been completed. As long as he makes some achievements, no one here will doubt his authenticity. The City of Time is not small in size, with a total population of more than 50, but there are only motorcycle warriors among them, and most of them are old, weak, sick, and disabled, and are not strong. Without the help of Luo in the original work, the City of Time will definitely be destroyed. Was crushed by an army of Black Iron Beasts. But now the army of Black Iron Beasts is no different to Li Yin than ants. However, in order to unify the plane, he cannot be too harsh and cannot intensify the hatred between the motorcycle tribe and the beast tribe. Li Yin pinched his chin and had an idea in his mind. It seemed that he had to subdue these Black Iron Beasts first and let the wild orangutans come to him on their own initiative. Human Torch, City Lord, what should we do now? Wait for the army of Black Iron Beasts to arrive at the city. No way. The opponent of the King of Robots has an army of How can we defend the City of Time? Hot Wheels said. Li Yin, we definitely can't defend. We must take the initiative. But we are no match at all. Palihuo was also slightly surprised. Li Yin rolled his eyes at him. Thank you for your self-awareness. Don't worry. Li Yin pointed at the 3 ability god Boros and Apocalypse and said, have you seen the strength of the 3 of them? The Human Torch finally felt confident, as long as he didn't let the biker warriors in the city go out and die in vain. Outside the city, the general of the Black Iron Beast, Gene Ironmon, looked at the remains of the Black Iron Beast soldiers on the ground and was puzzled. According to the information he had, there were no masters in the entire City of Time. Judging from the wreckage, these 30 Black Iron Beasts were the Iron Beasts were easily killed, and they didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. General, this shouldn't be done by people from the City of Time, right? The Green Iron Beast said from the side. The Golden Iron Beast shook his head. He didn't know who did this, but no matter what, he had to win the City of Time. City of Time. Human Torch and other bikers stood on the city wall, looking at the dark army of Black Iron Beasts below, and the pressure in their hearts doubled. The Golden Iron Beast is the commander-in-chief of this attack. He is the #1 general under the Wild Orang, the king of the Beast tribe. He is a man of both wisdom and courage, as well as loyalty and courage. The Wild Orang has the power of the Golden Iron Beast. The subordinates only conquered half of the country. In the original work, the Tiger King also wanted to win over him and make him his general, but the Golden Iron Beast was unmoved. His character not only gained the trust of the wild ape, but was even affirmed by the Human Torch and others. Although the Golden Iron Beast finally detonated the reserve hidden energy and died with the enemy in order to protect the wild orangutan and cover the Thunderbolt's retreat, his image was deeply imprinted in Li Yan's mind. Li Yan saw that the Black Iron Beast army was approaching the city, and he directly ordered Ability God, Boros, and Apocalypse to go down and fight. He used a mental message to instruct, "You three, remember, just defeat the enemy and don't cause large-scale casualties. This army will soon be ours." "Yes, Holy Master." "No," Hot Wheels said in surprise. "Do you have any grudge against them? There's an army of Black Iron Beasts down there, so you just send 3 of them to die." Human Torch quickly stopped him. "Hot Fire Wheels, don't erupt. I have seen the strength of the 3 of them." "Yes, but there are 100,000 Black Iron Beasts down there. There is also their general, the Golden Iron Beast, who is the #1 general under the wild orangutan." Li Yan smiled and waved his hand. It was normal for Hot Wheels not to believe in the strength of Ability God and others. In this world, even the 3 war kings of the Beast Clan could not defeat the army of Black Iron Beasts in front of them. The ceiling of combat power that Hot Wheels and others can understand is that there is no other than the 3 war kings of the Beast Clan. So they believe that it is impossible for the 3 ability gods to win. "Everyone, please be patient. We will know whether we can win or not," Li Yan said confidently. The Golden Iron Beast looked at the 3 people who jumped off the city wall with a puzzled look on its face. "Could it be that they are here to negotiate with me? Who are you? If you know your identity, leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will destroy the City of Time, and you will die without a burial place." "Haha, your tone is quite loud." Tianchi mocked. Ability God sneered. "Trash, you are not afraid of flashing your tongue." Boros, "To be honest, I don't have any enthusiasm for fighting against you, Trash." The ridicule of several people made Golden Iron Beast very angry. But as a calm general of Black Iron Beast, he would not lose his mind because of the enemy's few words. He sent out a group of soldiers, intending to test a few of them to see if they were bluffing or if they were really capable. "Blue Iron Beast, you lead a group of people and show the 3 of them a little color." "Yes, General." The Green Iron Beast is a subordinate of the Golden Iron Beast. He is very powerful. Before the Thunderbolt met Li Yan, he was definitely not his opponent. But now, the Thunderbolt has lasted more than Black Iron Beast soldiers and absorbed many soldiers. With less fighting energy, the level has been improved, but Li Yan is estimated to be at least equal to the Green Iron Beast. It will take some distance to defeat the Golden Iron Beast single-handedly. Ability God and others are interested. They used to be the overlords of one party, and naturally they all have some ability to recognize people. Ability God can tell at a glance that Gentai Beast is a very difficult general to get. The army he leads has a neat lineup and good morale. Hi. Judging from the military appearance alone, the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the City of Time have lost a lot. The Green Iron Beast brought out a group of soldiers, and following his order, they rushed directly towards the 3 ability gods. "Kill." Tianchi took a step forward and said, "Leave it to me." He stretched his hands forward and spread his fingers. The sand on the ground began to squirm, forming a vortex of sand on the ground. He rushed towards the Black Iron Beast and fell into it in an instant, covered in blood. Only the heads are exposed above and below, and everyone is tightly trapped. The Golden Iron Beast shrank its eyes, obviously surprised by Apocalypse's ability. They were all mechanical beings and had never seen other forms of superpowers. For a while, the Golden Iron Beast didn't know what to do. The eyes of Human Torch and others on the wall were also wide open. Obviously, they were shocked again. Hot Wheels, master of the city of Mecha King. How did he do it? I just saw him stretch out his hands, and these Black Iron Beasts fell into the ground and were trapped. It's nothing to scare a little kid. This is just a superpower possessed by flesh and blood life. Li Yan explained. Boros mobilized all the energy in his body, and the blue arc of light began to flash on the surface of his body. He had not fought for a long time, and he was very angry inside. Today he would kill every one of his opponents without leaving any trace behind. Just as he was about to rush forward, Ability God grabbed his wrist. He warned, "Take it easy. The Holy Lord will be unhappy if too many people die." Boros shook off the skinny palm of the God of Ability. I have it in my mind. A flash of blue light flashed, and the neat military formation beside the golden iron beast was washed away, and the few soldiers at the front were directly knocked to pieces. The golden iron beast reacted and roared, "Line up and prepare to fight." The black iron beast hurriedly formed a six-pointed star array to enter a defensive state. The six black iron beasts rotated in a circle to form a six-pointed star array. The six-pointed star array can spread attacks outwards and concentrate defense inside. It can also be split into a triangle pattern, inside and outside. Combined with both offense and defense, ordinary speed robots like Black Panther were unable to deal an effective blow to the hexagram array, but the opponent they encountered was not the Tiger King's Black Panther, but Boros. Boros passed through the army of black iron beasts and smashed countless black iron beasts into pieces. To Boros, this army of black iron beasts was just a bunch of broken machines. As long as he moved his fingers, he could make them fly. The other party was reduced to ashes. Li Yinzhan said on the city wall, "Ability God, go and catch the golden iron beast for me. Remember that I want to live." The golden iron beast was very angry when he heard it. After all, he is also the #1 general under the Wild Orang, and his strength is many times stronger than the current Thunderbolt. Do you think I don't want to lose face? Follow your will. The Ability God flashed and appeared in front of the golden iron beast, but due to the size difference, he could only look up in front of the 8 or 9 meter tall golden iron beast. The Power God appeared next to him in an instant. He was unaware of it and could not see the opponent's movement trajectory clearly. However, the golden iron beast was also experienced in many battles. He quickly raised his right foot and stepped toward the Power God. Boom! He stepped on nothing, and the supernatural god activated his ability to create countless energy ropes, tightly trapping the legs of the golden iron beast. With a hard pull, the golden iron beast lost its balance and fell to the ground. "General, we are here to help you." The surrounding black iron beast saw that the golden iron beast was suffering and hurried forward to support. Ability God quickly tied up the golden iron beast and appeared in front of Li Yin with the golden iron beast in a flash. Jin Tiezong looked confused. Was he kidnapped so easily? The golden iron beast looked at Thunderbolt and the others in front of him, showing no intention of surrendering and begging for mercy. Although he was a prisoner now, a man's integrity could never be lost. He said sonorously and forcefully, "You can kill or chop you as you please. I, the golden iron beast, will not surrender. My brothers will avenge me. Sooner or later, the city of time will be flattened by the black iron beast army." Although he was his enemy, Human Torch couldn't help but secretly admire him when he saw how backbone he was. People have always been like this. They only respect strong people with backbone. Li Yin chuckled. "You've been captured, and you still expect others to avenge you? I guess the 100,000 troops below can't withstand a few collisions from my men." The golden iron beast snorted coldly. "Humph. So what? Isn't it normal for us as soldiers to die on the battlefield? This guy is loyal and courageous. In the original book, in order to save the wild orangutan, he did not hesitate to fight against the Black Panther army, the Green Panther beast, and the Tiger King alone. He knew that he was losing, but still fought to the death. He would rather die than defect to the Tiger King. Want him to surrender? Li Yin thinks he should save some money. But if you catch the golden iron beast, the wild orangutan will definitely come to the rescue. Once you catch the wild orangutan, you can conquer the wild orangutan. You 3 ability gods, go and release the blue iron beasts and let them find the wild orangutans. Yes, Holy Master. When Thunderbolt and others heard this, they didn't know what Li Yin was going to do. Thunderbolt, Lord Mecha King, the wild ape is so powerful that our city of time cannot withstand his attack. Should we think carefully about it? Yes. The king of machine war. The wild orang is the war king of the beast clan, and his strength is unfathomable. If he comes, our city of time may not be able to resist it. After you two have experienced what happened today, you should stop looking at problems from the same old perspective. Ability God said from the side. I tell you, even the 3 war kings of the Beast clan plus hundreds of thousands of troops are no match for any of the 3 of us. What? Hot Wheels, Human Torch, and others were really shocked when they heard this. Although the Golden Iron Beast was also shocked, but unlike Human Torch and the others, the Golden Iron Beast followed the Wild Ape. He knew the strength of the Wild Ape and wanted to be like Boros and cut through an army of Black Iron Beasts. It is impossible. Even an army of Black Iron Beasts can kill the wild orangutan. The combined strength of the 3 war kings is already the limit for dealing with an army of Black Iron Beasts. The Golden Iron Beast thought about it carefully, and he felt that the ability God was not lying. But this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him, because he had put the wild orangutan into such a dangerous situation. He prayed silently in his heart, praying that the wild orangutan would not come to rescue him. Ability God, Boros, and Tianchi followed Li Yan's instructions and drove away the Black Iron Beast army, giving them a chance to ask for help from the wild orangutan. In the dungeon of the City of Time, in addition to blaming himself, the Golden Iron Beast was also thinking about countermeasures. The opponent had such strength, but he did not kill himself, nor did he massacre the Black Iron Beast army on a large scale. He even made a plan to attract wild orangutans. The Golden Iron Beast was lost in thought. He had never seen the move the other party used. He looked like he was neither a motorcycle nor a beast. He thought hard and couldn't figure out the reason. Wild City, the home of wild orangutans. Although the wild orangutan has no strategy to strategize and went over thousands of miles away, and has an arrogant personality, he values love and justice, acts above board, repays kindness, and is a tough man who keeps his word. What? When the wild orangutan heard that his general had been captured by the people from the City of Time, it was not a big deal. He smashed the table in front of him with his fist and roared. Not only was his general captured, but also it's about your own dignity. Green Iron Beast. Marshall, the 3 opponents are so powerful that even our army of people cannot defeat them. Wild Orang. How many people do we hurt? Green Iron Beast. Reporting to the Marshal, there are less than 1,000 people. Boom! The wild gorilla punched the blue Iron Beast in the chest, knocking him away. The wild orangutan laughed angrily. Ha! 3 people will beat the shit out of you and make you a bunch of trash. Blue Iron Beast, you are such a coward. You actually dared to leave the Golden Iron Beast and run away without a fight. I will punish you with military law today. Blue Iron Beast and Purple Iron Beast quickly stepped forward to dissuade them. Marshal, every word of the Blue Iron Beast is true. We really didn't run away from the battle. The wild orangutan calmed down a little, but he still didn't believe that the 3 people on the other side could easily defeat his army of people. Forget it. I'll keep you alive for now, and I'll deal with you after the Golden Iron Beast is rescued. The mighty army of Black Iron Beasts gathered again. This time he only left 15 Black Iron Beasts to guard the Wild City, while he led an army of Black Iron Beasts to conquer the City of Time. The Silver Iron Beast stood on the city wall, looking at the retreating figures of the 15-strong army with a cunning smile. Silver Iron Beast is Wild Orang's second general, but he is cunning and ambitious. Because the Wild Orang reused the Golden Iron Beast, the Silver Iron Beast was resentful and was bribed by the Tiger King as an undercover agent in an attempt to take charge of the Wild City after the Tiger King destroyed the Wild Orang. Now he felt like his chance had come. In the City of Time, Li Yan is looking at the map of the King of Machine War World. He is about to start formulating his next action plan, and his goal is the City of Energy. Energy City can be said to be the most luxurious and richest city among all the cities of the motorcycle race. Just looking at the design and structure of its appearance is complex enough, and the whole city is shining in the afterglow, very beautiful. This city also has a very powerful defense system and should be one of the most difficult cities in the world to break. The most important thing is that there are a large number of energy amethysts buried under it. This is the city that Li Yin must capture to complete his mission. The Tiger King laughed happily after receiving the news from the Silver Iron Beast. Wilderang, you are so stupid. Ha ha. Since you don't want Wild City, then I, the Tiger King, will reluctantly accept it. The Green Leopard Beast said to the Tiger King, Marshal, I have a plan that may be able to completely eradicate the wild orangutans. Oh, the Tiger King became interested. Tell me and listen. Marshal, we can lead a large force and secretly ambush in the Wild City. When the wild apes return, it will be a battle with the City of Time, and the wild apes will have a high probability of taking over the City of Time. Then the army of black iron beasts following the wild apes back to the Wild City should be around. It goes without saying what the Green Leopard Beast said next. The Tiger King was ruthless and cunning, and he could directly guess the Green Leopard Beast's plan. The wild orangutan who captured the City of Time will definitely leave a large force to garrison there, and he will return to the Wild City with an army of 40 to 50,000 black iron beasts. When the time comes, he can just lay a good ambush and kill the wild orangutan. It is not difficult to annex the power of the wild gorilla. Then the world of the Machine War King will be his world of the Tiger King. The wild orang is rushing to the City of Time as fast as he can, unaware that there is a big traitor in his lair. All the motorcycle riders in the City of Time are on standby because they are about to face the world's most powerful land-based motorcycle king, the wild orangutan. Wild Orang is a powerful war king with the strongest strength, defense, and attack power in the world of robot beasts. The defense is so strong that it can easily withstand the Storm Nebula, the ice-piercing slash, and the lightning whirlwind. It can barely withstand an attack from a polar sandstorm. 80% of its health is lost. But the shortcomings are also very obvious. The movement speed and attack speed are too slow. It is so slow that it cannot even hit individual Black Panthers, and it is difficult to hit the Tiger King. Although he had the upper hand in the 2 battles with the Tiger King, he did not pose a fatal threat to the Tiger King. Wild Orang can also easily defeat Supersonic and Tornado, the strongest of the 6 motorcycle generals, by himself. The overall strength is above the Tiger King and only below the Tyrannosaurus God. Human Torch and Hot Wheels stood on the city wall with thoughts abounding, no longer as happy as when they had just caught the Golden Iron Beast. Hot Wheels asked Human Torch in a low voice, "Do you think the one you brought back is the King of War?" Human Torch is not sure whether Li Yin is the king of machine war. He is completely unconcerned with common sense and can do whatever he wants. However, Li Yin is very powerful, and having him as his guardian will do no harm to the City of Time. Seeing the wolf smoke and flying dust in the distance, Thunderbolt's face was solemn, and he knew that the wild gorilla was coming. Hot Wheels was so frightened that his face turned pale and his legs were shaking. Although the Black Iron Beast army had been damaged before, it regained its morale under the leadership of the wild gorilla, and this time it made a comeback and vowed to conquer the City of Time. Roar! People from the City of Time, listen, release the Golden Iron Beast to me quickly. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will smash the City of Time into ruins. The wild orangutan was angry. Li Yin, who was resting in the city, heard the roar of the wild orangutan and knew that the fish had taken the bait. Ability God, Boros, Apocalypse, you 3 go and beat the gorilla outside to me, and then bring it to me. Yes, Holy Master. The 3 ability gods got up and came to the wall of the City of Time. They looked at the roaring gorilla below and frowned. There was only one with decent strength. How were the 3 of them divided? Ability God. There are 3 beast war kings here. This guy belongs to me, and you can divide the other 2. The 2 of them had no objection. After all, the alien god was the strongest among the 3 of them. The power god flashed directly and appeared in front of the wild gorilla. Hey, stupid mechanical gorilla. What I hate most are broken machines like you. The wild orangutan stared at the city wall and didn't even notice the alien god at his feet. Who's talking? Ability God's face suddenly turned as black as carbon, and he was actually ignored. In fact, it's really not the fault of the wild gorilla. He is nearly 10 meters tall, and he is still looking up at the city wall. The alien god is about 2 meters tall, and he is still standing in the blind spot of his vision. The ability god waved his hand and fired an energy attack, hitting the wild orangutan on the chin. The wild orangutan screamed, instantly threw his head back, and fell heavily to the ground. He got up angrily, looked at the tiny power god in front of him, roared angrily, and suddenly attacked with a fist that was several times larger than the body of the power god. The fist brought with it the roaring wind and was unstoppable. The alien god looked calm and stretched out his palm to directly block the fist of the wild gorilla. Boom! The sand and dust flew up. The wild gorilla's angry blow was actually received so lightly. The black iron beasts behind were all very angry. Shock! The wild gorilla narrowed his eyes, obviously surprised by this situation, but he immediately stopped and used his ultimate move, Crazy Thunder King Kong Fist. The huge fist was swung towards the ability god, as if it had the power to break mountains. The ability god sneered. This kind of power was like floating and shaking a tree in front of him. He hadn't fought against such a rubbish robot in many years. He clenched his fists and waved them gently, as if doing Tai Chi, slowly and melodiously. When their fists collided violently, the wild gorilla felt as if he had hit a huge mountain, stronger than steel. Hard. The huge force of the shock pushed the wild orangutan hundreds of meters away. On the other hand, the alien god did not retreat at all except for his clothes being blown by the shockwave. The ability god once again appeared in front of the wild orangutan, grabbed his arm, and threw him into the sky. The ability god jumped up and kicked the wild orangutan in the abdomen. The huge force almost killed the wild orangutan. The value returned to 0. Under the influence of this force, the wild orangutan flew tens of thousands of meters in the air at extremely fast speeds. The strong air pressure around him made it impossible to move, and he was unable to adjust his body shape. Tianchi looked at the sky and said, "If the wild orangutan falls from this height, it will probably fall into pieces." Poros laughed. The Thunderbolts and others were frightened when they saw it. The powerful wild orangutan had no power to resist in the hands of the ability god. This was not a crushing at all, but a wanton toy. As long as the power god is willing, killing a wild orangutan is as easy as crushing an ant. Misfortunes never come singly. The wild orangutans were tortured here, and the wild city was also besieged by the Tiger King. With the Silver Iron Beast as an internal agent, the Tiger King led an army of Black Panther beasts, intending to storm the wild city in the battle and prepare an ambush before the wild ape came back. Silver Iron Beast led an army of Black Iron Beasts and pretended to resist on the city wall. In fact, he had already prepared a secret passage for the tiger to send a small force to sneak in secretly. The wild gorilla was facing his most dangerous moment. He fell from an altitude of meters. Without the ability to fly, he would be shattered into pieces once he hit the ground. At this moment, he regretted that he had been careless and underestimated the enemy, and did not believe in the green iron beast. Discouraged from others. When the army of black iron beasts below saw this, all the black-bodied beasts gathered together. They were densely arranged together to form a square array, and then they were arranged layer by layer, 10 layers in total, each layer about 10 meters. This 100-meter buffer is the wild orangutan's last chance to survive. These black iron beasts plan to use their steel bodies to build a buffer platform for the wild orangutan. Although the chance of success is very small, although there will be countless casualties. But for their marshal, it was all worth it. The wild orangutan looked at the army of black iron beasts below. His eyes were red, and he roared at them to get away. He didn't want his soldiers to die because of his incompetence. The army of black iron beasts remained motionless. No one obeyed his orders, so all the black iron beasts were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. At the moment when he was about to collide with the black iron beast army, his figure suddenly stopped in midair. The wild gorilla's figure stopped in midair and slowly floated into the city of time under the guidance of the spiritual power of the alien god. Holy Lord, I brought him. Lien, who was sitting in the city lord's seat, nodded and looked at the most reckless warrior king of the Beast clan. Although he looks ugly, the Decepticons and Autobots in the Transformers world are not much prettier than him. I have become uglier and stronger. When facing the alien gods, the wild gorilla is very weak, but Lien estimates that all the Decepticons and Autobots in the Transformers world combined are not enough for him to fight alone. At least he has powerful skills. After the quality-improving education just now, the wild orangutan has become much more sensible. He has lost the aura of a social big brother and behaves like a child. I ask you questions, do you understand? Lien said lightly. The wild orangutan nodded honestly. What is the population of your territory, Wild City? How many troops are there? The total population is 100 million and the army is 20. The wild orangutan answered. Well, I'm satisfied. Now you can pledge your allegiance to me. Okay. Wild Orang was a little confused. He thought Lien was from the motorcycle race, right? How could we, the Beast tribe, surrender like the motorcycle tribe? Human Torch, Hot Wheels, and other motorcycle riders were also silent, not knowing Lian's purpose of subduing the wild ape. Hot Wheels thought to himself, Wild ape, you must be tougher. You can say harsh things as you like, but you don't have to give me Hot Wheels' face. If you don't die today and show your determination, I, Hot Wheels, will look down on you. Can I ask you, why do you want us to surrender? The wild orangutan asked tentatively. It doesn't hurt to tell you, because of some reasons you can't understand. Without this reason, you would be a pile of scrap metal now. The wild orangutan was silent after hearing this. Although this is true, if you say it more tactfully, wouldn't it look good on everyone's face? Don't look at me kneeling straight now, but my heart is standing, lamented. If you want to survive, you have to bow your head to the truth. I, the wild gorilla, am willing to be loyal to you and become your follower. Hey, we detected that you have a new follower. Hey, this follower belongs to mechanical life. You can't use some of its abilities. Make adjustments now. Hey, you have gained new abilities, skill, Crazy Thunder Vidra Fist, skill, Mountain Opening Vidra Palm. Well, that's it. Glancing at the wild orangutan kneeling on the ground, Lien said lightly, Get up. Yes, Holy Master. Lien does not intend to treat the wild orang poorly. Although the wild orang is not very useful, as long as he conquers the entire world of Machine War King, Lien will have at least 200 million mechanical soldiers. Although they cannot fight, they're all capable of fighting. A good brick mover. Lien took out the rabbit charm, representing speed, and gave it to the wild orangutan. It can give you unparalleled speed. I hope you perform well, and don't let me down. After subduing the wild orang, the wild city is now in hand, and it's time to gather the other biker warriors together. The current world of the Machine War King is still peaceful, and the 6 generals of the motorcycle clan have not yet grown up, but now there's a person who is also a time traveler like Lien. That is the Machine War King of the Beast clan, but her attitude towards Lien the threat was infinitely close to negative, and she felt like a loach in a puddle. It couldn't make much waves. The wild gorilla walked out of the city of time with the golden iron beast. The army of black iron beasts outside had been waiting for a long time. The wild orangutan called all his capable men together and told everyone that he had completely surrendered to Lien. Now he was Lien's follower, and all the black iron beasts would serve Lien in the future. Wild City. The Tiger King led an army of dash people and was already approaching the city. General Silver Iron Beast, let's quickly send someone to rule the Marshal. Silver Iron Beast said righteously. The Marshal is attacking the City of Time with all his strength. We must not distract the Marshal. Besides, our Wild City is indestructible. It is absolutely impossible for the Tiger King to capture it. Wait, when the Marshal returns, we will attack from both sides and eliminate the Tiger King in one fell swoop. Everyone nodded, thinking that what Silver Iron Beast said made sense. But some people still feel that this matter is inappropriate. Wild City is under attack. Why not notify the Marshal of such a big thing, There's obviously something fishy going on. The army of black iron beasts, led by Wild Ape in the middle of the night, is stationed outside the City of Time. According to Lian's order, they will return to Wild City early tomorrow morning to actively train their troops and wait for Lian's next order. At this time, the golden iron beast anxiously found the wild orangutan. What's wrong? What's wrong so late? Marshal, something bad has happened. The Wild City was attacked by the Tiger King. They secretly sneaked into the city for some unknown reason. Now the Wild City has been lost. What? The wild orangutan was startled, and then he quickly asked, "Where did this news come from? Why didn't we receive a request for help?" Gold Iron Beast. It was reported by a few soldiers who escaped. Silver Iron Beast had been suppressing it before, not letting anyone go out to ask for help. We didn't know the news. The wild gorilla punched the table. Now he was very angry. 50,000 black iron beasts were guarding the city. It would not be so easy for the Tiger King to capture it. There must be someone here who cheated and acted as the Tiger King's insider. The wild orangutan did not dare to disturb Lian at night. Although he was anxious, he could only wait until the next morning to ask Lian for instructions. Lian was surprised when he heard the news, but he knew that there was a traitor lurking next to wild orangutan. The wild orangutan wanted Lian's permission to lead his troops back to defeat the Tiger King and take back the Wild City. Lian's eyes turned, and he had an idea. Since the Tiger King comes to the door first, let's deal with the Tiger King first. Besides, there is a blue poisonous beast under the Tiger King waiting for Lian to take his life. After organizing the army, Lian drove the Thunderbolt and followed the wild orangutan team. In order to defeat the Tiger King faster, Lian planned to let Boros take action directly this time, so that Lian would not be far away from unifying the world. At this time, the Tiger King was very proud, and he got the Wild City without much effort. That wild ape guy will be furious if he finds out, ha ha ha. The marshal is so clever and clever. His wild orangutan is no match for the marshal. The blue poison beast made a rainbow fart and slapped the Tiger King comfortably. The silver iron beast also complimented on the side. The Tiger King marshal is still mighty, and his wild ape is not worth mentioning at all. You don't know that the men of the wild ape are all trash. He led an army of black iron beasts to attack the Palace of Time. The city itself was captured by others. The Tiger King smiled slightly and said to the silver iron beast, "You have done a good job. I will not treat you badly. Thank you, Marshal, for your cultivation. I am willing to go through fire and water for you." Silver Iron Beast said with excitement. The blue poison beast glanced at the silver iron beast, his eyes full of disdain. Those who seek glory behind their backs will not end well in the end. Except, of course, me, the blue poison beast. The wild gorilla and the golden iron beast led an army of 15 black iron beasts and finally returned to their hometown after a very fast attack. The Tiger King stood on the city wall, looking at the returning wild orangutan, and sighed secretly. Time was tight, and he did not have time to set up a trap. Otherwise, this stupid orangutan would definitely fall into the trap. Wild orangutan, how are you? The attack on the City of Time went well. By the way, has the golden iron beast been rescued? The Tiger King taunted while standing on the city wall. The wild orangutan was so angry that he wanted to smash the Tiger King to pieces with one punch. Tiger King, don't be too complacent. I'll attack the city wall soon, and I will cut you into pieces. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. Come, let me introduce you to a new general who has taken refuge with me. His name is Silver Iron Beast. He originally followed a fool, but now he has abandoned the secret and defected to my disciples. This move of the Tiger King is to stimulate the wild orangutan. The feeling of being betrayed is not pleasant at all. The wild orangutan gnashed its teeth, eager to eat the Silver Iron Beast alive. As expected, you are the traitor. If you dare to betray me, Silver Iron Beast, I will kill you without a burial place. Wild Orang roared. The current wild orangutan hates these two despicable villains very much. They can't fight head-on, but they actually play dirty tricks. The Silver Iron Beast has completely lost his temper now, and has nothing to worry about anymore. You stupid gorilla, you have a simple mind and strong limbs. It's not yet known who will live and who will die today. The wild orangutan, who is already very angry, completely exploded when he heard the arrogant words of the traitor's silver iron beast. The wild orangutan roared and ordered the black iron beast army to start attacking the city. Apocalypse slowly walked out from behind the troops. "Leave the Tiger King to me." Wild Orang had no objection when he heard it. Although he also wanted to do it himself, he clearly knew the strength of Apocalypse and secretly thought that the Tiger King would suffer now. He deserved it. The Tiger King looked at the 15-strong army led by the wild gorilla below without any panic. Even though he only had 100,000 Black Panther Beast army here, it was enough to defend the city. Without the help of the Silver Iron Beast, he would have lost 100,000 Black Beasts. Even a Leopard Beast army may not be able to capture the wild city guarded by 5 people. "Lord Tianchi, he is in the city. Should we break down the city gate first?" Tianchi chuckled and said, "No, he's the same everywhere." After saying that, Tianchi jumped up, and his strong physical fitness allowed him to jump up the 400-meter-high city wall. The Tiger King was also shocked when he saw Apocalypse jumping up from below. "Who are you? I remember that there is no one like you among the wild gorillas." The Tiger King wondered. "My name is Tianchi, and I'm here to teach you a lesson on the orders of the Holy Lord." "Ha! The person who taught me a lesson hasn't even been born yet." He thought Apocalypse was a subordinate of the wild orangutan and immediately joined him. "You have no future following the wild orangutan. If you follow me, you'll be the master of this wild city." "Yes. How is it?" Tianchi sneered and said, "Okay, but you should die first." Apocalypse took the lead and started to attack. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched the Tiger King on the cheek. The Tiger King was staggered. The Tiger King, who stood firm, was very angry. He was actually slapped in the face. "You are looking for death, or the storm star cloud split will happen." The furious Tiger King opened up his weapon. He waved his extremely sharp tiger claws and attacked Tianchi. Apocalypse stood there and turned on the energy shield. No matter how hard the Tiger King scratched and slashed, he could not break through the shield. The blue poisonous beast stepped forward to dissuade him. "Marshal, you need to calm down. We are now ordering all the soldiers to focus their fire attacks. We will definitely be able to break his turtle shell." Tiger King: "Okay." The Black Panther obeys my order and turns its gun to attack me. "Yes, Marshal." All the Black Panther beasts began to attack Apocalypse with weapons, but such an attack did not pose any threat to Apocalypse. Not to mention having an energy shield. Even without this energy shield, Apocalypse would not be injured. Apocalypse removed the shield and ducked in front of the Tiger King. The difference in size made Apocalypse more flexible. Apocalypse kicked the Tiger King in the leg socket, and the Tiger King fell to his knees. Then the Tiger King faced. It was a fist like a violent storm. Although Apocalypse did not use too much force, it still hit the Tiger King hard. The wild orang was extremely happy when he saw the miserable state of the Tiger King, as if he had defeated the Tiger King himself. Apocalypse flew down from the city wall with the Tiger King. Although the Black Panther Beast army was anxious, there was nothing they could do. The Green Leopard Beast and the Purple Leopard Beast stopped in front of Apocalypse. "Let go of our marshal." "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such loyal subordinates." "Green Leopard, Purple Leopard, you two stand down first. If he doesn't kill me, it proves that I still have value. Wait here for me to come back." Although the Tiger King was seriously injured, his IQ was still online. The Tiger King knelt in front of Li Yin. He looked at Li Yin and the motorcycle man beside him. He was a little surprised for a moment. What was going on with this wild gorilla? Could it be that he had taken refuge with the motorcycle man? "Li Yin, whether the Tiger King lives or dies is in your own hands." The Tiger King looked at the wild orangutan and finally understood that this guy must have been stopped by Li Yin and others when he attacked the City of Time. In the end, the wild orangutan had no choice but he surrendered. "So what am I afraid of?" The wild orangutan looked at the Tiger King and hesitated a little. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Holy Lord, I think he is stubborn and difficult to subdue, so why don't I take action and kill him? After hearing what the wild gorilla said, the Tiger King was also furious. He thought to himself, "You are such a gorilla, but I didn't expect that you have learned bad things and want to trick me. Huh, no way. My subordinate Tiger King is willing to surrender to you. Hey, I noticed you got a new follower. Hey, this follower belongs to Mechanical Life. You can't use some of its abilities. Make adjustments now. Hey, you have gained new abilities skill, Storm Star Cloud Split. Skill, Tiger Claw. I previously obtained a boxing skill and a palm strike skill from the wild ape, and now I have obtained 2 claw strike skills. It seems that these 3 beasts and mecha kings can only give me some boxing and kicking skills. Half of the entire beast clan has been in Lian's hands, and the only person left in the world who is reasonably powerful is the Tyrannosaurus god. But Lian was not in a hurry. He ordered the Tiger King to withdraw his troops, return the wild city to the wild orangutans, and then organize the army. Lian was going to hold a grand Hongmen banquet. There are very few things in this world worthy of Lian's planning, not a few at all. But the energy amethyst is something that Lian must obtain. In addition to the mission requirements, this is also a very special kind of energy crystal in this world. Energy amethyst can quickly restore its own energy and health. It is an important strategic material in the world of Machine War King. Sometimes it even has the ability to turn defeat into victory. Lian is curious. I wonder if the mechanical life in other worlds can be used? Now, Lian already has control of 3 cities, as well as 2 war kings from the Beast clan and a general from the Motorcycle clan. He is very close to the goal of unifying the world. Lian and Human Torch were driving on the endless yellow-brown land. Human Torch's rapidly rotating wheels rolled up a burst of smoke. The unchanging scenery around them made people look boring. In this case, no matter how strong the push and roar were, the sound can't make people excited. Human Torch, how long does it take to get to Energy City? Lian asked, bored. City Lord, we are almost there. We won't be there in another 2 hours. Okay, I'll be squinting for a while. Call me when you get there. Lian swore in his heart that next time he would teleport directly anywhere. Why should he suffer this? From a distance, the city of Source looks like a huge defense tower. It is the city with the highest defense for the motorcycle race. There are some flying saucer-like discs around it that can move and rise. They usually rotate around the city of energy. There's a place where you can attack from above. Shooting downward from a disc can be said to take advantage of the air. Moreover, a central missile system is installed in the city, which can automatically locate and attack enemies. Therefore, as long as the city defense token is still in the hands of the city lord, the Beast clan cannot invade. Energy City is the territory of a group of helicopter-type motorcycle people, and it is also the hometown of Tornado, the general of the motorcycle tribe. Here is the powerful old city Lord Lightning. On the way, Lian chatted with Polihuo, and he told Polihuo about the grievances between Energy City and Snowstorm City. More than 100 years ago, there was no Fengshui City. Fengshui and Lightning were still good brothers in life and death. Together, they guarded the energy amethyst of the Energy City. How come I haven't heard of Fengshui? Polihuo wondered. Don't interrupt. If I hadn't told you, your strength would still be hanging around in the City of Time. A thunderbolt piercing the old heart. Lian continued. One day, the old city lord wanted to choose one of them to become the next city lord, so he gave them 2 city defense tokens from the Energy City. These 2 city defense tokens, it is the Lightning token and the Snow token, allowing the 2 of them to dispatch the army of Energy City to attack the Blue Poison Beast base camp. Whoever captures the Blue Poison Beast base camp first will be the next city lord. The Blue Poison Beast troops will be defeated. The armies of Lightning and Wind and Snow were defeated and retreated steadily. The treacherous and cunning Tyrannosaurus god let the Blue Poison Beast take advantage of the fact that only the old city master was left in the Energy City and took the opportunity to kidnap the old city master and threatened Lightning with the old city master's life to withdraw his troops. Lightning had to agree, but because of Fengshui's impatient personality, Lightning did not tell him the news, making him mistakenly believe that Lightning would not hesitate to collude with the blue poison beast for the position of City Lord. So Feng Shui left angrily and established the Snow City in an extremely cold place thousands of miles away. After the blue poison beast's alienation plan was successful, the Tyrannosaurus Dragon God and the blue poison beast did not fulfill their promise, but killed the old City Lord, making the misunderstanding on this matter never clear up. When Feng Shui heard that the old City Lord was dead, he came to Lightning to settle the score. Lightning wanted to die to eliminate Feng Shui's resentment towards him, but Feng Shui couldn't bear to attack Lightning. From now on, the City of Energy is a forbidden land for fighter jets, and the City of Snow is a forbidden land for helicopters. Thunderbolt was very angry after hearing this. The hateful beast tribe, if you can't defeat them openly, you will use dirty tricks. Lien chuckled and asked, "The overall strength of your motorcycle tribe is stronger than that of the beast tribe, but you have various political affairs and no unified leadership. Even if you're powerful, you're still loose cotton, not tight and strong steel." Thunderbolt knew what Lien meant. The motorcycle tribe didn't know how to stick together for warmth and didn't cooperate sincerely. Otherwise, the three war kings of the beast tribe would dare to be so arrogant. Energy City. The current City Lord Lightning is one of the strongest members of the motorcycle clan. Although his strength is somewhat different from the three war kings of the beast clan, Lightning's strength ranks among the top 5 in the entire world of machine war kings. General Tornado. "Well, is the City Lord inside?" "Exist." Tornado walked in, and he got information that the City of Time was attacked by wild apes, and it was probably in danger. "Master, my disciple got news that the wild apes' army of 100,000 black iron beasts is attacking the City of Time. My disciple thought that the City of Time might be..." The Lord of Lightning City was silent after hearing this. He had heard a little bit about the strength of the City of Time, and he had no chance of winning against a strong man like Wild Orang. "Hey, when will the motorcycle tribe be able to unite?" "Master, do you want us to send out scouts to inquire about the situation in the City of Time?" "Go. If you see any motorcycle riders escaping from the City of Time, bring them back. Energy City will always be safe." Report: a motorcycle man named Thunderbolt came outside the City Lord. He said he was from the City of Time. "Oh, did it fall so quickly?" Tornado was surprised. "Let him come in." The City of Time seems to have been lost. Soon, Human Torch and Lien were brought into the City of Energy, which was full of technology and pleasing to the eye. The guards were all elites, much better than the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the City of Time. The Lord of Lightning City asked, "You two are the only ones who escaped from the City of Time?" "Air, what do you mean? Why am I confused?" "Don't be too sad. This will be your home from now on." Tornado comforted him. The Human Torch was even more confused when he heard this. "Are the people in Energy City so hospitable?" "What are you talking about? Why didn't I understand?" Tornado arrived. "The City of Time is in crisis, and we should have sent troops to support it, but Energy City has limited troops. Once we go out to provide support, it is likely that Energy City will also be in crisis." Only then did the Human Torch realize that the other party thought that the wild ape had defeated the City of Time, and the two of them had escaped with their lives. "Human Torch, I think you may have misunderstood. The wild ape has been defeated by our Machine War King. I came here with the Machine War King this time." "What did you say?" Lightning City Lord asked in surprise. Tornado, "I just seemed to hear you say the words King of Machine War." "That's right. It's the King of Machine War." Human Torch glanced at Lien secretly and said to himself, "I don't know if it's a chance or not, but he is really the King of War." The Lord of Lightning City looked at Lien and became even more confused. This was indeed not chick enough. "Why do you say he is the King of Machine War? You must know that the King of Machine War only appeared in the Ancient Wars. No one has seen the King of Machine War in this era." "Lien, let me tell you why. I alone can destroy your entire Energy City." Tornado, who doesn't know how to talk big words? "Why don't you say that the Wild Gorilla and the Tiger King are your little brothers?" "You guessed this right. I'm afraid your mouth has been opened to the public. The Human Torch thought to himself. Haha, you're really right. They're indeed my little brothers now. Tornado glanced at the Human Torch, as if asking if he had forgotten to take his medicine before going out. Although Human Torch knew that everything Li Yin said was true, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable being stared at like this. Lightning City Lord. Okay, if you are the king of machine war, please come up with some convincing evidence. Otherwise, just retreat first. The tornado will take care of you. Li Yin shook his head and smiled. Sure enough, the old city lord had a lot of experience and could not trust him with just a few words. After seeing it, it was time to show his true strength. Li Yin waved his hand and opened the portal, which led to Poseidon in the world of the Shadow Kingdom. Li Yin summoned the 3 generals of the warring states, Zephan Navy, and others, and brought 50 elite naval officers. Li Yin, this is one of my countless troops. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. It doesn't matter whether I am the king of machine warfare or not. I only have one goal now, which is to unify the world. Who is for it, and who is against it? Lightning, Tornado, and others were at a loss when they saw the sudden appearance of 10 human soldiers. They had never heard of this ability to open a door out of thin air, let alone seen it with their own eyes. But they don't know what the opponent's strength is, so they don't dare to act rashly. Warring states, Zepha, and the 3 Navy generals looked at the group of mechanical life forms in front of them and were very curious for a while. Zepha asked in a low voice, Holy Lord, do you want to smash these monsters in front of you? No, they should be considered your friendly forces from now on. The Lord of Lightning City thought for a moment and said, The city of energy was built brick by my master and countless ancestors from generation to generation. Its existence is not an ordinary city, but the hard work and belief of the entire motorcycle race. I am willing to protect it with my life. Li Yin waved his hand and interrupted the Lightning City Lord's affectionate speech. It's a place where birds don't poop? Bah, I'm jealous of the bodies of you motorcycle guys. Who cares about your shabby city? I may not have made it clear that I don't want to use force to unify the world, but force is indeed the best way. Tornado felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this, but when he saw his master's face was calm and unruffled, he didn't have an attack. After weighing the pros and cons, the Lord of Lightning City made up his mind. We are willing to agree to your conditions, but you must ensure the interests and safety of our motorcycle community. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. Look at this, everyone will be happy. Don't worry. I, Li Yin, have always been fair and impartial. Besides, I don't have the ability of Japanese referees to confuse right and wrong. After listening to Li Yin's words, the Lord of Lightning City handed over the city defense token of Energy City to Li Yin and stepped down as the Lord of the city. Now that the Energy City has been obtained, Tyrannosaurus God City of the Undead, City of Snow, and Moon Temple are still needed. In the original work, Vanguard, the general of the Moon Temple, provoked the Tiger King because of his arrogance, and the Tiger King led a large army of Black Panther beasts to attack. The old city lord of the Temple of the Moon, the master of Vanguard, died by detonating the energy hidden in his back to cover the retreat of Vanguard. As for Fengxue City, now their city lord Fengxue is dead, and the remaining people are 3 or 2 big cats and kittens. In addition to supersonic speed, they have some strength, but their overall strength may not be as good as that of Time City. The city of the undead is the territory of Tyrannosaurus, the strongest Mecha King. The ice wolf beasts under his command are also stronger than the wild orangutans and the soldiers under the Tiger King. Moreover, his city is very deep, and the blue poisonous beast is the one he sent to the Tiger King. Undercover. As long as these 3 places are taken care of, the entire Mecha King world will be mine. Stopping his obscenity, Li Yin began to make preparations. He planned to have a quick victory. Now Li Yin ordered Huang Yuan to lead troops to the capital of the dead to bring back the educated Tyrannosaurus god, and let Tornado lead the way. Qing Pheasant then led his troops to the snowy city. The weather there was freezing and freezing, so it was perfect for Qing Pheasant to go. Akainu, on the other hand, went to the Moon Temple. Although it was not very important, It was also a basic requirement for Li Yin to complete his mission. Kizaru Toby stood next to Tornado with a mean and lewd smile on his face. "Hey, brother, you can actually turn into a helicopter. It's really awesome." Tornado glanced at him. He was so proud of his speed that this wretched uncle could catch up with him. "Tornado, uncle, you're also very powerful. My name is Tornado. I am a #1 general in Energy City. Please take good care of me in the future." "Hey, young people are very polite. My name is Porcelino. Code name is Kizaru, and I am one of the current Navy admirals. If you need anything from now on, please contact me." After joining Li Yin, Kizaru and others' dealing styles have undergone considerable changes. Even Akainu has changed from his previous serious image to become amiable and talkative. Tornado chatted happily with Kizaru all the way, while Akainu was dragged by Human Torch to the Temple of the Moon. On the way, Akainu said to Human Torch, "As your senior, little brother, you don't have to understand anything in the future. Ask me, and I, Sam, will definitely tell you everything." Akainu plans to win over the newcomers and use his better understanding of Li Yin to develop a few loyal followers. Human Torch felt that Sakaski was pretty good through his previous conversation. Now, when he heard Akainu say this, he decided to express his doubts. "Our Lord Machine War King. Who is he?" The Aoki pheasant side was even more interesting. The cold wind roared, and the soldiers who followed him suffered a lot. They were shivering from the cold, and their teeth chattered. The Aoki pheasant's face changed color. It was so cold. Why didn't I feel it? "Arrive." Looking at the frozen old man on the ground, the adjutant said, "General Qingji, I can't do it anymore. It's too cold. Let the brothers take a rest." Aoki stopped and used his ability to create a huge igloo in the blink of an eye. Although the igloo was still very cold, it could block the biting cold wind. Without the cold wind, these soldiers instantly felt better. A lot. "Okay, you guys wait for me here." After saying that, Qingji turned around and headed to the Snow Wind City with the Lightning City Lord. The Lord of Lightning City was very depressed, and his sadness and regret could not be expressed in words. This time, Lightning came to lead the way but also wanted to pay homage to his friend. Since that parting, he and Feng Shui have never seen each other again, and never spoke again. If Feng Shui was still alive now, she would even stand up and scold him or beat him. His mood would not be as heavy as this. Qing Ji asked casually, "You seem to have something on your mind?" "I lost my best friend because of a misunderstanding. I have always wanted to explain everything clearly, but I never have the chance." Lightning told in a low voice. "Oh, the Holy Lord has the ability to bring the dead back to life. You can beg him if you have the opportunity in the future," Qing Pheasant said casually, but when the words hit Lightning's ears, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Really? He asked tremblingly. "Well, it's true. Why are you shaking? Are you cold too?" Akainu thought for a while and decided to give the Human Torch a thorough blow. "You ask me, who is your king of machine wars? Let me tell you first. I once had the same confusion as you, but now I can only tell you that the Holy Lord is the omnipotent and almighty God. As long as if you obey his orders and do not violate his will, you will gain supreme power. Remember, it is our honor to follow the Holy Lord. There are no so-called gods in Human Torch's world, nor are there any powerful bosses, so he has no concept of the existence of gods. What is God? I have never heard of or seen God. You can understand it this way. You think gods can do all the impossible things, and no one could do what gods can't do. This is God." Kizaru and Tornado were very fast, leaving the helicopter behind. "Brother Huang, the capital of the dead, is ahead." "What the hell is Brother Huang?" "I'm too lazy to explain. This is very yellow. It looks very eerie, so scary." Sensing the outsiders, the city of the undead activated its defense mode. Several ice wolf beasts flew out of the city. They circled in the air to investigate, and only found Kizaru and Tornado. "Who are you? What are you doing in our capital of the dead?" Tornado: "We are here to find the Tyrannosaurus god. You'd better inform us. Who dares to run wild in the city of the undead?" With a deep roar, the Tyrannosaurus god appeared above the city of the undead. Looking at the two people opposite him with contempt, he turned his nostrils upward and said arrogantly, "Who do I think I am? It turns out to be a brat from the motorcycle clan." As soon as Tornado heard this, he became angry. If Kizaru hadn't held him back, he might have gone up to fight the Tyrannosaurus god. Purple Dragonmon looked at Kizaru, secretly thinking that he was the king of machine war of the motorcycle clan. Although he looked like a wretched old man, as the saying goes, you can't judge a person by his appearance, and his bust must be measured by his hand. Who knew if he was wretched and perverted? Woolen cloth? Kizaru chuckled, showing a mean expression, and the wrinkles on his face gathered together, and said, "Xiao Long Long, have you ever been kicked by the light?" Before he finished speaking, a beam of light knocked the Tyrannosaurus god away. Kizaru's kick was purely for entertainment, and his reputation as a professional waterman was not in vain. The Tyrannosaurus god fell into the city of the undead. This kick caused him to lose half of his health. Now he couldn't help but feel palpitated. He didn't expect that this person was not that good in appearance, but his strength was really tyrannical. The Tyrannosaurus god also became nervous. The opponent was so strong. Was he going to lose? No, he couldn't sit still and wait for death. The Tyrannosaurus god ordered the ice wolf beasts to start attacking with all their strength. The opponent only had 2 people, but he had an army of 20 ice wolf beasts. The same thing didn't go well for Akainu. Looking at the stubborn lord of the Temple of the Moon, Akainu's hands turned into lava, and he had the intention of taking action if he even disagreed. These police car units were also prepared for the battle. The vanguard took the lead and stood beside his master to confront Akainu and others. Akainu took out a cigar, lit it with his finger, and held in his mouth. "My patience is limited, and I don't have much time left for you." Human Torch wanted to dissuade everyone from talking calmly and not taking action to avoid unnecessary casualties. The main reason was that he was worried that Akainu would suffer if he was alone. Akainu raised his arms and shouted to the sky, "Exploding meteor." This is Akainu's combined skill, which combines the explosive power of the original meteor volcano with the dragon talisman. The power of the falling lava explosion is greatly increased. It's just a small missile. It's easy to destroy a city. His fists turned into huge pieces of lava, and he shot them into the sky. The sky began to turn fiery red under the light of the fiery red lava. When you see the lava that was set into the sky, falling here, then the doomsday, such a scene must be unforgettable. Vanguard and the others stood in the Temple of the Moon, looking at the huge lava chunks falling from the sky. They were all stunned for a moment. This scene that was beyond common sense completely shocked them. Even Thunderbolt was shocked. He thought that Ability God and Boros had already. It's amazing. I didn't expect that Akainu was the boss. What Human Torch didn't know was that Ability God and Boros were not serious at all. Otherwise, 100 Akainu would not be their opponent. The huge lava hit the ground bang, 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 and exploded bang, bang the moment it hit the ground. The power of the explosion was huge. The splashing magma covered hundreds of meters around, and the hot magma burned the ground. The scattered rocks melted, and then the second, third, and countless others fell, and now a sea of magma was formed. Akainu's move was for deterrence. He did not directly attack the Moon Temple. He aimed at the side of the Moon Temple. The deterrent effect is obvious. Now the old city lord of the Moon Temple has given in, and no longer has the courage to go on. Next to the Temple of the Moon is a field of lava. The high temperature emitted creates a heat wave and hits these robots. These robots are secretly frightened. I'm afraid that the lava with such a high temperature will melt a large area if it touches the body, and it will not take a few drops to kill it. Warped. Vanguard was sent out to negotiate by his master. Although Vanguard was young and energetic, he was not stupid. If he lost his temper in front of a strong man like Akainu, it would not be him who would die, but the entire Moon Temple behind him. Dear strong man, hello, I am the Vanguard of the City Guard of the Moon Temple. Our city lord sent me to pick you up. Akainu smoked a cigar and said with a serious face, "Lead the way." Tornado was obviously very nervous when facing an army of 20 ice wolf beasts. Although these ice wolf beasts were not as fast as him, they could attack in the air. With such a large number, he would be shot down sooner or later. Kizaru smiled slightly, not caring about the number of enemies at all. No matter how many ants there were, they couldn't kill the dragon. Oh, it's happening so soon. I'm really scared. The Tyrannosaurus god flew up from the city and stood in the middle of the ice wolf army. Now he was very afraid that Kizaru would suddenly kick him. Brother Tornado, you hide for a while and let me face them. Tornado refused to retreat and left Kizaru here alone. Tornado couldn't do anything to escape from the battlefield. Kanji's sword, Kizaru took out his weapon and put on the armor made by the Nadawi dwarves. At this moment, he became a little serious. Ching Pheasant and the Lord of Lightning City finally arrived at Snow Wind City, which is now a bit dilapidated with a sparse population and no outsiders set foot here all year round. Supersonic is now the city lord of Snow City. He is a warrior with extremely strong combat power and can fly extremely fast in the air, even faster than the Tyrannosaurus god. The attack power is also very strong, second only to Libatian and Shockwave. It once defeated the wild orangutan with amazing defense. Supersonic saw the two of them and asked sharply, "Who are you? What are you doing in the Snow City?" The Lord of Lightning City looked at Supersonic and couldn't help but think of his friend. "I am your uncle." "Well, what? Master?" Supersonic was speechless for a moment. He had never met his master, but his master often mentioned it. He was a little overwhelmed when he met Supersonic today. "Are you really my uncle?" he asked doubtfully. The Lord of Lightning City nodded heavily. "Can you take me to Feng Shui's grave to pay my respects?" Sonic put down his weapon, nodded and said, "Follow me." Ching Pheasant and Lightning City Lord followed Supersonic, and the three of them slowly came to the snowy mountains behind the city. This is the cemetery of Snow Wind City, and all the people of Snow Wind City will be buried here. Lightning knelt in front of Feng Shui's grave, caressing his cold tombstone. He remained silent for a long time. His eyes were red, and he just kept staring at the tombstone in front of him without making too many movements. The feeling in his heart was probably no longer felt except by Feng Shui, who once felt the same. People can understand it. "Hey," he sighed. The person he felt most sorry for in his life was Feng Shui, but there was no chance to explain and make amends. He always remembered what Ching Pheasant said. The Holy Lord has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Will he help him? Li Yin entered the Fire Dragon Valley with countless shadow soldiers in the City of Energy. He wanted to dig up the energy amethyst to complete the mission. There is a seal in the Fire Dragon Valley. Although I don't know who set it up, it must have a lot to do with Energy City. The key to opening the sealed door is the token of Energy City and Snow Wind City. Warring States, Zifa followed Li Yin, acting as Li Yin's guardian. Looking at the gate in front of them, several people were shocked. Li Yin holds the key to the Energy City, but the key to the Snow City is still thousands of miles away in the Snow City, so he has no choice but to use violence to break the door open. "Holy Master, let your subordinates try it first." Zifa took the lead. He wielded his black iron fist and punched the sealed door with all his strength. There was a loud boom, and the entire mountain began to shake under the huge force. Countless gravel rolled down from it, but there were only some slight cracks in the door that sealed the energy amethyst. Several dragon roars came from the door, and Li Yin knew that there were guardians here, 2 immortal dragons, 1 ice and 1 fire. At this time, Zifa was accumulating strength and planning to strike again. Li Yin quickly stopped him. If this was a punch, it didn't matter whether the door could be opened or not. "Don't let the place collapse." "Wait, Zifa, please step back first, and we will look into other methods." Before Li Yin finished speaking, a fire dragon rushed out, passed over the heads of Li Yin and others, stopped briefly in the sky, roared, and flew towards Li Yin and others. "Hey, you dare to mess with Tai Sui, you piece of shit. I'll see if I don't tear you down." This stupid dragon seems to have no intelligence. His duty is to guard the Fire Dragon Valley. Maybe he can guard others, but in front of Li Yin, he is just like the pustule on the tail of a mouse. Not much pus can hold water. Lien casually fired an energy attack and knocked it down. But after a while, the guy split into two and flew away again vigorously. Li Yin waved his hand to open the portal to the Shadow Kingdom plane and threw it into it. There should be some restrictions on this immortal dragon that prevent it from breaking through the Fire Dragon Valley, but Li Yin is equivalent to sending it to another world. The restrictions and seals here have completely disappeared, which means that it is now free. After the Fire Dragon disappeared, another roar came from behind the sealed door, and the Ice Dragon in the Fire Dragon Valley also rushed out. It sprayed a mouthful of ice at Li Yin and the others. Li Yin no longer cared about it and directly opened the teleportation gate and teleported away. Now Li Yin is starting to study how to open this door. Li Yin can easily pass through the wall, but that makes me want to steal. If we want to come, we should steal it openly. Isn't it a matter of character to be sneaky? Li Yin grasped the crack of the door with both hands and exerted force on both sides. With a squeaking sound and the shaking of the mountain, Li Yin opened the door abruptly. I can even crush planets to explode, but I still can't handle your little hack. Kizaru stood with his sword in his hand, and he had an inexplicable and frightening temperament about him. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus god didn't know why. The dragon was sitting at home, and the brave man was coming from the sky. But I didn't kidnap the princess, I didn't destroy the town, I abide by the law. I don't smoke or drink, I just want to be a dragon that takes advantage of the power of the fishermen, but I still can't escape the fate of being slaughtered, and life as a dragon is so difficult. Kizaru was also thinking. The Holy Lord ordered not to cause large-scale casualties, but this Tyrannosaurus god refused to surrender and fought hard. If we don't teach him a lesson now, these newcomers will not be allowed to shit on us old people in the future. Akainu swaggered into the Moon Temple and met the Old City Lord of the Moon Temple. The other party kept his attitude very low. Dear strong man, I wonder why you are visiting the Moon Temple. After taking a puff of cigarette and blowing out a smoke ring, Akainu said calmly, It's nothing. Our holy master came to you to discuss important matters and sent me to invite you. The Lord of the Moon Temple. I wonder who your holy master is. When we get there, you'll naturally know. Human Torch and Vanguard looked at each other and liked each other, feeling that they were somehow connected. After the lightning memorial ceremony was over, it was Ching Pheasant's turn to get down to business. The purpose of our visit is to invite you to Energy City to participate in the mutual assistance and friendly exchange meeting between the Motorcycle Tribe and the Beast Tribe. What? I don't have a footman, do I? Supersonic felt incredible. The Lord of Lightning City explained at the side. This is the order of the Machine War King. Now that we, the Motorcycle Clan, have a Machine War King, the Beast Clan no longer dares to bully us. Supersonic still hadn't recovered, and he was in an extremely dazed state. The Lord of Lightning City stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said sincerely, Child, times have changed. The two sides are still in a tense confrontation in the capital of the dead. The Tyrannosaurus god neither dares to attack nor retreat. After all, this is his base camp. Tornado asked Kizaru in a low voice. Are we just looking at each other like this? Kizaru touched his chin. Otherwise, if you really beat the opponent to death with 3 strikes, 5 plus 2, then I won't be able to do the job when I go back. The Tyrannosaurus god couldn't hold it in any longer, and he said, What is the purpose of your coming here? It's nothing, I just educated you well. After taking you back to the Energy City, the Tiger King and Wild Orangutan have been waiting for you for a long time. Kizaru continued, Actually, we have no ill intentions, otherwise you would have been lying down by now. It's over. The Tyrannosaurus god was dubious after hearing this, but as long as he didn't come to take his dog's life, the dragon's life would be fine. Facing Kizaru, the Tyrannosaurus god had no chance of winning. In order to avoid being beaten, he thought it was not impossible to follow him and have a look. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would probably have 2 legs to prevent him from tricking him into going to the Energy City to do it. The lazy Kizaru has taken care of the Tyrannosaurus god, and Akainu is about to set off. Vanguard and his master, the Lord of the Temple of the Moon, walked up to Akainu. Sir, everything has been arranged, and we can set off. With a straight face, Akainu threw away the remaining half of the cigar, got on the human torch again, and headed towards the energy city at high speed. Akainu muttered to himself, I should be the fastest person to complete the task. Shinji had a headache. Supersonic now no longer believed the two of them, and drew his weapon and shouted. No matter how good-tempered Shinji was, he was a little angry now. If the Lord of Lightning City hadn't looked at his junior brother Fengshua, he would have wanted to go up and give his Sonics a stick. Hey, you'll know if you come with us and take a look. Don't do this. I know you're trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise my air-breaking ice slash will not be merciful. Supersonic, who is like a stubborn donkey, is very stubborn. This let the last trace of Ching Pheasant's patience be exhausted. Ching Pheasant stretched out his palm and opened it wide. With one move of Ice Age, he completely froze the entire Snow Wind City. He walked forward and asked the Lord of Lightning City to hang the supersonic ice sculpture. The two planned to go back to discuss matters. Lian opened the door to seal the energy amethyst. They walked in slowly. It was slightly dark inside. There were many energy amethysts piled up in the wide corridor. The further they walked in, the more energy amethysts there were. After refraction of light, these crystals are extremely bright, emitting a purple light. Walking into the innermost hall, countless purple crystals stand. These crystals are of different sizes and shapes. Some are slender and tens of meters high. It was extremely thick. If the female anchor saw it, well, looking around, a pink crystal was floating in the center of the hall. Lian walked up the steps slowly and looked at the pink crystal in front of him. He knew that the Beast Clan's mecha, Wang Jingjing, was sealed inside, so he put it into the Shadow Kingdom and put it with the sleeping Luo Luo. Lian would send it to him later. They go home. Now it's time to get down to business. The miners are in place and summon countless shadow soldiers. This will be the starting point for them to realize their self-worth. Dig out all the energy amethysts here for me. Not even a scrap will be left. After saying that, Li Yin returned to the Energy City with Warring States and Zifa. Now that the Energy City is almost complete, the first Motorcycle Clan and Beast Clan mutual assistance and friendly exchange meeting in the world of Machine War King will be held grandly. Li Yin looked at the list of participants repeatedly in his hand to confirm that nothing was missing. Zifa flattered. Holy Lord, under your wise leadership, this prosperous age will be as you wish. Sensing the crisis, Warring States hurriedly spoke. The Holy Master is a man of great talent. The world of this little mecha king can be destroyed with a snap of the finger, and a situation that the two clans have been fighting for thousands of years has been solved without any effort. Li Yin was also very happy after hearing this. Although others thought they were flattering, we knew it ourselves. Isn't this the complete truth? Sure enough, a subordinate who tells the truth is a good subordinate. While a few people were chatting, Akainu and Human Torch were the first to return to Energy City. My subordinates pay their respects to the Holy Lord. I have brought them back according to your instructions. Very good, Akainu did a good job. He completed the task so quickly. Come, please arrange for the Lord of the Moon Temple and the Vanguard to be seated first. Akainu stepped aside and waited quietly for the next person to come back. He thought to himself that it should be Akiji. After all, Kizaru is lazy and not very reliable. Although he has restrained himself now, dogs can't change their habit of eating shit. This guy might the old habit happen again. I don't know if I'm still fishing. Today, Akainu had wronged Kizaru. Not only did he not fish, but he also completed the task. He moved quickly with Tyrannosaurus and Tornado and returned to Energy City at an extremely fast speed. As soon as he entered the main hall, the Tyrannosaurus god attracted a lot of attention. The Tiger King and the Wild Orang were all looking at him. The City Lord and Vanguard of the Moon Temple of the Motorcycle Clan, the Old City Lord of the City of Time, and the Thunderbolt were all looking at him. He, the Tyrannosaurus god, thought to himself, it seems that what the Tornado said is true. Kizaru, Holy Lord, I'm back. I brought back the Tyrannosaurus god. Although this guy resisted vigorously and mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops to besiege me, I didn't dare to take even a step back, even if I was alone. I dare not forget your instructions. Li Yin waved his hand, and signaled Kizaru to go down and rest. Even hundreds of thousands of Tyrannosaurus gods couldn't defeat Kizaru. Hundreds of thousands of ice wolves were nothing. Are all of these people so involved? Li Yin complained to his heart. After pondering for a while, he figured out what was going on. These guys didn't usually have many opportunities to show off and had no chance to show their faces in front of him, but these guys were still counting on his rewards to continue to grow stronger. Oh, it turns out that the problem is that there is no clear reward, punishment, and contribution system. After reading it again, I have to study it carefully when I have time. Qingji arrived belatedly with an ice sculpture. As soon as he entered the hall, he attracted everyone's attention. After all, everyone was waiting for him. Li Yin looked at Supersonic, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, and asked Qing Pheasant, "What's going on? How did you turn him into this?" Qing Ji smiled bitterly, feeling extremely depressed. He finally came out and showed off his face, but he didn't expect to meet a stubborn donkey. Reporting to the Holy Lord, this guy has a bad temper and a stubborn personality. No matter how much I tried to persuade him, he just wouldn't get in. My subordinates had no choice but to kidnap him back. I see. This guy is so ignorant that there is no need to exist anymore. Someone drags him down and throws him into the furnace. Li Yin said lightly, "Wait a minute." The Lord of Lightning City walked forward quickly and knelt on the ground. "Holy Lord, Supersonic has a stupid brain. Don't be the same as him. I promise to educate him well. I hope you will leave him a small child. Fate, if he dares to make a mistake, you will punish me as well." Under the protection of the Lord of Lightning City, Supersonic saved a small life, and everyone else also calmed down and sat quietly in the venue, waiting for Li Yan's instructions. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Yan directly ordered the door to be closed and asked the 3 generals of warring states and Zifa to lead heavy troops to maintain order at the venue. Anyone who dared to disrupt order, whether inside or outside the venue, will be killed directly without being beaten. That's it. The interior of the venue was very grandly decorated, and not a single banner that should be posted or hung was left. Li Yin very formally announced the start of the meeting and personally announced important news that would determine the future of the world of Machine War King. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the world of the King of Machine Wars has finally restored peace. The Motorcycle Tribe and the Beast Tribe have reunited and become very close and friendly. But I think this is only temporary. If we want long-term peace between the two races, we only need to it can fundamentally solve the problem. Although it is easy for me to solve the fundamental problem, for the sake of your future stability and peace, I have decided to immigrate all of you. Everything else is nonsense. And Li Yin wants to say the last sentence the most. The Tyrannosaurus god looked at the Tiger King and asked in a low voice, "Are you talking about us again? Why does it feel a little inappropriate?" Tiger King, "What the Holy Lord says is whatever it is. That's not what we do, but that's what we must do." The wild orangutan also came to chat secretly. "What does immigration mean? Does it mean that we need to move? But where can we move?" The bikers were relatively calm, but their hearts were full of doubts. Li Yin continued, "You may have a lot of doubts now, so let's discuss it among yourselves, the Motorcycle Tribe and the Beast Tribe. Each race can ask me 2 questions. After the discussion between the 3 war kings of the Tiger King, the Tiger King was the first to speak. "Holy Lord, we are curious about the immigration you just mentioned." Li Yin, "Immigration means taking all the lives you have here to another world, where materials are abundant and the land is vast. You will all live a better life without having to fight for land." Tyrannosaurus God, "Holy Lord, can our strength improve with you?" "No problem. Your world limits your level limit. Once you leave here, you will no longer be restricted by the rules of this world. Everyone can upgrade infinitely." There were a large number of motorcycle tribesmen. After a moment of discussion, it was decided that the Lord of Lightning City and the Lord of Moon Temple would raise the issue. Lightning City Lord, "Holy Lord, what we motorcycle people are concerned about is whether our future lives will be full of smoke or stable and peaceful. Gunsmoke means endless wars, and the situation for people like myself will be full of dangers. But if we can live a peaceful and stable life, immigration will not be a big problem in the past. You have the right to make free choices. Those who want to become stronger can keep fighting, and those who want to live in seclusion can live a stable life. Lord of the Moon Temple. Holy Lord, some of us are extremely attached to the place where we have lived for hundreds of years and don't want to leave. I don't know if this is possible. Li Yin raised the corners of his mouth. Of course not. Okay, you've finished asking your questions. Is there anything you don't know now? Everyone was talking. They seemed to understand, but they didn't seem to understand anything. After the meeting, Li Yin was sitting with several people from the Warring States period, and he planned to talk to them about the reward system he had previously imagined. I plan to set up a task system. I will tell you what I want you to do in the form of a task, and I will give you points based on your completion. The points are equivalent to currency. He can let you come to me to exchange for the power you need. But these are just my ideas, and there will still be some time before they are implemented. After Li Yin finished speaking, Warring States and others' eyes lit up. They chose to follow Li Yin in order to continue to become stronger. Looking back now, their original choice was really smart. Warring States quickly showed his loyalty. Everything must be obeyed by the Holy Lord. We are willing to follow you forever. Haha, stop flattering me. If you do things well for me, I won't treat you badly. The three war kings, Tiger King, Wild Orangutan, and Tyrannosaurus God, gathered together. They discussed every word Li Yin said at the meeting and began to overinterpret every word he said. The Holy Lord said that we will no longer have a level cap, so our strength can be further enhanced. This is a good thing for us personally, but there are pros and cons. We will become the subordinates of others. The Tyrannosaurus God weighed. Fan said, Wild Orang has a straightforward personality and doesn't like these twists and turns, so he doesn't agree with Tyrannosaurus God. If he follows Li Yin, his strength can be further improved. That is simply a huge benefit. I really don't know what they have. Nothing to hesitate about. The wild orangutan's rough voice sounded. I have followed the Holy Lord wholeheartedly. You two had better not have other thoughts, otherwise the opportunity for me, the wild orangutan, to make meritorious deeds will come. The Tiger King looked at him like he was an idiot. So what if he had other ideas? The key is that I don't dare to implement it. If you have a chance, you have been tortured miserably before. If you don't know the current situation now, you will probably be turned into molten iron. The motorcycle clan also had a private conversation, but the atmosphere was much better. They mainly discussed how they should protect the interests of the entire motorcycle clan after joining. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Outside the Energy City, everyone from the world of Machine War King has gathered. The people from the Beast Clan and the Motorcycle Clan are divided into two piles. They have not yet completely let down their guard. They are still wary of each other, but no one dares make trouble. On the floating flying disc in Energy City, Li Yin and others stood with their hands behind their hands. Looking at the vast steel army below, they felt very satisfied. Although their strength was not very good, their appearance was pretty good. The three war kings of the Beast Tribe waved to the Beast Tribe people below, and all the tribesmen below knelt down and shouted, Greetings to the King of Machine War. Hello to the King of Machine War. The sound was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. The motorcycle race did not dare to fall behind. The whole people also shouted, Greetings to the King of Motorcycles, greetings to the King of Motorcycles. Seeing the loud shouts of millions of people below, Li Yin was filled with pride from the bottom of his heart. Haha, everyone get up. I, Li Yin, your Machine War King, will definitely lead your machine clan to create greater glory. After speaking, Li Yin waved his hand and opened a portal to the Kingdom of Shadows. In the Kingdom of Shadows world, Li Yin chose a new planet for them as their home. This new planet was huge and larger than the current world of Machine War King. It's hundreds of times bigger, and it's rich in resources, allowing the mechanical tribe to freely exploit it. These mechanical beings formed an army formation and went through the portal in an orderly manner to their new home. When the last mechanical life walked into the portal, there was no other life in the world. It was empty, silent, and lifeless. Dip, the unknown plane has been detected and can be swallowed and fused. Hey, the basic information of the plane is being monitored. Hey, It is detected that the Machine King World plane is a super small plane, and the fusion will take 1 hour. Dip, do you want to start merging? The sound of beep, beep, made Li Yin stunned for a moment, but then he was surprised. He originally thought that the area of the Shadow Kingdom plane could not be expanded further, but now it seems that the Shadow Kingdom plane still has unlimited possibilities. Beginning to fusion. Hey, fusion begins. Countdown is 0:59. When the mechanical life forms set foot on a new land, they did not feel the pain of leaving their homeland. After all, their original world was just a game map with only a few pitiful cities. But in the endless territory here, they can build hundreds of cities. With thousands of larger cities, the entire civilization will also enter a period of rapid development. This is such a vast and fertile land. Our descendants are so lucky to be able to live here, the Tiger King said with emotion. The wild orangutan laughed loudly after hearing this. The Tiger King has learned to be sentimental, but this is really our ideal home. As the countdown reaches 0, the planes merge successfully. The planes merged successfully, and the Shadow Kingdom plane expanded. Thor, who was casting stars, raised his huge dragon head and carefully sensed the surrounding cosmic space. With a weak energy fluctuation, the plane seemed to expand. Although it did not expand too much, it at least allowed him to cast stars. A galaxy of stars. I'm monitoring that you have returned to the original Marvel Universe from the world of robot warlords, and now the task settlement begins. The mission is being settled. Mission 1. Get at least 50 mechanical life followers in this plane. Mandatory mission. Mission completed. Mission 2. Disguise yourself as the King of Machine War in this plane. Mandatory mission. Mission completed. Mission 3. Unify all the armed forces in this plane and establish a unified regime. Voluntary mission. Mission completed. Mission 4. Destroy the big villain Blue Poison Beast. Mandatory mission. Mission completed. Mission 5. Collect Energy Amethyst. Voluntary mission. Mission completed. Let's do the task evaluation now. Evaluate SS. The rewards are being settled. The reward settlement is completed. You receive the following rewards. Energy Amethyst Regeneration Mineral Vein. Mechanical Life Fire Source. Encyclopedia of Advanced Mechanical Tribe Knowledge. This reward made Li Yan's eyes light up. These seem to be high-end goods. Needless to say, Energy Amethyst Regeneration or Vein could provide the entire mechanical race with unlimited backup resources, allowing them to be invincible in the war. The most interesting thing is the Mechanical Life Fire Source, which can expand the population base of the entire mechanical race. However, this thing has a shortcoming. That is, the mechanical race produced by using the fire source is very common and rarely appears. People like Human Torch and others have strong qualifications. This thing can only be used as a violent weapon. Encyclopedia of Advanced Knowledge of Mechanical Tribes. This covers all the knowledge of mechanical life, body structure and body evolution, energy extension and energy utilization, mechanical nerve connection, mechanical machinery, how machines become gods, use of mechanical faith, creator of mechanical life. Looking at the book in his hand, Li Yin twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Damn it, I didn't expect that I would be back in school today. These abilities can make this group of weapon tribes understand themselves better, make their body structure more perfect, and their attack power more powerful. With this knowledge, Li Yin can now move towards the level of super academic master. This time I've gained a lot. I have enriched my abilities and expanded the realm of the Shadow Kingdom. I have really made a profit." The Tyrannosaurus god and others were still looking around when a space door opened and Li Yin came to the new territory of the Tool clan. "How is it?" "Not bad," the Tyrannosaurus god complimented. "Thank you, Holy Lord, for your mercy. We are very satisfied with this place. We, the Tool clan, are willing to follow you forever and become the blade in your hand." By the way, among these guys, Li Yin only officially accepted Wild Orangutan and Tiger King as his followers. but he only got 3 skills. Skill, Crazy Thunder Vidra Fist. Skill, Mountain Opening Vidra Palm. Skill, Tiger Claw. This made Li Yin feel boring and useless. But fly droppings are still feces no matter how small they are, and mosquito legs are still meat no matter how thin they are. In line with the principle of not wasting any money, these guys stepped forward one by one and formally surrendered. Hey, new minions Human Torch, Vanguard, Libation, Shockwave, Tornado, Supersonic, and Tyrannosaurus have been detected. Dip, all the abilities of the followers you obtained. Thunderbolt, skill Thunder Half Moon Slash, Libation. Skill, Taisha Meteor Drop, Tornado. Skill, Lightning Whirlwind, Vanguard. Skill, Shocking Waves of Sand, Shockwave. Skill, Jedi Meteor Hammer, Supersonic Speed. Skill, Breaking Ice Slash, Tyrannosaurus God. Skill, Dragon King Different Dimension. Hey, it has been detected that 6 followers have a combined skill of 2 people, and the host cannot use it. The skills are now being optimized. Optimization is in progress. Dip, optimization successful. The combined attack skills of Thunderbolt and Vanguard. Skill, Flowing Shadow Lightning Flash. Skill, Flowing Shadow Lightning Flash. The user surrounds the enemy at an extremely fast speed, slashing and slashing continuously. Users need to use customized weapons such as halberds and long knives. The combined attack skill of Libation and Shockwave. Skill, Polar Sandstorm. Skill, Polar Sandstorm. The user can control the surrounding sand to condense into huge rocks above his head and project them at a designated location. The combined attack skill of Tornado and Supersonic Speed. Skill, Tanyu Dragon Slaying Dance. Skill, Tanyu Dragon Slaying Dance. The user flies in midair, creates a huge tornado to trap the enemy in it, and can summon the White Dragon Phantom to attack the enemy. Users need to use designated weapons such as long swords, broadswords, etc. 14. The ultimate combined attack skill of Human Torch and Vanguard. Skill Moonlight Bloodstorm. Skill Moonlight Bloodstorm. It can only be used on a full moon night. The user absorbs the energy emitted by the moon, surrounds the enemy at lightning speed, and continuously slashes and slashes. Users need to use customized weapons such as halberds and long knives. Hey, because skills such as Tiger Sky Wings, Dragon King Cannon, Dragon Cloud Shocking Wings, and other skills cannot be synchronized due to different body structures, we will now compensate you with 10 one-time skill cards. Skill card contains a skill that anyone can obtain after using it. Li Yin turned over his hand, and 10 cards appeared in his hand. The name of the skill was written on the front, and the skill introduction was on the back. However, these skills were the 10 skills he had obtained in the world of Mech King. Skill Thunder Half Moon Slash, Skill Tarzan Meteor Pendant, Skill Lightning Whirlwind, Skill Shocking Waves of Sand, Skill Jedi Meteor Hammer, Skill Breaking Ice Slash, Skill Dragon King Different Dimension, Skill Crazy Thunder Vidra Fist, Skill Mountain Building Vidra Palm, Skill Tiger Claw. Although I have no great use for them, these skills are quite powerful. I happen to have planned to exchange them for contributions before, so I can keep these things as exchange treasures. After the mission was completed, Li Yin took out the reward, Mechanical Life Fire Source, he had just received. This thing was very large, like a super large pyramid, similar to the barracks in those tower defense games. Li Yin will have found an open space and put it down. This huge guy, whose whole body was made of pitch black steel and looked full of technology, wondered whether it was easy to use. After careful observation, Li Yin finally knew how to use this thing. Li Yin walked into the tower. There was a special control room inside, where only people with permission could enter. Looking at the control mode of virtual imaging in front of him, Li Yin called him an expert. After a few operations, several virtual images of the Machine Clan popped up in front of Li Yin, including Black Iron Beasts, Black Panther Beasts, sports car-type motorcycles, truck-type motorcycles, etc. You can even design what you need by yourself. Mechanical life. But this requires the assistance of mechanical knowledge. After selecting it, as long as the raw materials are added, mechanical soldiers will be continuously produced. Li Yin didn't want it to be too complicated, so he just paid 50 to see if the weapons produced by this thing were up to standard. After telling the Thunderbolts and others, Li Yin turned and left, heading to Poseidon, where his wives were still on vacation. When we came to Poseidon, the place has developed well after construction. There are many high-rise buildings, and the crowded streets are very lively. The place has now developed in both directions of technology and superpowers, and it no longer only focuses on individual power like the pirate world. When I walked into the new government compound, I saw a statue of myself in the courtyard. If I looked carefully, it was not as handsome as myself. He turned around and saw Luffy and his father. Dragon walked in front, carrying Luffy, Ace, and Sabo's school bags on his back, followed by 3 little boys, each holding an ice cream cone in their hands, sticking out their tongues and licking them, looking a little funny. Long raised his head and saw Li Yin standing in the distance, so he quickened his pace and walked to Li Yan's side. He bowed and said, "Holy Lord, you are here." Li Yin nodded and asked, "Are you going to pick up your children from school?" "Yes, our old man didn't have time today, so he asked me to go." Long replied with a serious face. "Oh, what did General Garp do?" Li Yin remembered that he complained more than once during the Warring States period. Garp picked up and dropped off his grandson every day and rarely went out on missions. He made an appointment with Warring States to go fishing, so... Li Yin smiled slightly. Long was not with Garp before, but now I am me, and my son must obey me no matter what. He turned his eyes to the 3 Luffy brothers. These guys are living so leisurely now. Then Li Yin asked about Long's current affairs in the academy. "Holy Master, Poseidon Academy has hundreds of campuses, with a total of more than 50 students. After our strict evaluation and selection, there are more than a dozen people with high talents. Although the proportion is not high, these seedlings can be put to great use in the future." Li Yin nodded, looking forward to the future growth of these little guys. Now that everything is improving, these children can learn more systematically and comprehensively, and have more choices without wasting any talent. After chatting with Long for a few words, Li Yin walked into the government building. The person who greeted him was Guion. Now Guion is the secretary of the entire Poseidon, and is the woman with the highest status and the strongest strength here. Guion has the strength of a general, but she has not received the power given by Li Yin, so there's a huge gap in strength from the dozen or so generals now. However, she is beautiful. The Warring States period once told her that sooner or later she will be able to succeed. Guion bowed and said, "Holy Lord, I'm glad to have you here." Li Yin grinned. He didn't even see a female in the world of King of Fighters. Now, seeing Guion is really pleasing to the eye. I'm also very happy to have a beautiful woman to receive me. Marshal Warring States is on his way back. What are your orders? I can do it for you. Li Yin waved his hand and said, "Nothing. Where are the ladies?" "Gone. They went to the northern continent to hunt." Li Yin frowned. According to the map of Poseidon, the 4 supercontinents are Poseidon Continent, where Li Yin is currently located, Plateau Continent, Northern Continent, Beast Continent, Poseidon Continent, and Plateau Continent. They are relatively safer. There are no large-scale continents here. The ferocious beasts survive, but the Northern Continent and the Beast Continent are very dangerous. Seeing Li Yin frowning, Guion quickly said, "But don't worry, we have 4 Generals Zifa, Kizu, Sha, Barrett, and Dash elite Navy escorts, so there won't be any accidents." Li Yin was not worried about their accident, but worried that they would go too far and kill all the ferocious beasts. Forget it, leave them alone. Sengoku arrived in a hurry, wearing casual slippers and beach shorts. Garp followed behind carrying a bucket and fishing rod. Now, they didn't have to worry about pirates, and they were living a good life. The task contribution system I mentioned before. How is your design going? Sengoku quickly asked Guion to get a prepared document from the safe. Li Yin took it and looked at it carefully, and soon he had a plan in mind. In addition to the 8 demonic energies, the 10 skill cards I just got, and the One Piece World Character card from the last mission, there is nothing that can directly improve my strength. But he can also provide some high-tech weapons, and even order a batch of artifact from the dwarves in Nadawi. This calculation is enough for now. Warring States waited on the side cautiously. He was afraid that Li Yin would not be satisfied with the plan they made. After all, he is not the one who speaks now. There are 13 generals in the entire government system. Everyone's opinions need to be heard. Garp stood aside and felt that it was unreliable. In order to earn more points, those guys would fill in all the big and small things, and they would do anything. I am very satisfied with the suggestions you provided, but many of them cannot be counted. For example, it is impossible to ask you for trivial matters in life, such as helping the Holy Lord buy groceries and helping the Holy Lord stand guard, so I did not add them. It is necessary to go in. Warring states, yes, Holy Lord, let's go back and revise it again. Okay, hurry up and finish it so that you can get what you want earlier. Garp asked, Holy Lord, who should record our points, or who should we ask to exchange for things? Don't worry, I have already planned it. I will arrange the shadow soldiers to take charge of this matter. There will never be any mistakes. Since his wives are having fun, Lian doesn't plan to disturb them anymore. I just want to give my chicken a holiday these days. He is too tired during this period. Lian returned to the Marvel Universe and went to Planet Ego to see Rick. Rick followed Lian's instructions to conduct devil fruit experiments, and now he has made a new breakthrough. Before, Rick could plant one and grow another one. Although it was useless, it is different now. He is interested in growing devil fruits. The vines of the fruit were studied and a super potion was created. After several experiments, it was found that whenever the devil fruit matures, it will automatically fall off and the vines will quickly wither. However, Rick collected the vines at the moment the devil fruit matured and conducted a lot of experiments to extract the juice, concentration, and other complex operations to create a super potion with no side effects. The fruit that Rick experimented with was a natural flaming fruit. After taking the potion, it has the same ability as taking the fruit. Although the potion has no side effects, its power is much smaller than that of the real fruit, and it is not even the same magnitude at all. But these potions still have very powerful effects. Although there's a big gap between the attack power and the original fruit, it can provide some auxiliary abilities. For example, Piao Piao fruit, Momo fruit, Diamond fruit, Jin fruit, Mimic fruit, Door fruit, Rubber fruit, Poison fruit. These fruits create potions, which can greatly improve your combat ability after use. Later, Rick also showed Lian the super potion he made for Apocalypse. The effect of potions can increase the level of abilities and strengthen abilities. After taking the potion, Apocalypse's strength improved greatly. Almost all his abilities were upgraded to 1 level, and many powerful abilities in his body were strengthened and raised to level 5. Looking at the super potion in Rick's hand, Lian took it into his own hand, held it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully. The blue potion was exceptionally clear. He pulled out the stopper from the bottle and smelled it with his nose. There was no peculiar smell at all. Lian raised his head and drank the potion in one gulp. Then he felt a heat in his abdomen. His whole body turned red like a steamed crab, but fortunately he didn't feel anything else. After a while, Lian's skin returned to its original color, and the heat in his body disappeared, but he did not feel that he had become much stronger. In the final analysis, his own strength was still strong, and this improvement had a negligible increase in his overall strength. Yes, let's study the first demon potion carefully. That potion still has great potential. Try to expand the production. Okay, Holy Lord, I will work hard if I can get your approval. Lufa also came over at this time. Now that the Shura armor was requisitioned by Lian, his strength was average among Lian's entourage. After seeing the inspirational story of Apocalypse's efforts to improve his strength, he also came to seek help from Rick. But Apocalypse is a mutant. He has something that Rick is interested in, and there is nothing else in his body except the Jengan Vajra. Subordinates, please see the Holy Master. Well, get up. What's the matter with you? Lian asked. Lufa, I want to become stronger so that I can share the worries of the Holy Master. Lian thought the same thing. He had many followers now, but only a few were top-notch. Lufa's current strength really couldn't help him. Since he was working so hard to improve, he should give him some help, right? Very good, I'm glad you think so. But it's a good thing to want to become stronger. Don't rush for success. Of the 3 Pirate World Character Peak skill cards that Lian obtained last time, He used one when giving Ben Beckman the ability and chose Blackbeard at his peak, the guy with 2 fruit abilities. Now, this Blackbeard peak skill card can be used twice, just to strengthen the way. After being strengthened, Lufa left the Jingden Vajra to Rick for study and ran out to experiment with his abilities alone. Now among his entourage, except for the low-strength mechanical clans in the world of the Machine War King, there are no other weak ones. Back on Earth in New York, I opened the door of my house and walked in alone. It seemed that the empty house was missing a caring and beautiful maid. Pietro is still working at S.H.I.E.L.D., and he is much more mature now than before. Wanda was right. Pietro did learn a lot from Coulson and became capable, responsible, and steady. Thor is now restricted to Asgard by Odin, because the last time the 2 brothers were on Earth and Pietro, female ticket, female Chong, Odin felt very embarrassed, but Thor is not alone like Loki. I am a person who has a girlfriend on Earth. This day is like 3 autumns every other day. As a young man with strong firepower, this is undoubtedly very painful. These days, he's been asking Loki nonchalantly how to sneak out of Asgard. The establishment of the Avengers has put a heavier burden on Nick Fury, but now he has greater power. He is like an undercover agent hiding in Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. and has sneaked into the boss position. Now he is about to close the net. He sat on the sofa with his legs on the table, his hands intertwined and pillowed behind his head, thinking about how to stand up again. S.H.I.E.L.D. is now at a critical moment of life and death, and there are not many subordinates he can fully trust. If one of them fails, his life may be in danger at any time, which makes him very difficult. Lying on the sofa at home, Li Yin lit a high-end cigar sent by Tony Stark. Although Tony did not smoke, he could still get a collector's edition if he had money and connections. He blew out the smoke gently, and it turned out to be much better than before. He said with a look of enjoyment, "I hate this evil capitalism." Tony Stark is upgrading his armor, and the virtual image in front of him looks like sure armor. Although he can't make such a powerful armor now, fortunately he has a goal. Putting down the tools in his hands, he poured a glass of high-end red wine and took a sip. "Jarvis, has Dr. Banner responded to my email?" "Sir," Dr. Banner replied, "but unfortunately he rejected your plan to develop artificial intelligence together." Tony said with hatred, "How do these guys think that the next time aliens invade and beat the crap out of us, they will understand the seriousness of matter? I have a hunch that aliens will come again sooner or later." "Sir, this is not something we should consider." "Humph. Those trash politicians only have their own interests in mind and don't care about the lives of civilians," Tony said with disdain. "Jarvis, continue sending emails to Banner until Banner agrees." "Okay, sir." With the bombardment of emails one after another, Banner couldn't bear to be bothered and made a call. "Hey, Tony, I'm not interested in your plan," Banner's son said helplessly. "Hey, you are finally willing to reply to my message. Dr. Banner and we, as members of the Avengers, should make protecting the Earth our first responsibility." Banner shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You, a capitalist, have nothing to do. You have delusional disorder about the destruction of the Earth, but I can't do it. How can I still work and live?" "Tony, I still have to live, work hard, and buy a house and start a family in New York, where land is at a premium, so—" Tony laughed and said, "I know what you mean. You will receive our formal invitation letter later. I will give you an 8-figure annual salary. 9 figures are not out of the question." Tony hung up the phone. Banner shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I like this evil capitalist." In the evening, the sound of keys opening the door woke Li Yin up. Pietro dragged his tired body back home. Now he can be regarded as a model worker of S.H.I.E.L.D. He followed Coulson around from 8 to 9 every day, and his body was about to fall apart from fatigue. "Brother-in-law, when did you come back?" As soon as he walked in and saw Li Yin on the sofa, Pietro was slightly surprised. "I just came back not long ago and fell asleep on the sofa." Li Yin opened his sleepy eyes and responded to Pietro in a daze. Pietro took out 2 cans of drinks from the refrigerator and handed one to Li Yin. "Pietro, let me refresh you with a bottle of happy water. How are you doing? I really envy you for being free every day and doing whatever you want." Seeing Pietro's face full of envy, Li Yin was secretly proud. Although you envy me very much, you know that it's not easy for me either. My cock is open all year round. If you quit your job, you'll be like me. Pietro waved his hand. Now he regards this job as his life's career, because he has grown a lot in this job. As long as the company doesn't close down, I will keep working. No, I like this job. Although it is tiring, every day is fulfilling. And everyone S.H.I.E.L.D. comes into contact with is a talented person, and they speak well. Haha, why do you really want to be the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Li Yin asked with a smile. Pietro immediately stuck to Li Yin's side and whispered, "When the time comes, you must support me. I am your child's biological uncle. I am about to enter an official career. Your child is also a son of a powerful person. Don't worry, I will support you. But my child, how can I leave a few universes for him to rule? You, a little director, are considered a powerful person. Humph. You still look down on the director. Do you know how much power S.H.I.E.L.D. has? Forget it. I won't tell you these secrets. Remember to help me when the time comes." After saying that, Pietro got up and went back to the house. After a tiring day, he just wanted to go to bed early. But Pietro's words made Li Yin think deeply. With so many women, he would definitely have many children. If he didn't work hard, the property each child would get would be very small, and it might even be less than a universe. I was still a little confused at first, but now I am awake in an instant. Yes, Pietro had already turned over, so what right did he have to slack off? I opened the portal and came to Poseidon. It was also evening here, and the whole world was slightly quiet. I found my wives and saw them eating barbecue and drinking red wine. They all had faces full of enjoyment, just like a group of rich ladies leisurely. The afternoon was the same. Hey, it seems I'm redundant. Li Yin laughed at himself. Vados quickly stepped forward to hold Li Yan's arm and handed the roasted meat in his hand to Li Yan's mouth. Seeing Li Yin eating it, he started to ask coquettishly, "Is it delicious? You baked it. Chew it a few times, swallow it, and think to yourself, as if you knew I was coming, how dare you lie? Watch me take off your pants and give you a spanking, bah. Spank you." He said honestly. Of course my wife's roast is delicious. After finding a seat and sitting down, Wanda, Hella, and others began to serve Li Yin one by one. Li Yin was like a high-level paraplegic. He looked at what he wanted to eat and opened his mouth when the food came to his mouth. He hugged her left and right at the same time, enjoying the delicious food. If Pietro saw it, he would probably die of envy. Li Yin began to tell everyone about what he had seen in the motorcycle world a few days ago. This time I went to a mechanical civilization world where the force value is low and there is no other life except the machine tribe. It is desolate. It is not interesting, but the harvest is not bad. Millions of Tool Clan beings have been moved to a new planet by me. I will take you to see the world when I have time. Wanda responded directly. What's so interesting about a bunch of scrap metal? Although you are right, I will not refute it. In the past few days, everyone is going to rebel, and my chicken will be tired again. New York. Li Yin came to sit at home with nothing to do, and spent the whole day studying the book he had been rewarded with. Li Yin, who is as smart as Rick, said it was all trivial. I knew all these words, but it was a bit complicated to connect them together. After all, it can cover all the knowledge from mechanical introduction to mechanical godhood. Whoever gets this book is the creator. After closing the Encyclopedia of Advanced Knowledge of the Mechanical Tribe, after 10 days of hard work, I have learned half of it, and I will graduate in another half month. In order to apply what he has learned, Li Yin plans to create his first mechanical life. A top-notch military tank was prepared. Oh, by the way, this has nothing to do with the one that was lost at the military base 2 days ago. Although it looks the same, this one's surname is Li. The same goes for the fighter jet next to it. Although it is similar to the one lost by the military, this one does not have GPS positioning, so there's still a big difference. Injecting so-called mechanical energy into the tank in front of him, the basic structural model of the tank instantly appeared in Li Yan's mind, and then several transformation types appeared, including command type, leader type, armed gravity type, all kinds of things. There are various styles, and you can also set the type according to your own preferences. Li Yin randomly chose a leader type, and added a lot of vibranium to the tank to form an armor layer on the outer shell. He added a top-end computer as a computing brain to improve the intelligence of the motorcycle rider, and took out an energy amethyst crystal, providing it with more powerful energy. After the design was completed, the evolution of mechanical life began. A burst of light shot out from Lian's palm and entered the inside of the tank. Then the tank was enveloped by a semicircular light group. With a burst of crackling deformation, a large motorcycle man with a height of 13 or 4 meters appeared in Lian's body. Forward. He has a serious and steady face, a protruding muzzle on his chest, and his body is made of military green and black. He has oval-shaped armor on his 2 arms that can be contracted. He has an energy cannon in the center of his palms and infrared rays on his shoulders. Positioning scan, the barrel on the chest can fire tracking shells. The tank rider who had just awakened looked at Lian, knelt on his knees, and said in a deep and strong voice, "Greetings to Father God. Do you know that I created you?" Lian asked in surprise. "In my hazy memory, you shine like a star." "Well, it sounds so nice. Do you have a name?" The tank biker shook his head. "Please, Father God, give me a name and a mission for my existence." Lian is a bad name. I really don't know how to name it. When I think of a tank, people think of the king of land warfare and a war machine. Yan's purpose in creating this tank biker was to send him to lead the entire machine clan, namely Thunderbolt and Tiger King. So the name must be domineering. War Overlord. Your name will be Warlord from now on. I hope you can become the artillery in my hand and blow all enemies to pieces. Let the war tyrant stand aside honestly, and Li Yin began to mechanically evolve the fighter jet. Just like before, a burst of light shot out from Li Yan's palm and entered the interior of the combat aircraft. Then the combat aircraft was enveloped by a semicircular light group. With a burst of crackling deformation, another large motorcycle man with a height of 13 or 4 meters appeared in front of Li Yan. The fighter motorcycle man looks not as strong as the warlord next to him, but the fighter plane has the ability to fly and has obvious air superiority. The fighter motorcycle man looks similar to the supersonic speed in Lolo Adventures, but I don't know if he can learn the skills of supersonic speed. The silver-white shell of the fighter motorcycle looks cold and handsome. It has a machine gun on its arm and 2 missiles hanging on its back. Logically speaking, it can be loaded with nuclear bombs and carry out nuclear strikes on the target. If you have time, let Rick make 2. A blind guy tries his power. Li Yin directly named the fighter Jean Falcon and asked him to be Jean Ba's younger brother. He would obey Jean Ba's orders in the future. After all, Jean Ba had given Li Yin a top-notch computer. Afterwards, Li Yin opened the portal and took them to the current home of the Tool Clan. Li Yin first went to see the tower that produces mechanical life, which is the source of fire for mechanical life. Many tanks and motorcycles are produced in the shape of Warlord, allowing Warlord to have his own clansmen. Under the leadership of Li Yin, Jean Ba and Jean Falcon arrived at the newly built city of the Tool Clan. Walking on the wide and clean steel road, looking at the towering pure steel city walls around him, Li Yin sighed. How much iron is needed? Came to the meeting hall of the entire Tool Clan, where there are 3 war kings of the Beast Clan and 6 generals of the Motorcycle Clan. Although they were divided into 2 races before, they are now collectively called the Tool Clan. After a period of time, they will be completely integrated as one body. Li Yin's purpose this time is to make Jean Ba the leader of the Tool Clan. As for why he didn't choose between the Human Torch and the others, he was afraid that it would be difficult to convince the public. As for the newcomers he arranged, no one would dare to object, let alone anyone who would go against it. Introduction. This is War Overlord. He is my newly appointed leader of the Tool Clan. He will serve as my envoy to command the entire Tool Clan and lead the Tool Clan to develop and grow. And you are the ministers who will assist him. I hope everyone can do their best and work together to make the Tool Clan prosper. After solving the problem of the leader of the Tool Clan, Li Yin got up and went home. To be honest, the current potential of the Tool Clan was not worth his excessive investment. New York City. Jink White's daughter now pesters him to tell bedtime stories every day. As an expert on ancient literature, he is usually not liked by his daughter. The reason for this change is all due to General Ross. General Ross is now very decadent. Ever since his confidence was shattered by Li Yin, Ross has known that his super soldier plan is a joke. Now he is superstitious in theology and is immersed in the fantasy of being saved by gods. After he knows Asgard, after learning that virtue is real, he became even more certain that the gods and Buddhas in the ancient mythology were real, and he was trapped in it and couldn't extricate himself. It's just that those ancient and true secrets are not accessible to ordinary people at all. However, General Ross relied on his connections to search for a large number of ancient books and planned to try his luck in them. Many books recorded a large number of myths and legends, but this also is just people's fertile imaginations. Jink White was the translator of these materials. He was invited by General Ross and came from the University Church to General Ross's secret experimental base. Here he saw countless mythological records depicting the ancient gods. After completing the translation during the day, he returned. When I get home, I tell it as a story to my daughter. Ross looked at Jinka White's translations in the past few days and shook his head in disappointment again. There are no clues here at all. It's all nonsense. Hatred squatted aside and looked at the grumpy Ross. Instead, he began to comfort Ross. Calm down. How can those great beings be recorded in mortal books so easily? Calm down. How can you tell me to calm down? I spent so much money to raise a bunch of trash. Rose roared angrily. Now everyone thinks he is crazy, and his daughter has also moved out from home to live with Banner. He seems to be in a midlife crisis. His career is not going well, and his family is not in harmony. The strong mental pressure makes him very irritable and easy to deal with. Angry. A ferocious expression appeared on Hate's face, and he let out a jia laugh, which was even more weird in this dark underground. It seems we have to take some special actions. General Ross's eyes instantly turned cold. Among the information collected, there were many evil sacrifices. However, after several attempts to no avail, Ross stopped continuing the experiment. What should we do? Looking for 100 heinous people. We need their souls. Abomination said, there is no problem with people. There are plenty of them in American prisons, but this time we will be greeted by a barrage of missiles when we fail. Even if I get people, the souls, how should we extract them? As long as the souls of these guys are delicious enough, those evil gods will find a way on their own. Jia. With the thought of treating a dead horse as a live doctor, Ross began to prepare materials for the plan. He used his authority to find the warden of a prison and lied that he was going to hire 100 criminals with heinous crimes to help him do it. After offering a high price, he received a warm reception. General Ross, it's an honor for these garbage to be able to help you. After the number of people was counted, the warden put the criminals on the receiving car with a smile on his face. The warden leaned into Rose's ear. General, they will be yours for the next month. Ross smiled and nodded without replying, thinking to himself, capitalism is really good. He brought these prisoners back to his secret base, where except for Ross and Abomination, there were only dozens of General Ross's loyal followers. The prisoners didn't know why, but they didn't panic. This was not the first time they had experienced this. The warden would often pick up some coolies and let them. The prisoners worked for him to make money. Wearing handcuffs and shackles, they lined up in several rows and squatted in the corner of this dark underground base. Many of them secretly guessed that this was probably a tunnel. They were hired to dig the tunnel. Some even thought that this was a sewer somewhere. They want to clear the sewer, but even when it comes to cleaning toilets, they don't have the right to choose not to. The sound of Tada footsteps came, and Ross walked slowly in front of everyone, looked at the sacrifices, and showed a scary smile. He was not interested in talking to these dying people. After looking around, these criminals were quite honest under the intimidation of the soldiers. Ross found the Abomination. I have brought the person back. What should I do next? Rose's scheming was beyond knowing how far away Abomination could be. Listening to Abomination's advice was simply a sign of illness and seeking medical attention. Who knew Abomination had ever met Mephisto, the Lord of Hell? Abomination, Kill them all. Their sinful souls will surely lure Mephisto here. Are you sure you don't want to add some more rituals? Hatred knows so much, but he knows that Mephisto loves sinful souls. Abomination said. Then while killing, pray to Mephisto, praying that he can give us strength. Two crazy believers of the evil god began a brutal evil sacrifice. They asked the soldiers to bring the 100 people to the hall that had been prepared before, and asked the dash criminals to kneel on the ground one by one in a circle. After getting ready, let the soldiers retreat and lock the door. It's time for Abomination and Rose to appear. The criminals panicked instantly when they saw Abomination. Abomination looked like a man-eating monster. The criminals all got up and ran away, but the exit locked by a thick iron door, it was impossible to leave. Dong, dong, dong. Fear forced them to keep banging against the iron door, screaming in fear, and some were so frightened that their crotches were wet. Their legs and feet could no longer be used, and they could not run even if they wanted to. Along with the words of disgust, with a roar, the killing began. Abomination smashed one person's head with a punch and slapped another person away with a slap. The huge force made people feel like a cannonball, which was embedded in the wall. The other criminals began to run around in the empty hall. Stimulated by the desire to survive, he struggled to find an exit. His hatred and bloodthirsty nature was satisfied. He grabbed a criminal with one hand and hit each other hard. The two of them were torn apart in a few seconds. He grabbed one person here, grabbed his head with one hand, and pulled his feet with the other hand, and directly tore the person into pieces. Two halves. While he hates killing, Rose prays devoutly and constantly sings the praises of the great Mephisto. In less than 3 minutes, 100 criminals were all tortured and killed by Abomination. He stepped on the sticky ground and wiped the blood from his hands. The pungent smell of blood made Ross feel nauseous. Gia, it's so delicious. Who prepared such a sumptuous dinner for me? I have to thank him very much. Accompanied by the terrifying laughter, Rose and Abomination looked solemn, knowing that the real master was coming. Mephisto's soul projection appeared in front of Abomination and Rose. This was the first time Rose saw each other. He looked at the other person curiously, but no matter how hard he opened his eyes or concentrated his attention, he could not see the other person's face clearly, let alone remember the other person's shape. Mephisto looked at Abomination, seemingly remembering something. Gia, green-skinned monster, we are really destined. Tell me, what do you two ants want to ask me for? Mephisto had just eaten 100 sinful souls and was in a good mood. However, as a demon, those souls were just desserts, while Rose and the abominable souls were worthy of his main meal. Ross, we need power. As long as we have power, we can provide you with countless sinful souls, and we will worship you forever. Gia, this is too easy. The weird laughter sounded again. Rose and Hatred felt a chill in their stomachs, and their legs began to tremble involuntarily. After speaking, Mephisto took out a contract. You two drop your own blood on it, and I will give you great power. Rose and Abomination didn't hesitate at all. Wasn't their previous efforts just for today? Although the other party is not a good person, aren't he and Hatred also guilty of heinous crimes? There is nothing to hesitate about 3 liang to 1 pound. The two of them dropped their blood on the contract in Mephisto's hand without hesitation. Along with Mephisto's laughter, Mephisto gave the power to hate the fire of hell and gave Rose the power to corrupt everything. After receiving the power given by Mephisto, Abomination's whole body was ignited with raging fire. After being burned by the fire of hell, all the muscles in his body disappeared, revealing the thick bones in his body. Now Abomination is a huge skeleton burning with fire. He is very similar to Ghost Rider, possessing indestructible hellfire and almost immune to physical attacks. But Abomination does not have a spirit of vengeance, and is itself a representative of evil, unable to use the Eye of Judgment. Gaining the Abomination of Hellfire, his strength has improved a lot. Now, he should be able to completely defeat the Hulk in normal state. Thor is no match for him, and Iron Man is even less likely to pose a threat to him. transformed into a very powerful fat catfish and made a beautiful, salty fish turnaround. Ross gained the ability to corrode. His face became pale, and his originally gray hair became snow white without any blackness. There were a lot of wrinkles on his face, but his slightly rickety figure became tall and straight, and the muscles all over his body became the bump had also begun, and Ross now looked more than a dozen years older, but his body was back to its peak. Mephisto was very satisfied when he saw the strengthened two men. He was now confident that he could take back this Saint Fanganza contract. The Saint Fanganza contract sealed the souls of 3,000 fallen saints. It was Mephisto who spent thousands of years planning and cultivating a village called Fanganza. The people in the village all believed in God devoutly. In the end, the village is full of saints, and then he designed a beautiful woman who was wronged, causing the whole village to fall. According to the contract, part of them became Lucifer's subordinates. The most powerful part was sealed in the contract. Originally, Mephisto, he wanted to make a powerful magic weapon and open the gate to hell at the original site of Fanganza village. But due to various accidents, the contract of Saint Fanganza remained in the world. Dr. Banner is fully dressed. Today is his first day at work at the Stark Group. His girlfriend Betty is very satisfied with his new job. As long as Banner works hard for a year, they can settle down in New York and live a happy life. Live a happy life. As the only daughter of General Ross, Betty was naturally not short of money, but her father and Banner didn't get along, so she left home and silently supported Banner behind his back. Thinking of the virtuous Betty, Banner was full of confidence in the future. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Banner came to Pepper's office. "Hi. Hello. I'm Banner. Tony asked me to come." Pepper had heard Tony mention Banner. In Tony's words, Banner's intelligence could be compared with his. Pepper, who knew Tony very well, was shocked. This was not something her arrogant boss could say. "Hello, Dr. Banner. I'm Pepper Potts, and the Stark Group welcomes you. I will take you to Tony now." Banner followed Pepper and came to Tony's private laboratory. Tony still underestimated the power of money. He didn't expect Banner to come so quickly, but he was very happy to see Banner. He once fought against the invasion of the Chitauri army, and now they can study artificial intelligence together to protect the safety of the Earth. It's really what a special fate. Come in quickly, Banner. You know it took a lot of effort for me to invite you. Who told you not to mention money before? I thought it was in vain. Haha, I'm sorry, Tony. You know I'm getting married, so I need a stable job so that Betty can live a happy life. Little Pepper looked at Banner. Although he looked ordinary, he was very capable and a good man. Then he looked at his boss, a playboy who did not do his job properly. Tony noticed Pepper's gaze and quickly changed the subject. That Banner. I'm here to find you to research cross-generational artificial intelligence technology. In other words, to give life to robots. New York. Leanne's family has become lively again because of the return of Wanda and the others. Sheen hasn't been back to the Mutant Academy for a long time. She misses her friends there. Leanne hasn't been to Xavier Academy for a long time. I am really unqualified as a physical hygiene teacher. How can I teach Sheen alone? As a luxurious car parked at the gate of Xavier College, Professor X and others personally greeted it at the door. Because of Leanne's existence, Apocalypse was not killed by the mutants. Instead, he became a spiritual leader, uniting all mutants. Magneto and others are Apocalypse's loyal fans and right-hand assistants. Now Magneto's prestige among mutants is not comparable to that of Professor X in front of him. But Magneto and the others did not act excessively. The mentally retarded politicians listened to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advice and did not dare to provoke mutants. His eyes flashed with hatred, and he shook his fleshless palm, then grabbed Rose's head with his hands and lifted it off the ground. He opened his bloody mouth and said viciously, "Now, you must listen to me, or I will crush your head." Rose's face was livid, and he punched and kicked Abomination in the air, using his ancestral secret skills, Ranjiba punch technique, and blind Heba kick technique. Although the moves were fierce, they had no effect at all. Abomination gradually gained strength, and the force was huge. It was like a tight spell, giving him a splitting headache. Okay, let me go. Ross couldn't bear it and had to compromise. Hatred let go, and Ross fell to the ground. Ross, who was lying flat on the ground, roared unwillingly. He asked, "Why now? Why didn't you do this before?" Abomination opens its mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, with a ferocious expression. Jijia, it's very simple. I didn't dare before, but now I have the possibility to continue to become stronger. Mephisto not only gave me strength, but also gave me ambition. Looking at the unwilling Rose, he sneered. Idiot, do you think you are strong? Do you still remember how I was completely tortured? Although a long time has passed, that day is still vivid in my mind. Whenever I recall it, I will tremble involuntarily. It is the fear engraved in my bones. After hearing the words of hatred, Rose's swollen heart calmed down. The overwhelming hatred at that time was like a little Japan that drank nuclear wastewater and was not much different from a dead dog. What do they mean compared to Master Mephisto? When he mentioned Mephisto, Ross instantly stiffened up. He warned Abomination. Abomination, don't forget, I am also Master Mephisto. A loyal believer. If you kill me, my lord will not forgive you. Abomination bent down, pinched Rose's neck, and lifted him off the ground again. This time Abomination was much gentler. He put his face as close to Rose's ear as possible, but Ross misunderstood. He thought Abomination was showing its bestiality. Wanted to eat himself. He flapped his hands randomly. The power of Abomination is not something Rose can break free from at will. Although he has gained the ability to corrode, this ability is effective against ordinary people or some objects, and has no effect at all on Abomination in the Hellfire state. Putting his face next to Rose's ear, he said softly, "Do you really think Mephisto is invincible? If he were invincible, I wouldn't have experienced death again and again." Ross stopped struggling instantly, with shock in his eyes. Will his efforts be in vain again? Ross was placed on the ground in disgust, and an inexplicable sadness surged into his heart. He thought he had turned over, but he had turned over just not completely. Thinking about other superheroes, each one is stronger than the other. Living a small life, each one was more nourishing than the other. And looking at these villains, each one was worse than the last. He shouted in his heart, "God, please open your eyes." Lien lay down on the sofa in Wanda's arms, occasionally looking up to admire the snowy mountains and eating grapes peeled by Wanda herself. If you have a wife like this, please be sure to have more. Wanda picked up a piece of apple and handed it to Lian's mouth. Lian opened his mouth and bit down, chewed a few times and swallowed it. Hela secretly watched Wanda from the side, secretly learning how to serve others that ate the tea the same time. He expressed contempt for Li Yan for being so lazy. I thought to myself, if I had his strength, I would have ruled the universe long ago, that I will definitely marry a wife like me, and I will only marry one. I will not be like some scumbags who have 5 wives. Hela, I see you are so absorbed. What are you thinking about? Lian asked, looking at Hela, who was in a daze. Hearing Lian's question, Hela smiled charmingly. I'm wondering whether our child is a boy or a girl. And what do you think our child should be called? For a moment, Lian sat up from Wanda's arms and stared directly at Hela, with a look of disbelief on his face. Are you pregnant? What? Are you going to abandon us, mother and son? Hela said, stroking her belly. That's not true. It's just a little unexpected. You lied to me. There is no other life in you. Okay, how dare you lie? See if I don't spank you. Shield. Pietro sat in his office, drinking tea brought from Lian, imagining and flashing a beautiful life and enjoying the rare leisure time comfortably. Nick Fury pushed open the door and walked in. Pietro's little brother was so frightened that he immediately shrank his head and stepped back. Hey, won't you knock on the door when you come in? Pietro said guiltily. I was originally researching new poses. I didn't expect to be interrupted by you, a black braised egg. It's really unlucky. Oh, I'm sorry. I have something urgent to do with you. Don't worry about it if it's urgent. Pietro, we just received news that in a prison in New Mexico, more than 2,600 prisoners were brutally murdered, and more than prison guards were also killed. The death was very strange, as if they were killed by a violent impact. There are only a handful of complete corpses at the scene, and some corpses were severely decomposed in less than a day. Carlson has already gone to investigate, and now he needs your support. After hearing about such an exciting case, Pietro instantly became excited. Brother, it's time for me to receive the reward for my meritorious service. He carefully inquired about Carlson's location, said goodbye to the braised eggman, and quickly ran towards New Mexico. Looking at Pietro, who disappeared in an instant, Nick Fury secretly sighed, I wish I had a sister. If Lien knew Nick Fury's evil thoughts, he would probably take the Red Skull back from Vormir and let Hydra rule the Earth, if for no other reason than Hydra could not think of such a disgusting thing. Carlson led a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to seal off the prison. Seeing the fragmented human tissue everywhere inside, even the well-informed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents shuddered. Carlson suppressed the worries in his heart and asked Nick again. Fury reports, Director, I surveyed the scene and confirmed that this was not done by humans at all. There were nearly 3,000 people in the entire prison, but they were all killed overnight, and no one escaped. The first person who discovered this place was the postman who delivered the letter in the morning. He called the police when he saw the doorman died tragically in the duty room. Nick Fury pondered for a while after hearing this, feeling troubled by this situation. Aren't there any valuable clues? Nick Fury asked. Except for a few huge fist prints on the wall, there are no other clues. The surveillance has been destroyed long ago, and there are no witnesses. Just after finishing the conversation with Carlson, Nick Fury received a call from the top management of the United States before he could take a breath. The other party asked straight to the point. Have you found out who the murderer of Nick Fury is? Nick Fury rolled his eyes. He really thought we were all Conan. My people have just conducted a detailed survey of the scene, and I believe there will be information sent back soon. Okay, this case is not simple. Nearly 3,000 people died in one fell swoop. This is a shame for the United States. Remember, this case cannot happen again. Mr. President ordered you to have a result within 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury thumbed his nose at these politicians. He muttered to himself, "Ha, this kind of case can't happen again. The United States stopped that day." Putting these guys' warnings behind him, he secretly wondered who had the strength to commit such a major crime. New Mexico. In the abandoned factory, Rose and Abomination sat on the floor. The feast last night made their brains extremely excited. The two of them discussed their future plans in this simple environment. Now, attacking the prison and killing criminals did not excite them. They wanted to make big news that would shock the world. We attack the government buildings in New York, or we attack the White House and kill the President of the United States. Hatred said excitedly. Ross shook his head and expressed his disapproval. The United States has many superheroes, and it is difficult for them to complete their actions smoothly. Moreover, they need to sacrifice a large number of souls to Mephisto in exchange for more powerful power. This will slowly kill. You have to wait until the year of the monkey and the year of the horse before you can continue to become stronger. The word nuclear bomb instantly appeared in Rose's mind. Yes, nuclear bombs can destroy cities and kill tens of millions of people. Isn't it just for fun? Gia, I have an idea. Let's drop a nuclear bomb on the city. Ross said this terrorist plan in an understatement. During a nuclear explosion, a huge amount of energy is released in less than a second. The high-temperature and high-pressure gas generated by the explosion expands strongly in all directions. This hurricane-like pressure wave spreads through media such as air, water, and soil, destroying everything it can touch. Large numbers of people will be crushed or killed by collapsing buildings. The fireball during a nuclear explosion can make the surrounding air temperature reach hundreds of thousands of degrees. The light radiation emitted by the fireball will scorch and melt most objects, and the human body will be evaporated directly without leaving any traces. Abomination is very interested in this crazy plan, but the problem also arises. Nuclear bombs are not fireworks. They're the ultimate weapon in the hands of the government, and it is impossible to obtain them using conventional methods. Rose rubbed his chin and leaned against the wall, silently planning ways to possibly obtain a nuclear bomb. Ross looked solemn. If we want to get the nuclear bomb, we can only steal it. This is very risky, but as long as we get the nuclear bomb, we can force the United States to let us leave. Otherwise, everyone will die together. The top leaders of the United States will definitely not let us detonate the nuclear bomb. That way we'll be safe for now. Hatred sounds feasible, but where to drop the nuclear bomb is another problem. It is undoubtedly a dream to accomplish this with just 2 people. We need help, said Abomination. Don't worry, this matter still needs planning. Let's grab this St. Faniance a contract first. Lord Mephisto will definitely send someone to help us when the time comes. After all, if the nuclear bomb goes off, it will be the death of millions of humans. Soul! The roar of motorcycles sounded, and Johnny was speeding on the road at night. He had just finished his performance for the day, and he was riding a motorcycle alone and came out to relax. Stopping by a lake, he took out a can of beer from his bag and looked at the lake at night, and couldn't help but think of his father. He has been blaming himself for these years. Although his father was killed by Mephisto, the reason was indeed that he and Mephisto signed the contract in a daze. Otherwise, his father might not have died. Because of the death of Johnny's father, his elopement plan with his girlfriend was completely ruined. Although he became famous due to his immortality, his hatred for Mephisto has not weakened at all. He raised his head and poured a can of beer into his stomach. The anesthesia brought by the alcohol made him forget the past for a short time. Jia, you are drinking alone here. If you have any troubles, why don't you tell us? Johnny looked back and was shocked. He saw a 4 to 5 meter tall green-skinned monster standing not far behind him. Next to him was a little old man with gray hair. No, although he looks like an old man with gray hair and a wrinkled face, his physique is very strong. Johnny crumpled the can into a ball, threw it at his feet, and looked at the 2 people of unknown origin calmly. Who are you? Ross laughed a few times and said, We don't mean any harm. We just want to ask you if you know where the Santa Faniance contract is. Abomination carries a huge axe on his shoulder. This is his weapon. After transforming into Hellfire form, this axe is extremely powerful. In the previous prison massacre, this axe chopped the bodies of countless criminals. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I will open your head and eat your brains. The hatred was so arrogant. Johnny didn't panic at all. As a Ghost Rider, I usually look for bastards like you, but I didn't expect you two to deliver the goods to your door yourself. Johnny transformed into the Ghost Rider, wearing a black leather suit and a flaming skull, staring at Abomination and Rose with empty eye sockets. Not to be outdone, Abomination transforms into Hellfire form. Except Abomination has no clothes, and both of them are flaming skeletons. Abomination held the giant axe in his hand. Under the enchantment of Hellfire, the axe was completely red, the axe handle was entangled with strange lines, and the axe blade was sharp and shimmering with silver light. Johnny pulled off the iron chain on his shoulder and held in his hand. The iron chain seemed to turn into a living fire dragon. Abomination brandished his axe and ran towards Johnny, intending to split Johnny's skull with the axe. Johnny stood there, and the chain in his hand was thrown out with great force, hitting Abomination's face hard. The huge force knocked Abomination to the ground. But both possess Hellfire, and Johnny's attacks do almost no damage to the Abomination. Abomination climbed up from the ground and looked at Johnny fiercely with his empty eye sockets. He became angry. Abomination roared and threw the giant axe in his hand towards Johnny. Ross was not watching the show either. He outflanked Johnny from the side. The goal of the two of them today was to capture Johnny alive and then find out where the Santa Faniance contract was hidden. Seeing the menacing attack from the 2 men, Johnny did not dare to take advantage of them. He tightened his grip on the chain in his hand and was ready for a tough fight. He lowered his body backwards, dodged the Abomination, and threw it at the giant axe, and tried his best to pull his chain towards Rose. Seeing Johnny being slapped in the face by the chain, Ross quickly stretched out his hand to block it, but the chain attached to the Hellfire was so powerful that a rotten old man over 50 years old was whipped away in an instant. Seeing how Ross deceived his teammates, He hated his old boss who insulted him mercilessly. What a waste. Johnny's throat burst into laughter, but the iron chain in his hand was not idle. He swung it towards Abomination again, where Abomination would be attacked again. More than 10 years of military career had allowed him to develop agility. Before the injection of medicine, his agility could even fool the Hulk. He grabbed the chain that Johnny had drawn and tugged hard, pulling Johnny to his side. The huge rounded fist hit Johnny hard on the side of the face. Johnny was sent flying by the punch and broke a big tree more than 10 meters away before he stopped. Johnny, who was crawling on the ground, was secretly shocked. Hate's strength was really too great. It seemed like this light punch could knock an elephant away. Abomination picked up the axe that fell on the ground and walked towards Johnny. The wound on Rose's face that was pulled out by the chain healed quickly, but a shocking scar was still left. Scars caused by hellfire will not disappear easily. The two gradually formed a siege. Although Abomination was extremely powerful, he and Johnny both possessed hellfire, so it was impossible to hurt each other. Therefore, Abomination still had to control Johnny with the advantage of strength, while Ross relied on his own corruption. The force made Johnny obey. Johnny got up again, knowing that he was no match for the two of them, and he did not intend to fight. His empty eye sockets flashed, looking for an opportunity to leave here and make plans for the future. Abomination held a giant axe in his hand and approached step by step. Ross stood beside Abomination, waiting for Abomination to give him a chance to get started. Gia. Let's capture him without mercy. As long as you hand over the St. Finanza contract, we will let you go. Hatred's rough voice made a very unpleasant sound. Johnny remained calm on the surface, but he was very confused in his heart. He had heard of this St. Finanza contract before, but now that the contract was not in his hands, how did the other party find him? Seeing that Johnny didn't reply, Abomination thought that he didn't know how to lift up, so he took action decisively. He took a running start and swung the giant axe toward Johnny. Johnny raised his head, and the axe blade was right in front of him. I can't escape. I have to take it hard. Johnny quickly wrapped the chain around his hand several times and waved his fist to shake the abominable giant axe. Poof! Johnny flew in response, crashing into the thick trees behind him, startling countless birds, and finally stopped when he hit a tree stump. Hatred looked at Johnny, who had been beaten 80 meters by him, and couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Hatred showed a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. In the dark night, this flaming skeleton, coupled with the smile, looked particularly scary. Johnny saw clearly the gap between himself and Abomination. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time, and retreat was the best plan now. Under Johnny's control, his motorcycle transformed into an evil chariot and rushed towards Johnny from the lake. When Ross and Abomination were stunned, he got on a motorcycle and ran away. Abomination roared angrily, and apparently the duck that reached his mouth flew away, which made him very angry. Pa! Hatred waved his hand and slapped Ross, pulling Ross out a few meters away. Ross, who broke a big tree, fell on his back. At this time, he felt that he was floating in the sky for 9 days and could be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Otherwise, he wouldn't know. How do you explain that there's a circle of stars circling around you? Bah, you trash. Why did you just destroy his motorcycle? Hateful and full of evil, the unfortunate Rose became his punching bag. But Ross was also feeling extremely aggrieved. It was okay for Johnny to beat me, since he was his opponent after all, but Abomination also beat me, and even harder than Johnny's. Banner's father-in-law was being beaten, and Coulson and the others were helpless. Pietro looked at Coulson's hairline, that I muttered to myself, could this be the secret to transforming into a director? In the S.H.I.E.L.D. temporary camp, Coulson was talking to Nick Fury remotely. The investigation was at a deadlock. There was no surveillance, no witnesses, and the purpose of the other party's crime was not yet clear. However, Coulson had an intuition that the other party was definitely not the one. For pure killing, but for something else. Nick Fury is sitting in the office, tinkering with his high-end cigars as usual. Although he has a lot of worries, he doesn't have to worry about debts and lice. Nick Fury now really has the spirit of a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. After Coulson's report, Pietro stepped forward. He thought he had an opportunity to make a contribution, but now he didn't know who the enemy was. He might as well live happily in New York. Coulson, what should we do next? We can't just waste time here. Coulson also gave a wry smile. The location chosen by the other party to commit the crime this time was really unusual. He actually chose prison. I don't know, but this matter is taken seriously by the top management. If there is no result, it will be difficult for us to communicate. Ross, who was beaten up by Abomination, now corrects his attitude. Although he is still a general of the United States in name, he is nothing in the eyes of Abomination. Abomination asked, "What should we do next? Should we continue to search for the Pact of St. Fanienza?" Ross shook his head and said, "We didn't succeed today. I'm afraid the other party will be wary. It's a bad idea to take action. If S.H.I.E.L.D. discovers us, we won't be able to escape even if we want to." After escaping, Johnny returned home in disgrace and lay on the bed tired. He knew that the St. Fanienza contract was something Mephisto had been thinking about, and he had to find it before those two guys. The next day, S.H.I.E.L.D. received news that the police were assisting in the investigation. Coulson led the team to the lake where they had fought last night. There were occasionally a few fishing enthusiasts here, but few people usually came. Looking at the mess all around, trees thicker than buckets fell in pieces, and many trees still had traces of flames. What surprised Coulson and others the most was that a fallen tree was extremely corroded. It's serious, but the fractured section is new. Pietro walked around and returned to the original place. Except here, there was no trace of fighting anywhere else. Although Coulson was certain that the corroded trees and the criminals who corroded the prison were the work of the same person, a new question arose. What was the reason for last night's battle? Who else was involved? Coulson frowned and fell into deep thought. Although he discovered that the murderer had committed the crime again, he still didn't know who the murderer was and whether the mysterious man who could fight the murderer was a superhero or another supercriminal. With the new discovery, Coulson and others have motivation. This at least proves that the criminal who attacked the prison has not escaped yet, but may continue to commit crimes. Lien is at home, his wife and children are on the hotbed, and he is living a comfortable life. He drinks some high-end red wine, smokes a few huazi, and even makes monkeys. His life is infinitely close to perfection. Banner took the money from the capitalists and became a humble worker, working from 8 to 9 every day, but Tony was more energetic than him, which made him a little embarrassed to leave after work. Countless times, he muttered in his heart, "Where's this place?" The capitalists who came here were squeezing themselves, and they were even more involved than the employees. I was about to be involved to death. "Banner, let's take a rest." Tony brought 2 glasses of champagne and said to Banner, "Okay." Banner agreed, resting on his tools, and took Tony's champagne. Banner lowered his head and looked at his belly. "There is something good here. The food is really good." After several days of research, the two have finished writing the basic algorithm, but how to give it real life seems to be another problem. But the two had great differences on whether to give life to the robot. Banner did not recommend giving life to the robot, because once artificial intelligence has its own thoughts, it is no longer artificial intelligence, but another person. Only life forms, current human ethics and morality, simply do not know how to get along with each other. Will we continue to be enslaved as before? Tony believed that humans would have to take that step sooner or later. Rather than leave it to others, it would be better for him and Banner to accomplish such a feat. "By the way, Tony, I have a favor to ask of you." Tony thought he knew Banner very well. He never asked for help easily. "Well, what can I do for you?" "My father-in-law, General Ross, has been missing for half a month. Now Betty is very worried. Although we have called the police and the military has sent people to look for him, there's been no news. I hope you can help me." When Tony heard this, he felt that this was a more urgent matter, and he quickly called Jarvis. "Jarvis, search for any information about Ross." In fact, Banner doesn't care about Ross's life or death at all, but Ross is Betty's father after all, and he still needs to be found. Abomination and Rose took advantage of the dark night to come out of the dilapidated factory where they were hiding again. Today they received help from Mephisto, and they were also given a death order by Mephisto to find the Saint Fanfic contract. This time Mephisto sent his son, the Witch Heart Demon, as well as the Water Demon, Earth Demon, and Wind Demon to the human world to help Abomination and Rose obtain this Saint Fanfic contract and implement the plan to drop nuclear bombs on the city. What Mephisto doesn't know is that his son is always ready to betray him. The witch's heart is pale, bloodthirsty, and brutal. He has always wanted to kill his father and replace him, so that he can become the filial son of Marvel after Star-Lord. Now they have formed a team of 6, and their strength has greatly increased. Johnny alone cannot be their opponent, but Johnny has always been alone and does not know other superpowers at all. Now, except himself, Johnny has no one. Rely on. Johnny, who was in a restless mood, came to the cemetery to pay homage to his father. At the same time, in the clean cemetery, he could also talk to his father about his depression. After talking, Johnny placed a bouquet of flowers in front of his father's tombstone and turned to leave. At this time, the administrator of the cemetery, a very kind-looking old man, stopped him. "Young man, if you have any trouble, you can talk to me, an old man. Maybe I can give you some good advice." Johnny shook his head. He was afraid that after he finished speaking, the uncle would treat him as a lunatic. The old man in the cemetery saw that he was wary and comforted him again. "Do what you have to do, and the fire of hell will burn away all the filth. Come with me, boy, I have something for you." Johnny was very surprised when he heard this. He was sure that he did not know this old man and had no interaction with him. How could the other party know his identity? "Young man, I know you have a lot of doubts. I was once a ghostwriter, just like you. Over the years, I have been guarding this Saint Fanfic contract in obscurity. Now that my mission is completed, remember not to let the contract fall into the hands of the devil." Johnny held a scroll in his hand and felt an unprecedented responsibility. In the middle of the night, Wu Xinmo and others found Johnny again. This time 6 of them went out at the same time, and Johnny was in their pocket. Although there are many people, the demons never talk about martial ethics, and they plan to make a sneak attack late at night. Now that the time has come, Ross held the door handle of Johnny's house. After a while, the door handle was corroded into a pile of rust, and several people quietly opened the door of Johnny's house. Due to the large size of Abomination, he was responsible for blocking Johnny's escape route outside, while the Witch Heart Devils and others fought head-on with Johnny inside the house. Hatred outside the house saw Johnny's motorcycle parked aside. His anger instantly rose to the top of his head. Hatred didn't care about Sanchi 21. He picked up the motorcycle with one hand and smashed it against the far wall, saying, "Let's see how you run now." Bang! The motorcycle hit the wall and made a violent noise. The loud noise woke Johnny up, and the Witch Heart Demon and others were also startled. "Holy shit, what's that big green guy doing?" Johnny looked at the guys who had sneaked into his house and thought something bad was wrong. He quickly got up, transformed into the Ghost Rider, and fought with the 5 people. The hellfire on Johnny was the nemesis of the 4 demons, but the Wind Demon, Earth Demon, and Water Demon all had their own abilities. Byro's was a waste. I know how much stronger it is. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. After resisting for a while, Johnny felt very tired. He jumped out of the window and planned to summon his motorcycle to run away, but after summoning for a long time, there was no response. Then he thought of what he had just done. Loud noise. Without giving him time to think, the people from the Witch Heart Devil quickly chased after him, and now the 6 of them worked together to surround Johnny. As soon as a few people surrounded Johnny, a large number of police cars rushed to the scene. The appearance of Abomination and Johnny shocked the police. Unlucky, what a ghost. A large number of policemen were holding pistols and hiding behind police cars, and they did not dare to act rashly for a while. After receiving the news, Coulson quickly contacted Pietro and asked him to rush to the scene to stabilize the situation. He and the main force would be there soon. Pietro got dressed in less than a second and arrived at the scene in less than a second. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Pietro was also very surprised. There were actually two skeletons who could play with fire. He relied on his speed to come nearby. After careful observation, he saw a familiar face. Rose! Pietro was a little confused. Now he had no idea which side of the two groups was good and which was bad. Based on the principle of preferring to kill by mistake, he quickly rushed forward, planning to kill these 7 people first. This guy got it. Pietro's speed was strengthened once by Lien, reaching 1,000th of the speed of light, far exceeding the previous speed of sound. He moved at high speed, and everyone at the scene was almost at a standstill. In everyone's eyes, a blue light flashed, and Pietro appeared behind General Ross. Pietro thought to himself that no matter how he looked at it, this guy was the weakest among them. Yes, Pietro likes to pick weak targets. Using his extreme speed, he punched Rose in the back of the head. In Pietro's eyes, Rose, who was almost stationary, was slowly flying forward due to the external force. He subconsciously turned back, his mouth gradually opened wide, and his eyes were slightly frightened. Before Rose landed, Pietro ran behind Wu Xnmo again and kicked Wu Xnmo on the back. Wu Xnmo stumbled forward and almost fell to the ground. Ross threw himself into Johnny's arms with a confused look on his face. Not to mention everyone else, Johnny was surprised after being surprised. He grabbed Ross's neck collar with one hand and planned to use his ultimate move, Eye of Judgment, on Ross. Johnny's skull let out a quacking laugh and wanted to finish off Ross, the bastard, first, but the wind demon under the witch heart demon saw that the situation was not good and quickly sent out a strong wind, knocking Johnny to the ground, and Ross he also escaped. Although they have not seen Pietro's true face, they are not idiots. They naturally know that someone is deliberately causing trouble. The devil's face is ashen and he was kicked. If he doesn't take revenge, how can he be the big brother in the future? And that the younger brother is willing to follow him. For the sake of his own face, the relationship is settled today. Feng Mo flew into the sky, and he saw the afterimage of Pietro running at high speed. He shouted, "There is an enemy, and he is a very fast guy." Rose and Abomination's pupils shrank, and they realized that this was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intervention. After all, in the previous battle in New York, Pietro performed well with his amazing speed, and he was a member of the Avengers. The two of them all paid special attention to. Rose's secret channel is not good. Now, they must withdraw quickly. If Pietro appears here, it is difficult to guarantee that other Avengers will not appear. Ross shouted, "Retreat quickly, the S.H.I.E.L.D. people are coming." Hatred instantly understood what Rose meant. Although they were unwilling to do so, they were not planning to fight the Avengers yet. Wu Xinmo and the others looked confused. Why is their father so bad at judging people? First they chose Johnny, but in the end they didn't like him. This time they chose 2 cowards. This selection skill is really hard to describe. Wu Xinma does not believe in evil. As an aspiring young man who inspired to kill his father, he never sheds tears until he sees the coffin and never looks back until he hits the wall. He is a young devil full of gen. He ordered the water demon to create a puddle of water and lurk on the road where Pietro passed. The earth demon and him were waiting for the opportunity to move. Today, he, the inner demon, will take revenge for this kick. Pietro used his unparalleled speed to often completely defeat the enemy, which also made him often careless when fighting with others. The 2 successful sneak attacks today made him let down his guard. Although he may not be able to successful 7 kills, but harassment, keeping the enemy under control, is not a problem here. Pietro approached the witch heart demon and the others again, but this time he was ambushed by the water demon. Although he looked at the water demon standing there stupidly, what Pietro didn't notice was that there was an extra layer of water on the ground than before. This layer of water, as thin as paper, was the trap created by the water demon using his own abilities. When Pietro stepped on this layer of water again, he suddenly lost his balance. The water demon took the opportunity to activate his power and tripped Pietro's feet. The earth demon and the evil heart demon also rushed to Pietro's side. But Johnny was not a vegetarian. He waved the iron chain in his hand, and the iron chain flew around the waist of the earth demon. As the Earth Demon roared, Johnny pulled the iron chain hard, and the fire of hell began. Burn the Earth Demon to ashes. Regardless of the Earth Demon's death, the Witch Heart Demon quickly stepped forward and joined forces with the Water Demon to hold Pietro down. Without giving Pietro the slightest chance to resist, the Witch Heart Demon put his palms on Pietro's body, trying to suck him dry. Blood to avenge a kick. But Pilot is lucky. He's been wearing the soft armor he made last time in Nadawi. Although this layer of software has limited defense, it can cover the whole body like a thin film, which can just resist the blood-sucking ability of the Witch Heart Demon. Pietro chuckled. The armor, which he usually thought was useless, actually made a great contribution today. Pietro said with a serious face, I advise you, it is best to tidy up my clothes, clean my shoes, kowtow politely, apologize, and admit my mistake. I may be happy when I am happy. Spare the lives of some of you, otherwise my brother-in-law will not let you go. Huh? Several demons laughed at his expression. Although they did not break through his armor for the time being, they were very contemptuous of the guy who went out to announce his brother-in-law's name. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're a remnant of the Manchu Qing dynasty with a heavenly pattern? The Witch Heart Demon mocked. Hey, you are so awesome. Who is your brother-in-law? Tell me, and let me see. Pietro was not stupid. He was stalling for time. Logically speaking, Carlson should be arriving soon. Pietro replied. Go home and ask your father? Grandpa has no obligation to tell you. Well, you're on the verge of death, and you're still being stubborn. You kicked me just now, right? Don't worry. It's very painful when I suck blood. The Witch Heart Demon said coldly. Seeing Pietro fall into the hands of the devil, Johnny swung the chain to attack again, and Abomination directly blocked him. As long as they caught Pietro, it would be much easier for them to escape. Ross saw that Pietro had armor on him, and he quickly stepped forward to show off, placing his palm on Pietro's chest and activated the corrosive power, which began to erode Pietro's armor. The armor was very thin, and the materials made of it were not very precious. After a while, a hole was corroded by Rose. The Witch Heart Demon pointed his finger at the hole, intending to drain Pietro's blood. The moment the Wu Xan Mo's fingers touched Pietro, Pietro felt as if a powerful pump had been pressed on his body, and all his strength was sucked away. At this moment, he really felt like his body was being hollowed out. Johnny noticed that Pietro's condition was not good, and he instantly got rid of the entanglement of hatred. He swung out the iron chain and hit the devil's arm. The devil's arm hurt, and he quickly let go. In this way, Johnny was barely saved. Pietro died. Rose heard the buzzing of a helicopter overhead and quickly told Abomination to run away. Abomination was unambiguous and ran faster than a rabbit. The Witch Heart Demon was still a little unwilling, but he had no choice but to withdraw from these two cowards. He and the others couldn't resist here. It was a bad start. One of the generals died, and he didn't get anything. The Wind Demon whipped up a gust of wind in the direction of Johnny, and countless sand and stones flew up, making it difficult for those who were blown to open their eyes. Hatred. They were completely prepared this time. In order to have a better retreat after catching Johnny, he specially got a pickup truck. Ross ran into the driver's seat, and the Witch Heart Demon and the Water Demon got into the passenger and back seats. Abomination jumped onto the back slot of the pickup truck. Due to Abomination's size, the pickup truck obviously couldn't drive fast, but Feng Mo could use his ability to accelerate the pickup truck at the rear of the pickup truck. As for why they didn't use Hellfire to enchant the pickup truck, we have to ask whether the Witch Heart Demon and his three subordinates were afraid of death. Several people fled in a hurry, leaving only Pietro and Johnny at the scene, but Johnny, whose head was on fire, obviously didn't look so easy to get along with. The injured Pietro forced himself to say hello to Johnny and thanked him for saving his life. Hey, I'm Pietro, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a member of the Avengers. Thank you for saving my life. May I have your name? Seeing Pietro fall to the ground, Carlson got off the plane and quickly came to Pietro's side. Oh, okay, still angry. After confirming that Pietro was not dead, Carlson finally felt relieved. How are you feeling, Pietro? Johnny said. He was sucked a lot of blood by the devil. It's lucky that he didn't die. Pietro, I'm fine. I just feel a little weak. I can hold on. After Pietro was put on a plane and sent back to New York for treatment, Coulson could only handle the rest. Looking at the flaming skeleton in front of him, Coulson's heart was about to move. As the ceiling of human diplomacy, Coulson can be said to be well-deserved. Whether he is a human or not, he can be easily dealt with. Arriving opposite Johnny, Coulson straightened his tie and, like Pietro, said hello to Johnny first. Hello, I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. My name is Coulson. I don't know what you call me. Don't worry, we don't mean any harm. Johnny had some impressions of Pietro who came to help him. After all, he also knew a thing or two about the Avengers. Just call me Johnny. This is not the place to talk. Come with me. Coulson ordered the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to clear the area and drive away the irrelevant people. He would handle the aftermath personally. The two walked into the house. Johnny's house was in chaos after several people fought. The furniture, electrical appliances, and even the floors and walls in the house were damaged to varying degrees. Johnny turned back into an ordinary person and replaced the sofa, set up, and sat down with Coulson. Johnny was the first to ask, "Can I trust you?" Of course. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. handles supernatural events, and the Avengers was founded by our director, Mr. Nick Fury. Of course you can trust me. Well, first of all, let me explain that I don't know who that group of people is. One of the old men and the huge flaming skull have attacked me once before, but this time the 4 guys who came with them, they're all demons from hell. I can tell the aura on their bodies, Johnny said. The doubts in Coulson's heart only increased. He asked doubtfully, "What is their purpose of targeting you?" St. Fanian's Covenant design. What? What is that? Coulson asked. An extremely evil thing is the devil's favorite thing. I am responsible for guarding it to prevent it from falling into the hands of the devil. Then you can hand it over to our S.H.I.E.L.D. for safekeeping. Of course, this is voluntary and we will not force it. I just think our S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense system is still very reliable. Johnny thought for a while and shook his head. He still chose to keep it in his own hands. This was what reassured him the most. Ross drove the car, and the wind demon kept firing huge winds at the helicopter behind him, and then he barely got rid of the tracking helicopter. Several people touched the sweat on their foreheads. Although they escaped, now they have no idea how to explain to Mephisto. Abomination. What should we do next? Are we still going to steal the St. Fanian's contract? Although Rose's strength is low, he still has a good overall view. He knows that what awaits them when they go back will be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. However, with helpers, they failed to snatch the St. Fanian's contract again, which really left them with no way to fight with Morpheus. Entrusted to explain, Rose's eyes flashed, and he soon had an idea. Didn't Mephisto just want the soul? Then give him his soul. Pietro was flown back to New York by helicopter overnight for treatment. He had been sucked a lot of blood by the witch heart demon, and even though his physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people, he was still very weak. When Nick Fury saw that Pietro was injured, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, it was nothing serious, otherwise the guy behind Pietro would definitely not let it go. "Pietro, are you okay?" Nick Fury asked with concern. "Director, since you're here, I'm a little weak, but it's nothing serious." That's good, you're fine. Do you see clearly who the enemy is?" Nick Fury asked. When Nick Fury asked, Pietro remembered that Rose was among the 6 people. He hadn't told Coulson about this news yet. "Ross, the only one I know is Ross. There is a tall, flaming skeleton next to him. The other 4 people don't have any obvious features." Ross drove the car, led by hatred and others, and drove towards the seaside in the dark night. The witch's heart demon sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, and the other 2 demons were also silent. Although Ross was calm on the surface, in his heart he was formulating a plan to destroy humanity. Ross knew that there was a U.S. nuclear submarine base in a mountain near the coast. There were several nuclear submarines there, several of which were equipped with nuclear warheads. But Ross knew that submarines equipped with nuclear warheads were always in cruise mode. Several submarines took turns for rest and maintenance, and one was always on standby at the base. This was the purpose of Ross's trip. When the news that Pietro was injured again reached Lian's family, Lian was already used to it. The guy was a good guy and loved to play. Who could blame him? Wanda came to S.H.I.E.L.D. and saw Pietro, who was getting an injection. Although she was a little worried, she didn't show any extreme behavior. Are you okay? After all, there is a deep love between brother and sister. The person Wanda may miss the most is Pietro, and Li Yin comes second. After all, this unreliable brother is her only relative. Pietro smiled at Wanda. Don't worry, brother and we were just careless and fell into an ambush by the enemy. They are definitely no match for me in a head-on confrontation. As the saying goes, it's easy to hide from open guns and hard to defend against hidden arrows. Pietro tried his best to explain that this time it was again accident. Li Yin waved his hand, and the power of the horse charm was activated, and Pietro recovered instantly. Oh, thank you, dear brother-in-law. Don't you know, I mentioned your name to those demons, but what do you think they said? Oh, what did they say? They said, what kind of trash is Li Yin, you know? I couldn't listen at that time. It was okay to beat Pietro, but you couldn't insult my brother-in-law. So I covered my head, stuck out my butt, and fought with him hand to hand. Li Yin looked at Pietro and asked, did they really say that? Nick Fury hurried to the side. Of course, Coulson heard it. Although Li Yin knew that Pietro wanted to help him regain his position, wasn't this equivalent to doing S.H.I.E.L.D. a favor? After a night of running, Ross and the others finally arrived at the door of the secret base. This is it. There are at least 10 nuclear warheads here. We can easily kill 300 million people and let Lord Mephisto get their souls, Ross said enthusiastically. Although the place is heavily guarded, water demons and wind demons can transform into disembodied elements. The two sneaked into it and killed all the people inside in a short time without triggering any alarms. With a squeak sound, the steel door was opened from the inside, and the three Ross walked in. Soon, Ross found the submarine loaded with nuclear bombs. This is it, Abomination asked. Where should we drop the bomb? New York? Or Washington? No, Ross quickly stopped him. His daughter was still in New York. It was impossible for him to drop a nuclear bomb on New York, but Washington definitely had defense capabilities, and there was a high probability that the nuclear bomb would be intercepted. Then where should we put it? Wushima asked. I know a place that likes nuclear bombs very much. 2 nuclear bombs once fell on their land, but they were not satisfied. Instead, they blamed the enemy for giving too little. Over the years, they have built monuments to the nuclear bombs. Their usual to drink is nuclear wastewater. You can imagine how happy the other side would be if we dropped 10 nuclear bombs at once.